Once again, I need foot brake drivers. Foot brake drivers, lanes 1 and 2, please. Foot brake only. Mailbox, I will call you separately. I need foot brake only.
Welding, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
Good morning. Oh my goodness. The sun is shining. We're still in Florida, sunny Florida. That being said, our weather could be a challenge this week and or this weekend. So we're gonna see what kind of creative ideas.
Once again, drivers, still see some of you showing up this morning. Please make sure if you have not been to the gate yet and purchased your tech card for this weekend's race, that you do that as soon as possible. Turn those tech cards into racer registration. Racer registration is located on tower side of the racetrack, about halfway between the tower and the fuel station, next to staging lane number 1. We would appreciate you doing that.
This day.
Final call for foot brake. Final call for foot brake. I need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Final call foot brake. Final call foot brake. I need you to lanes 1 and 2, please.
And then trans brake. So, so then they'll call the doubles after that, and then they're gonna have the juniors. Okay, the no box is a 10K. The juniors is a 2K. Oh my gosh, 2K when you're a kid, come on. Anyway, I'd like 2K now. Wouldn't that be nice? Anyway, and then we have our right trailers, 10K box. There will
attention
be
to the bids, attention to the bids. Jordan Denny, I need you to turn your tech card into racer registration, please. Jordan Denny.
So they will.
Jordan Denny, I need you to turn in your tech card to racer registration as soon as possible, please.
They did have their age out competition for the juniors last night, and I'll have to get the name of that guy because he won. Anyway, knock out something. This is that tween time, between Christmas and New Year, so I know it's kind of interesting. Anyway, today is Saturday, for those of you who are wondering, and it is the 28th of December. So, just to let you know. Okay, anything else, dear? Yep, that's about it. Alrighty. So get you some refreshments, get whatever you're gonna get, because they're gonna start with round 1. Alright? It's gonna be awesome.
Mark, you got a copy, Mark.
He's listening.
Good morning, Joanne.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we are just a few minutes away from putting cars in the water. Once again, tell your friends and family at home that we are broadcasting on Motor Mania TV for the next 3 days. So Mark and Joanne joining us for their final event of 2024. We appreciate them being here. So once again, tell your friends and family, watch Motor Mania TV on YouTube, as we will be live streaming here in just a few minutes. My final call for foot brake. Final call for foot brake. I will call no box in just a moment. Final call foot brake. Final call foot brake. No box. I will call you in just a moment. attention in the pits, attention in the pits. At this time, I will take no box to the staging lane, please, for round number 1. No box. No box. I will take you to the lanes for round number 1, please. No box. No box. I will take you to the lanes for round number 1, please. Once again, I need foot brake and no box. Foot brake and no box. Lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4, please. Foot brake and no box. Foot brake and no box. I need you to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4, please. All right, drivers, go ahead and suit up, please. Drivers, suit up, please. We're going to put our first pair in the water, and then we are going to do our invocation and our national anthem as we are live on Motor Mania TV for the 10th Annual New Year Nationals. Once again, brought to us by our friends at Gaspar Body and Paint. We appreciate them being here. RFC is joining us here in the tower. And keep in mind that RFC will have their chapel service on Sunday at 8 o'clock at the white tent on the west side of the racetrack. So as we get drivers and cars in the lanes to get everything started here for the first day of the New Year Nationals, with $10,000 to win on the no box side, $10,000 to win on the box side, and $2,000 to win on the junior side. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a time-honored tradition that we do here at the racetrack, so we would ask you all please rise and remove your headgear as Russ from RFC will lead us in our invocation, followed by our national anthem. Russ, if you would please, sir.
Thank you. Our Lord God, we thank you so much for your love, for your grace, your mercy, and your provision in our lives. We thank you for this freedom that we have to be able to participate in this great sport, and at the end of the year at this New Year's Nationals. We pray, Lord, that you would be with us to guide us, to keep us safe and straight down the track today, Lord, that you would be with the drivers, the crew members, the spectators, the staff, and administration as well, as we come to you. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Russ. Thank you, Russ. Please remain standing. Direct your attention towards the flag as we play our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner
round number 1 here at the Gaspar Body and Paint 10th Annual New Year Nationals, brought to us by RT Promotions at Bradenton Motorsports Park. We appreciate all of you joining us here on site, as well as all of you that have gotten up early and enjoying your morning coffee with us on Motor Mania TV. Settle back and enjoy some great drag racing here to close out 2024. All right, here we go. First pair, a very clean-looking F100 Ford pickup truck, left-hand side. 860 dial, we'll do the big head start from Les Bauer, Lantana, Florida, 732 on the 6th Gen Camaro, right-hand side. And the pickup truck will turn it red by just 4th out, right side. Les is going to get away with one here as you hear the car hit the rev chip on the gear shift after being 10 on the tree, but the wind light is on, and the pickup truck probably going to wish he had that one back to do it over again. Les coasting to an 11-second time slip, but gets the wind light, and hopefully the LS3 powered Camaro will come back for round number 2. Both drivers obviously had their coffee this morning. Left side was 004 red, right-hand side was 10 green. Our first motorcycle versus door car entry. Don Horner, right side out of Bradenton on the Suzuki 591, 623 for Zach the Animal Combs out of Kentucky in the old Starfire left side. One foul separates them. Advantage door car, win light. Door car, Zach 26, take enough to be above by 2. Don 27 and above by 8 on the two-wheeler is not good enough. Zach the Animal Combs will move that entry on to round number 2. Here's a good matchup, round number 1. Chris Stevenson and Mickey Pierce. Former sportsman track champion left-hand side right here in Bradenton. He's based out of Lakeland, 699 on the white Camaro. Look at that start from the ex-stalker, Chris Stevenson. The Olds Omega right side out of Alabama, 626 on the ex-stalker. He'll go wheels up in pursuit. Mickey Pierce a little bit better on the reaction time, left-hand side of the Camaro, in light. Going to come on for Stevenson. Pierce 30, take 49 to be under by 17 foul. You take 32 or less. Stevenson 47, above by 1 and gets away with it. He'll come back. Mickey Pierce will find the re-entry window. Again, drivers, if you do not get a win light in round number 1, you can visit Racer Registration for the re-entry round. William Bacross out of Lighthouse Point, Florida comes up next. The beadlock equipped Dodge Durango right hand side. Look at the dial in, 650 on the grocery getter right hand side. Look at the slight head start from Tyler Scott. Scott out of Kentucky, 1978 model Chevy Vega. Yeah, this was an economy car originally. The big tires was not an option box on the factory sheet. 633 dialing on the Vega. Once again, I need no box to the lanes, please. No box, foot brake, and no box entries to the lanes, please. We will call doubles separately at the end of the round. Both of them clean and green. Advantage Vega, win like Vega. 651 on the 633 is William, above the dial by 2/10. Attention in the pits, attention in the staging lanes. Brandon Williams, report to your car, please. Brandon Williams, report to your car immediately. Beautiful looking third gen Nova comes up next, left-hand side, 625 dialing. Jacob Leibel out of Avon Park, Florida, 79 Mercury Capri, right side, 746 dialing. Jacob gets to go first by about 1.2 seconds of handicap. And he turns it red by 6 thousandths. Nova goes wheels up in pursuit. Crew member's happy. He's got his fist pumping already because he sees the win light. 021 on the tree. 625, he was holding a little bit. Jacob takes his foot out of the gas early to go 2/10 above the dial-in after turning it 006 pink. Win light comes on for the Nova. Next pair, big tire Chevy Camaro left side. That is Brady Mace out of Clarksville, Tennessee, 570 dial-in. 723 the dial-in for Thomas Palmer in a clean-looking Ford T-Bird out of South Carolina, right-hand side. He gets to go first by over one Christmas tree, 1.3 second gap. Sides of the racetrack. Advantage Camaro, win light. Camaro 12 dead on the 570 dial-in with a 3. Put a 15 package together for Brady. Thomas is late on the tree and one above the dial-in, mathematically ineligible. Left side, and Mason moved around. Here comes a couple Camaros. Tim House comes up left side, the copper-colored Camaro, 655 now. Let's stuff it in this multi-tire side. Green lights on both sides of the Christmas tree. Advantage goes to Duffett. Green lights to Duffett. 50, get behind 20 to go above by 3. House. 87, take 20, and be under by 22 foul. He had no room to operate. 85 total right side, 87 Christmas tree left side. Here comes a pair of first-string Camaros next. Jen Vignola out of New Jersey. The big tire Camaro right side, 606 dial-in. Phil Green out of Ocala, Florida. The Reverend says, I like that 606. I'll dial the same. This one is good. 5 foul separates them. Advantage right side, win light. We'll go left-hand side as Phil Green slingshots around. 025, take 5. To be one above 9, 10, 20, 2 above. Both of them make good laps, but Phil Green noses out the victory by 5 thousandths of a second, and the Reverend will come back for round number 2. Another clean-looking third-gen Nova comes up next, right-hand side. 8 flat the dial-in. Brandon Michaels. Pretty good no-box racer out of Maryland left side. 711 the dial-in. 5 fast. Win light going to come on for the Nova. 006, take 15 to be above by 5. Michaels, 11 and 6 off the number. Just missed the dial-in this morning, and right-hand side will get the victory. A 005 and an 11 tree first thing in the morning for foot swappers, and unfortunately the 11 tree comes up short. Either Jeff Grafton left-hand side, or it could be Mike Crook. I know they were doubling this car. The Tesla dial 757, 628 from the Bad Apple right side, Vega. left side turns it red by 18 thousandths. Bad Apple will get the win. 0.26 and one above the 628 dial-in. Good Lap will take him to the next round. Grafton's Tesla is one above the dial-in, but 0.18 red on the let-go. S10 pickup truck comes up next left side, 713 dial, and Chase Green in the Green Family Motorsports beautiful Chevy 2 Nova out of Shelbyville, Tennessee, 631 dialing for the wheel stander. Chase has got some work to do here. Trying to play catch up to the S10, but he's going to get it done. Dead on the 631 dialing with a 9 as the pickup truck takes way too much stride. Takes 78 to break out by 35 thousandths. Need to take 43 or less, and Green takes advantage. J.D. Anderson, a regular in the Tesla, left-hand side here. Bradenton, 633 dial, and he'll get the win light as Blake Carroll leaves early. Carter going at 671 on the 672, and Anderson legs it through to be 6th out under in the Tesla. Here's another good first-round matchup between a couple of Bradenton regulars, Daniel Young and Bob Walsh. Walsh and his dad's Ford Mustang Notch, right-hand side, 595 dial-in. 641 for the firefighter, Daniel Young, and the ex-stock eliminator Firebird left side. Dan Young has some work to do to stay out in front of Bob Walsh. Can he do it? He will. He likes the board, 641 with an 8 dead on the dial-in. Walsh, 023. Take 40 to be under by 13 thousandths. Needed to take 27 or less. He was better on the reaction time. Daniel Young a little bit late, but gets away with one. Rob Burschneider, the Pennsylvania-based, I think it's a 4th-gen Monte Carlo. It's either 3rd or 4th gen, but that is, I believe, a 78 or 79. I did see it at Gainesville. It was wheels up when I did see it last time. 608.55 for the Cool Whip car out of the Boldry camp with Lucas Walker, the hired gun at the wheel. And he'll turn on the by 12, get behind 11 to be under by... Take 11 is no good in round number 1 of no box. To be under by 23 thousandths, are you kidding me? 13, take 11 and find the re-entry window. Lucas Walker never sat in Boldry's car and is 12 on the tree. Get out of here. Walker around 2. Jason Parker out of Maryland comes up next to the Mustang, 648 dial and 743 for Robert Kemp in the GMC Sonoma right side. Parker turns at 3-foul red, and Robert Kemp is going to get away with one here. He's a little bit late and under by 2 thousandths. Parker was holding about 500ths in reserve after he turned on the red light by just 3 thousandths. Yeah, Lucas Walker, who we are used to seeing in wheel-standing Mustangs, actually flew down here from Kentucky. I think a couple of days ago on Facebook, he said, I'm looking for a ride. And, well, Dan Boldry normally has some spares. Or he'll double with somebody. But the Cool Whip goes to round number 2. That's just another one of those good stories. We'll see how it plays out. Jeremy England on the Hayabusa 2-wheeler. Motorcycle dials in 578. He'll give the head start to John Tillman. One of the Tillman family racing operations. You've no doubt heard of John and Joe Tillman now living up in Indiana. John dialing in the 69 Dodge Dart at 6:45, and he's got some work to do to stay clear of the two-wheeler. And he is not going to get that done. Jeremy, 37, takes 17 to be above by 2. Tillman, one off his dialing, but a little bit late on the reaction time, and Jeremy England will take the two-wheeler to the next round. Mike Sweeney coming up next out of Edgewater, 88 Mustang hatchback right side, 675 dialing. He'll get that start from the Tennessee-based wheel-standing S10 pickup truck of Taylor Burfall. Taylor dials at 614. Under control in the pickup truck. Win light Taylor. 28 on the brakes to take 12. And above the dial-in by 7. Mike late and above by 4. Gives him over 100 total, and that is no good. Taylor Burfall will move the Tennessee-based pickup truck to round 2. Once again, no box, no box. I need you. No box. If you are not in the lanes for round number 1 yet, I need you. I will call doubles here shortly. Logan Westmoreland coming up in the pickup truck against Seth Phillips. That's a good matchup. Phillips outside in the Dodge Dart out of Virginia, 610 dial-in. Actually, that's a Barracuda, my apologies. And Seth turns at 12 red. Logan Westmoreland will get the W. 2 above the 717 dial-in. Seth, 12 red and holding enough. John Vienna against Travis Logan next. Logan, a regular at tracks in Florida and South Georgia. The wheel-standing third-gen Camaro out doubled between box and no box. 607 dial and 650 for John Vienna on the big tire Camaro right side. Travis gives it enough throttle wax to get the win, but still takes a ton of stripe. Travis, 613 on the 607. John's reaction time did not start with a 0, or a 1, or a 2. That's why there's no win light. Travis Logan gets the win. Here comes Austin Logan, the second of the Logan family twins. The 86 blue Camaro dials in 597, 629 for Cody Laurel out of Virginia in the clean 88 Mustang right side. Logan turns it 9, foul red. Laurel, double a 1, 10 on the dial and with a 4, puts a 5-pack together. He was ready. Double a 1, 629 with a 4 on a 629. Logan would have had his hands full. Macy Stewart and Phil Combs next. Phil Billy, left side out of Kentucky, 621 on the pickup truck. 8 foul separates them, and one of them is 8. Are you kidding me? Round number 1, and the win light's going to come up from Macy Stewart. Trip, zip, perfect. Then on the dial-in with a 7 for a 7-pack. Phil Combs is 8 on the tree and wasting fuel. Phil is 008 drops to be 4 off the dial-in and had no chance. That'll bring up Michael Nobles and Dan Boldry next. Boldry right-hand side, 608 dial-in on the Camaro, 654 for Michael Nobles in the little Charger left side. Once again, my final call for no box. Final call for no box. Once again, I will call doubles separately. Final call no box. Final call no box. I will call doubles separately. Michael Nobles turns it red. Dan Boldry will get the win. 50 on the tree and 31 thousandths under the 608 dial-in. Here comes our next motorcycle versus door car battle. Carly Bryan coming up next in the left-hand side. The family big block Nova 644 dial-in. 560 dial-in for Colin Nash out of Orlando, Florida on the two-wheeler. That's a 2023 Kawasaki. He will give chase. Ladies first. Carly gets to go first. Time goes to Brian, win light to Brian, 37, take 72 to be above the dial-in by 3. Colin misses it, puts it dead on the dial-in to the 2 and no good. Mike Gaffney and Mike Tell next. Tell in the 5th gen Camaro right side, 695 dial-in, 694 the dial-in for Mike Gaffney, the Gremlin out of the All Performance Super Center, small block Chevy on board. Jake Milstead and Jamie Brandon next. Actually, that is Brandon Williams. Williams in the turbo dialing at 694, 610 for Jake Milstead. And Brandon Williams will move on. 019 tree. And lights it up 15 thousandths under Jake. Under the dial-in by 3 after he turned it 15 thousandths red. Versus Vega matchup. Chris Osborne and the Vega in control on this one. And he'll get the win light. 006 and 9 off the dial-in left-hand side late. 1 off the dial-in, no good. Win light will come on for Chris Osborne. Once again, my final call for no box. Final call for no box. I will call doubles separately. I do know some of you have come back already, but as I mentioned yesterday and today, we will call doubles at the end of each eliminator. Jeff Gallen and Andy Chavis next. Chavis in the clean first-string Camaro out of South Carolina right side, 696 dial-in. 607 for Jeff Gallen, the preacher out of St. Augustine. Preacher man giving chase in the middle reaction time. Chavis has some work to do. Can he stay in front? Win light's going to come on for Jeff Gatlin. 20, take 18 to be off the dial-in by 2. Left side, Andy, 066, under by a foul and had no room to operate. Jeff Gatlin will pick up the victory. Next up, driver not on file on the Primer S10 pickup truck. Actually, I apologize. That's Hot Rod Black. I apologize. That is Hot Rod Black. 611 dial-in will give the head start to the recently refurbished and Calwood-equipped Malibu station wagon. Tony Gambardella, left-hand side, 627 dial-in, and he turns it pink by 26 now. Right-hand side, 24 green. And way off the dial-in. Tony's probably going to get that time slip and want a rematch. He can get into the re-entry round. Hopefully he gets the losing out of his system early, but I guess we'll see. He paid for a fixed transmission line. I do know that. The last time he was in the car, he did pay for the weekend and a little bit more. David Gaspar from Gaspar Body and Paint, our title sponsor, in the color-changing S10 pickup truck. He's got some work to do against right-hand side Dalvin at 645, advantage right side, red light right side. 60, take 47 to be above the dial in by 2. David misses it, puts it 1 above the dial in, no good. Mike Reiner and Kyle Fawcett next. Little Chevy versus Ford matchup. Fawcett in the Mustang. Chevelle and Greiner left side. Advantage left side. Winlight will come on left side and a double breakout. Greiner 21, take 4. To be under by a foul. Fawcett 34, under by 100th. He needed to get further behind. But Mike Greiner in the wheel standing Chevelle out of Pennsylvania pick up the victory. Little classic versus modern Mopar matchup next. Steve Welch and Brian Thompson. Thompson out of Michigan. In the modern Challenger left-hand side, the Demon dials in 625. He'll give the head start to Steve Walsh out of Ocala, Florida. The 1975 Duster dials in 682. He'll get to go first left side. Little over 1 light bulb on the Christmas tree. This time goes right-hand side, but takes too much stripe, and Steve Welsh will get away with one here. He's 2 off the dial-in. Brian Thompson takes 2/10 of stripe to break out by 75 thousandths. Just took a little bit too much stripe, and left-hand side will get the win. Next pair, a pair of S10 pickup trucks. Left side dials in 709. Right-hand side, Dan Fuzzy Dice Warren. Fuzzy out of Melbourne in the Chaw Top S10 dials in 638. He'll give chase. Left side goes first. Dan has some work to do on this one. Will he get there? No, he will not. Left-hand side, 007, take enough to be above by 100th. Dan misses it, and the truck slows, and that is uncharacteristic for Fuzzy's ride. Pretty consistent. Don't think he stepped, well, he might have stepped out of it a little bit based on the mile an hour, but still not enough to be off by almost 1/10 and a half. So Macy Stewart already getting the victory in the Olds Cutlass. This is Jeff Stewart, also making the tow from West Virginia. Beautiful big tire 64 Chevelle. The first year they built them. 626 dial and 606 for Eric Herbel in the Mustang right side. Once again, Stewart has the reaction time advantage. We Stewart pick up the win. 18, take 10 to be above by 3. Herbel 47 and 1 above. The car did its job, but Eric was a little bit late, and Jeff Stewart will join Macy for round number 2. Attention in the booth, attention in the booth, I will take no box doubles, no box doubles. 2 lanes, please, no box doubles. No box doubles. Back to the lanes, please. No box doubles. Now that is no box and foot brake. So keep in mind, the way we call them now, as I mentioned yesterday and today, we call foot brake, then no box, then we call the doubles at the end. We will do the same thing for box eliminator. We will call box door cars, then dragsters, then we will call box door car doubles, and then dragster doubles. A little bit of cleanup work on the starting line. And we'll bring our next pair to the starting line. Ryan Snipes out of South Carolina in the copper-colored S10 pickup truck. The big tire ride dials at 627. He'll give it a head start to Paul Allen. Allen in the two girls garage-backed Ford Maverick out of Middleburg. 683 dialing for Paul Allen. Once again, no box and foot brake doubles. No box and foot brake doubles. I need you to the lanes, please. No box and foot brake doubles. No box and foot brake doubles. I will take you to the lanes, please. And Paul Allen, let's go. The switch 9,000s too soon. Bryce Hanson with the win, 038 green. And holding 22 thousandths in reserve. Paul Allen links it out to be 4 above the dial and after letting go of the switch a little too early. Win light comes on for Ryan Snipes. They'll bring up Rick Smith and Chad McClevin. Warren Carroll actually coming up right-hand side. I knew the car looked familiar. South Carolina based 68 big tire Camaro 624 dialing 885 for Rick Smith. Now Morgan's going to have to be patient here. Over 2.5 seconds of handicap. Or Rick could just turn on the red light and Morgan automatically gets the win. I mean, that is another option. You don't want to wish anybody to go red, but I mean, it's more suspenseful and people pay attention when you say you have to wait 2.5 seconds, but Rick Smith turned on the red light. Carroll gets the easy victory. Let me bring up, I believe this is either Mike Mockney or Roy Hagedorn. I know they are double entering this car. I believe this is Mike Mockney. I think Roy is running off the top. The Danielle Mockney, 4-eyed Mustang, 629 dial left side, Dustin Carroll right-hand side. The 66 Chevy 2 Nova dials in 621. Normally, Mike Mockney, the crew chief, he actually gets some wheel time here. And he's going to have some work to do here as Dustin Carroll with the better reaction time. And Carroll's going to turn on the wind light. 055 and 1 above the dial, and Mike Mockney 2 off the dial in on the drop. Jude Kirstnason and A. Aaron Reynolds. Reynolds in the S10 pickup truck left-hand side, 621 dial and 620 for Jude Kirstnason and Jeremy West's Noisy Business 2 Chevy 2 Nova. For Jude, 16 get behind 22 on the drop. I mean, throws the anchor to go 621 at 97 miles an hour, and Aaron didn't catch most of it. Goes under the dial in by 7 thousandths, taking 22 a stripe. 16 take 22 is not a bad lap, but it does not get a win light, unfortunately, for Aaron Reynolds, so he will find the re-entry window. William Kraft right side 623, Gage Birch left side dialed 606. Little ex-junior dragster racer matchups here. Both of them blinkety blinky on the staging beams. 9 foul separates them in 1 on the 16. Winlight comes on for Gage Birch, 007, behind by 3 at the stripe to be under by 4 thou. Again, another lap that should not get an L, but it does. 16 take 3 is no good for William Kraft. He's under by 16 thousandths. It is absolutely brutal out here first round. A lot of people just showing up for round number one and throwing a dial-in on it and making it work, and then other people showing up and making a lap in a car they've been running for a long time and no run light. Kevin Mendenhall coming up in the S10 pickup truck left side. 629 dial-in. He will race the former Division II Pro ET champion Matt Ward out of South Carolina. 626 dial-in on the 69 Camaro right side. Once again, no box and foot brake doubles. No box and foot brake doubles. I need you back around, please. No box and foot brake doubles. No box and foot brake doubles. Matt Ward in control on this one, right-hand side, win light. Is going to shine on the opposite side as Mendenhall, 50, gets around him by 28th out to be 2 above. Matt Ward, 008 and drops the anchor too hard to get behind and 7 off the dial-in. 635 at just 100 miles an hour. He didn't like the way it looks. He throwed the anchor and got behind. Starting to see some of our doubles come back around. I believe this is our first one. The third gen Nova right side. 812 dial-in. 651 for Mike Zerl. The Rockledge, Florida-based Chevy Malibu station wagon. Yeah, I hear those wagons are getting popular nowadays. Mike will get the win light as left side turns it in. If he didn't, Mike was going to do it for him. 2 above the dial-in for Mike Zerl off the gas. Left-hand side. Right-hand side is 21 red and above the dial-in by 7. Yep. Very clean looking 4-door 57 Chevy wagon coming up left side. That's Matt Vall out of Ohio. 695 dial-in, 642 the dial-in for Chris Nubbin, and Dubbin turns it red in the Nova. So Matt Vall will get the automatic win. 20 green. He likes it out to be a foul under. Probably lifting off the throttle though. 694 with a 9 at 94 miles an hour. Once again, I need no box and foot brake doubles. No box and foot brake doubles. To the staging lanes, please. No box and foot brake doubles. No box and foot brake doubles. To the lanes, please. Brian Shook and Major Clark next. Clark in the clean, square body S10 pickup truck out of Ohio. 689 dial-in left side. 680 the dial-in for Brian Shook in the wheel standing S10 Blazer right side. 8 foul separates him on reaction time. Advantage Shook in the wheelie truck. Win light. Shook, 18, takes 6 to be dead on the dial-in with a 4, put a 22 back together left side. 26 dead on the dial-in with a 2, 28 total, and thank you for playing. Find the re-entry window. Major Clark makes a 28 pack on the window, and it is no good. Zach the Animal comes back around on his second entry in the wheel standing Rosenberg, running with Nunez right side, just 3,000 separates him. Advantage to Zach. Win light comes on for Nunez. 031 dead on the 616 with a 3, dropping the anchor. 616 at 91 miles an hour to get the win light. Zach 28 and also on the brakes to go 2 above the dial, and it gets behind by 23 thou at the stripe. Left-hand side says Bo Butner, but that is actually Dat Mattis. The guy who basically acquires every F.J. Smith super stocker. I think he said he has bought every car out of the DeFrank family. I think he said he has all 3 of them now. Something happening left-hand side. And right-hand side will make a full tilt pass. 10 and gets the win light. Left side Matt Daddis has problems. Not sure what happened on that one. Richard Shipp and John Scott next. Scott in the Vega giving chase on a 589 dial-in. And has a problem, and Shipp has this one in control. And we'll get out of the gas early enough. 801 on the 767 dial-in. Shipp gets the win in the Mustang. Scott has major problems. Ladies and gentlemen, an interesting tidbit, a 1.99 reaction time is still not the latest reaction time of the round. I will not say anything further.
Roger that.
Nova getting the second win as left-hand side turns at 7 foul red. Nova 046 and under by 18 thousandths. Haley Clow making the tow from Thomaston, Maine. Yeah, it's a little warmer here than it is in Maine. 692 dialing on the third gen Nova left-hand side. Macy Stewart back around on her second entry. Already laid down a 7-pack in the big tire Olds Cutlass right-hand side out of West Virginia. With the win, Cloud 33, take 12 to be above by 3. Macy misses it, puts it 2 above the dial-in. So Macy will get 1 entry through. We'll visit the re-entry window on the second one. Brings up a couple of Bradenton regulars. They can be doing this for the regular payout, not 10 grand, but we're going to do it right here. Ken Etchinson and John Wheelie Wagon Siegel. A beautiful Malibu station wagon left-hand side, 567 dial-in. This thing has more mufflers on it than probably the rest of the field put together. Yeah, it has 4. Ken Etchinson, a beautiful small tire SS Camaro, 1968 variety, 685 dial-in for him. Siegel giving chase with a better action time in his pocket left-hand side. Green light come on for Siegel, 019, take enough to be above by 6. Etchinson misses it, puts it 6 above the dial-in, no good. 1:58 and under the dial in by 5. I believe Lucas Walker just got his second entry through right-hand side.
It'll probably still be downstairs.
Once again, if you did not get a win light in round number 1, or if you do not get a win light in round number 1, visit Racer Registration. That is on Tower side of the racetrack where you turned in your tech cards, and they will get you into the re-entry round. Chris Stevenson coming back around for a second entry in the Buick Apollo right-hand side. Chevy pickup truck left side dot 638 gets to go first. And Stevenson will get a second entry through in the X-Stalker. Left side turns it a foul red. Yep, that is, I think, the third or fourth 001 red light that I have seen. Stevenson well under a 629 dial and 622 at 107 for the X-Stalker. That'll bring up the former junior street racer, now making the move to full-time, Dylan McNichol. I believe he is still running juniors. Driving the Trans Am left-hand side, turns the red line on, so Robert Kemp in the GMC Sonoma will get the win. Kemp legs it out to go 740 on 743. Dylan McNichol above the 734 dial-in by a little bit. Once again, no box and foot brake doubles. No box and foot brake doubles. I need you back, please. No box and foot brake doubles. No box and foot brake doubles. Mike Tell and Mark Brewer up next. Brewer in a very clean Mustang 2 out of Pennsylvania left side. Last year they built him 1978. 640 to the island, 696 for Mike Tell in the street car back around on his second entry. And Tell will turn it red by 11,000, so Brewer will get the automatic victory left side. He's 12,000s under the dial-in. Mike Tell matches his dial-in, but turned loose of the switch by 11,000s too soon, so he will visit the re-entry window, located next to staging lane number 1. Once again, my final call for no box and foot brake, as well as my doubles. No box and foot brake, as well as my doubles. I will take you back. Carroll coming back around in her second entry in the Camaro 621 dial, and Wesley Lee left side in the pickup truck dial 690. Wesley the slightly better reaction time. And the red light will go to Morgan as Wesley slow, 622 on the 621. Wesley Lee, 8 above the dial-in, getting out of the gas early. Win light comes on left-hand side, 773 on the 776, as right-hand side turns on the red light. Cleveland and Big Tire S10 Blazer comes up next left-hand side, 697 dial-in, 672 the dial-in for Blake Carnell. Separates them, and one of them is 21. Red light going to come on for Blake Carnell in the pickup truck. 007, get behind 4th out to be under by 9 left side. 021, take 004 and no good. Second entry is now on the starting line for Daniel Young and Dustin Carroll. Dustin out of South Carolina, the 66 Nova, dial 622, 642 for Daniel Young, left side. Once again, make sure you tell your friends and family at home we are live on MotorMania TV. Over 600 watching. Thank you so much to everybody for waking up early to join us for the live stream. We hope you're enjoying day number 1 so far. There has been some great competition. 41 thou separates them in the lead, and it's 41. Win like Daniel Young, a trip, zip, perfect, 4 above the dial, and Dustin misses it, puts it 2 above the dial, and no good. Win light to the firefighter. He'll come back for round number 2 in that entry. Jason Barker and AJ Brown, 1 foul separates these two, advantage right side. Winlight goes left side in the double breakout. Parker 21, get behind to go under by 4 thousandths. Perry 20, take 13 to be under by 16. Needed to get behind further. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I have an update. If you did not get a win light in round number 1, you will not go to racer registration. You will go to the gate. As much as our racer registration would like to see you, they do not have re-entry tech cards. Those are available at the pit gate. John Viana and David Gaspar coming back around on their second entries. Gaspar left side in the pickup truck. John Viana right hand side, and Gaspar will not get out of round number 1 on either entry, and he's going to need a small puke bucket on this one. Viana 105 and above the dial in by 2. David 006 red. Jake Milstead and Cody Kirk coming up next in an all-Fox Mustang starting line. Cody Kirk out of Virginia, right-hand side, dials in 629, 613 for the Maryland-based 85 four-eyed Mustang left side. This morning, advantage right side. Win light to Kirk, 009, take 003 to be under by 8 foul. Milstead 013 and under by 9 thousandths for no win light. It is absolutely brutal out here in round number 1 of no box at the New Year Nationals. That'll bring the Bad Apple and Jeff Gatlin in the Mustang back around for their second entries. Gatlin in the Tom Heath Mustang left side, dials in 609, 629 for the Bad Apple. Vega on the right-hand side. Advantage Gatlin, win like Gatlin, he'll get both entries through. 027, take 10 to be above by 4. Bad Apple 31 and above by 4 after just going 629 on his first entry. So he will come back in the re-entry round. William Kraft and Tyler Profile coming up in their second entries. William Kraft in the Malibu right-hand side, 623 dialing, 614 for Taylor's wheel standing pickup truck. breaks him on this one. Advantage left side. Taylor profile. Are you kidding me? 005. One above the dial with a 621 total. William Kraft is 13 on the tree. Take 23 to be under by 15,000. See to take 8 or less. I think I've said it's tough out here this morning already, but just in case you didn't hear me say it. Another pair back on their second entries. Carly Bryan left-hand side. The family Nova dials in 647. 574 for the Pennsylvania-based Chevy Chevelle right side. Time to Brian, win light to Brian, 17, take 18 to be one above the 647 with a 3. 30 total, right side is 31 on the tree and one above 7 to come up 18 foul short. Next pair, right hand side down 625. Mike Gaffney and the Gremlin on this second entry, 697 the dial in. Time goes to the pickup truck, win light to the pickup truck, 006, dead on the 625 with a 9. Put a 15 back together, Mike Gaffney, mathematically ineligible, 031 on the tree, under by 25,000, so no good. It says Trevor Beard, I believe. That is the second entry for the Camaro driver whose name is escaping me right now. Brandon Michaels, that is it. Michaels now is in 715. Pickup truck dialed 985. Michaels with the advantage. Michaels with the win. 10 on the tree. Combined 33 to be one above the dial. And pickup truck 38 and under by 43 thousandths. No good. Didn't have the room to get there and breaks out. Here comes your next pair, Logan Westmoreland and Jeff Stewart. Westmoreland left-hand side, pickup truck dialed 715, 626 for Jeff Stewart's Chevelle. Better election time goes to Jeff Stewart as Westmoreland turns it red. Jeff Stewart under his dialing by a little bit, but will get the win as left side turns it 19 red. Attention in the bits, attention in the bits. I need box door cars to the lanes, please. Box door cars to the lanes, please. Again, I will call doubles separately. Box door cars. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Box door cars. I need you to the staging lanes, please. Wait and see Byron for round number 1 of box is car number 2549L. I believe that's Darwin Garcia in the Mustang. Mike Crook and Seth Phillips. Our next pair, Mike Crook and the double entered Jeff Grafton Tesla, 761 dial-in, 608. For the Barracuda out of Virginia left side. And Phillips will turn it 2,000ths red. Mike Crook will get the automatic win. He's under the 761 dial-in by a couple hundredths. And Phillips legs it out to go 604 on a 608. Once again, I need box door cars to the lanes, please. Box door cars to the lanes, please. Box door cars to the lanes, please. Again, I will call doubles separately. Gage Birch and Paul Allen next. Allen right-hand side in the Maverick Dell at 687. 606 for Gage Birch left side. One foul separates him. Advantage Gage Birch. Win light will come on for Gage Birch. 009, take 30 to be above his dial-in by 2. Paul Allen dead on the 687, but an 050 tree left him 30 thousandths short. Gage Birch will take both entries to round 2, and Paul Allen will unfortunately visit the re-entry window for both as he turned it a little bit red on his first entry. Tim House comes up next left side, 653 dial-in on the Camaro, 629 on the pickup truck right side for Ron Reber out of Pennsylvania. Tim turns it red by 15 thousandths, so Ron Reber will get the win in the pickup truck, 047 green, and legs it out to be 32 thousandths under. House goes 2 above the dial-in after turning the red light on the bottom of the Christmas tree. Mr. James Kroll, once again, good to see you in the chat bleachers on Motor Mania TV. Good morning, sir. Good morning to everybody that is watching on Motor Mania. Enjoying Saturday morning with us. Pickup truck left-hand side, dial 773. Eric Hobel on the second entry on the Mustang, dial 609 right side. Once again, drivers, if you do not get a win light in round number 1, you can visit the Racer Pit Gate to purchase a re-entry round ticket. Eric Hobel will actually break out, takes 54 thousandths a stripe to be under by under 200. Left-hand side will get the win. Behind on the Christmas tree, but gets the W. Once again, box door cars in each to the lanes, please. Box door cars in each to the lanes, please. I will call doubles separately. Once again, box door cars in each to the lanes, please. Box door cars in each to the lanes, please. I will call doubles separately. So this is our final pair. It'll be followed by our buy run. Andy Chavis, left-hand side, 68 Camaro, and the South Carolina-based Hot Rod Dawson 696, 629 from Matt Ward in the 69 Camaro on the right-hand side of the racetrack. This one is all Matt Ward right-hand side. Win light's going to shine for Ward. Better reaction time and off the dial-in by 6. Left side, Andy misses it. Puts a fourth out under and still doesn't get there first. Win light comes on for Matt Ward. That'll bring up your legal buy run. Curtis Thomas Peak, who had the best reaction time from the time run yesterday, gets the wait-and-see buy run here. The extended cam pickup truck dialing 656.
Oh, I thought juniors were in.
Peak is 12 on the tree and under by 24,000, so he was tuned up and ready for round number 1. He'll get to go to round number 2 on that entry, and that will complete. No box for round number 1. We will go to box door cars here in just a few moments. Around for the box sides of things for the 10th annual New Year Nationals right here at Bradenton Motorsports Park, brought to us by Gas Bar Body and Paint. We appreciate everybody being a part once again of this huge event to end off 2024 here on Wright Trailers Saturday. Thanks so much to all of our sponsors, including Wright Trailers, who again is our official sponsor for today. $10,000 to win on the box side, $10,000 to win on the no box side, $2,000 to win junior dragsters. Also, a shout out to our associate sponsors, Ford Motorsports, who will host the Racer Appreciation Dinner on Sunday night. Burning Rose and McMaster Lawn and Pest Control Services, which will do our Sunday night fireworks for New Year's. Right trailer Saturday
is important for trailer safety and longevity. We encourage you to keep your trailer in shape. Wright Trailers' in-house service department not only specialize in trailer service-related needs, it hosts an in-house fabrications department engineering any trailer-related ideas and bringing your ideas to life. If you are in need of trailer maintenance or have a modification that needs to be engineered, don't hesitate to call 833-31-WRIGHT.
Welding, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
So keep that in mind, please. And then we will call juniors by age group. So no box complete. We should be ready for box door cars here in just a little bit.
Take a photo. Time to take a trip. We head north to the border. Say you filling up. I'm my favorite type of hoarder. I got kids to feed. I got enemies. I got God's gift, so they envy me. Got some to veggie. All black like bad meat. 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 All black like
All right, here we go into box door cars. Round number one complete on the no box side. Again, remember I will call the doubles at the end of the round. So box door cars, if you are doubled, we will call doubles separately, and we will call dragsters in between, so you do not feel like you have to be rushed back to the racetrack. Darwin Garcia, car number 2549L is our wait and see buy. We'll start with our first pair, very clean looking third gen Nova right hand side, 603 dial-in, 570 the dial-in for Dan Demling in the IROC Z Camaro. Left hand side is in big trouble. Nova with the better reaction time. Nova's going to pick up the win, 014 and 3 above the dial-in. Left hand side is late and 7 off the number. Win light comes on for the Nova. Randy Holbrook coming up next. Leanne Morgan coming up right-hand side. The Kentucky-based S10 pickup truck top 591. Five would be 6 to dial in for the family Lumina left-hand side. And Randy will get the automatic victory as Leanne turns at 4 thousandths red. Lumina is 043 and under the dial-in by 3 thousandths. 555 on the 556. That brings up our next matchup, Casey Sims and Billy Ray Land. Billy Ray out of Georgia right-hand side, the wheel-standing Camaro, dials in 571, 544 for Casey Sims in the blue 79 Camaro left-hand lane. Billy said the car has been withstanding a little bit more than normal. Said he's going to try and tone it down here just a little bit. I don't know about that. I believe the wheelies are fun to a point. Billy Ray did tone it down a little bit and gets the win light as Sims turns it 006 red on the left-hand side. Billy Ray 024 and 2 above the 571 dial in left-hand side, 545 on the 544 after being 006 on the red side. Win light comes on right-hand side. Luke David coming up next on the two-wheeler. Luke David dialing 582 on the two-wheeler will line up with JT Carty. The extended nose Mustang dialed 527 right-hand side. Carty in control, but Luke David will get the win. 583 on the 582 with a Christmas tree that I would not be expecting to call in first round of box. Carty misses it, puts it 5 above the dial and no good. After we saw some very stellar packages in no box, something that I'm just not even going to say, got a win light in round number 1 of box. We'll just let them get their coffee and carry on. Oscar Cullen and Scott Travers coming up next. Travers in the Vega right-hand side, dot 610, 614 for Cullen and the clean S10 left side. One dial separates them on this one. Advantage pickup truck, win line pickup truck 617 on the 614. Travers 4 above the dial in to be 15 dial behind. Tony Gambardella, the mayor of Dixon, Tennessee, left-hand side, 637 dial-in. Pete DeNova, right-hand side, the clean Chevy 2 Nova, 570 the dial-in. Better reaction time goes to Tony. Win light's going to come on for DeNovo as Gambardella drops the anchor hard. And that was the wrong call to make. DeNovo, 33, 4 above the dial and gets there first by 16 thousandths. Gambardella, better on the tree by 5 thou, but drops out of the race. Didn't like the way it looked and comes up on the wrong side of the ticket. Phil Combs Jr. comes up next, left-hand side. I thought it was Phil Billy, but this is Phil Jr. The muffler equipped S10 622, right-hand side Mark Bowman. The clean 67 first year Camaro dialed 560. Look at Phil Billy wheelie out to about the 150-foot mark. He's ahead on reaction time. And Little Phil will not get the win light. 008, take 47 to be under by 4 thousandths. Need to take 43 or less. Mark Bowman, 35 and 1 above the dial in. 51 total gets the win. And Phil Jr. wants that race back. Michael Carpenter coming up next, left-hand side. The Michael and Marty Carpenter Vega station wagon at a Pinnacle race car, 602 dial in, 610 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck right side. Ninth out separates them on reaction time. Advantage Carpenter, win light. Going to shine for Carpenter, 10 on the tree and above the dial in by 3. Pickup truck 019 and also above by 3. 7 thou, margin of victory. That's what Carpenter took the stripe by, and that's what the win margin is. Most likely see Michael Carpenter back on a second entry, either on a dragster or doubled in the door car. Austin Logan and Katie Yoakley coming up next. Yoakley in the 69 Camaro right side out of Kentucky, 575 dialing. 593 the dialing for Austin Logan in the Logan Brothers Racing Operation 86 Camaro left side. Logan in control. Logan will pick up the win here. 13, take 34 to be 596. 3 above the dial-in. Katie misses it, puts it 3 above the dial-in for 85 total, and that is no good in round number 1. Chevy Malibu right-hand side, 612 dial-in, 607 for Bubba Browning in the 66 Chevy 2. 100 separates some advantage. Browning in the CD Racing Nova. Win light to Browning, 22 dead on the 607 with a 7 for 29 total. Right side is locked out, 032, take 14 and add no room. Breaks out by 17. Bubba Browning gets the win. We will see Garrett back around here in a little bit on the second entry. Matt Vall and Chris Osborne next. Osborne in the Chevy Vega right side out of Cortez, Florida. 733 dial-in, 694 the dial-in for the Bel Air wagon. Yeah, did you know they had 3 different versions of the wagon? They had the 150, the 210, and the Bel Air. They were trim levels. Wagon's going to get the win as Osborne turns it a foul red. Wagon 006 and 693 on the 694. Osborne under by 400ths after turning on the red light by a painful 001 as Matt went red behind him. Chris Scott and Matt Daddis next. Daddis in his second ex-Superstock entry, again from the DeFrank family. I think he said he actually has all 3. This is the Grand Am. He said he actually also has the Sunfire. We saw him in the Olds Calais earlier. The Ohio-based Pontiac dials 594, 650 for Chris Scott out of Kentucky in the S10 pickup truck. 16 thou separates them advantage. Scott, win light. We're going to come on for Daddis. Daddis 029 and dead on the 594 with his hero Scott. 13, take 44 to be under by 28 thousandths. Need to take 16 or less. Matt Daddis puts 29 total on the window for the win light. We'll bring up Jason Rich and Mike Ledford next. Ledford, the track operator out of Michigan in the S10 pickup truck left side. Yeah, there's no racetrack operating in Michigan right now, and if there is, it's on a very limited basis. 622 dial-in, 530 the dial-in for Jason Rich in the two-wheeler. Ninth out separates him on this one. Advantage Ledford. Can he hold off the two-wheeler? He will. On the brakes. 018 give the stripe up to go 2 above the dial in Rich. 027 and under by 33 thousandths. Had 11th out to take and instead took a little too much as Ledford got on the brakes, and that'll be the win light. Shelby Thurman and Josh Shipp next. Shipp get the win light in the no box side now. Josh behind the wheel on the box side. 767 on the Mustang. Thurman in the S10 dial 694. Ship in control on this one. Ship will pick up the win light. 043 down on the dial in with a 4. Gets the win light as Thurman misses it and under by 300ths. Win light comes on for Josh Ship. That'll bring one of the Romaniac Racing Team supercharged entries up next. The 69 Camaro right side dialing in 505. Good the big head start to Seth Albin. Albin out of Sebring, Florida, in the Mustang hatch left side. 649 the dial in. Seth turns it 3,000 red in the Mustang, so the Camaro will get the win light. 507 on the 505 as Albin legs it out to go dead on the dial-in with a 1 after being 003 red. Once again, I've called box store cars. Box store cars to the lanes, please. Box store cars. Box store cars to the lanes, please. Remember, I will call doubles separately. We will call dragsters, and then we will call the doubles. So, doubles, you do not need to hurry back around. We will call you after dragsters. We will call double door cars and then double dragsters after we call the dragster side. Couple not on files as of the moment. The bad to the bone Chevy 2 Nova right-hand side. 531 dial-in, 559 the dial-in for the 70 to 73 second gen Camaro left side. Separates them on this one. Advantage Nova. Win light. Going to come on for the Nova. 12. Get behind 24 to be 2 above the dial-in. Left side. 015. Take 24 and be under by 6 thou. Had 18 thou to take and instead took 24. Win light. Shines for the Nova. Henry and John Scott next. Henry in the wagon left-hand side. Down 716, 592 for Scott in the Vega. Better reaction time to Scott. Win light to Scott. 023 dead on the 592 with an 8. Puts a 31 back together. Wagon a little bit late and one above the dial-in. No good. Win light comes on for the Escape Vega. Roy Hagedorn wheeling the Mike and Danielle Mockney Mustang left-hand side. 635 dial-in, 605 the dial-in for Missy Goodman in the North Carolina-based purple Mustang right side. Separates some advantage. Hagedorn, win light. Going to come on for Roy Hagedorn, 008 and under by 3 thousandths, taking 12 of Stripe Goodman. 022 and follows him through to be 5 thou under. 2 thousandths margin of victory goes to the former national champion on the two-wheeler. Roy Hagedorn will come back for round number 2. I'll bring up a little Chevy Chevette next left-hand side. Driver not on file as of yet. 610 the dial-in. Matt Ferraro right-hand side. 607 dial-in on the S10 pickup truck. Action time on this one goes to Ferraro, and Ferraro will get the win light. 003, get behind by 9 to go under by 16 thousandths left side. Not a bad lap. 15 and under the dial-in by 37 thousandths, taking a little bit of stripe, but not enough. Right side will get the win. Here's an interesting matchup. The Ranchero pickup truck left-hand side And Dan Ferraro in the Monza right side. The Northport, Florida-based Mighty Mons dials 645, 596 for the Ranchero pickup truck. Ferraro in control on this one. Ferraro pick up the win, 007 and above the dial in by 3, left side, misses it, and breaks out by over a 1/10 and a half. Dan Ferraro gets the win. Shannon Joseph and Dan Dishon comes up next. Deshaun out of Logansport, Indiana, the 27 Ford Roadster dials 535, 533 for Joseph in the clean wing-equipped 63 Chevy 2. Separates him on this one, advantage to Sean Winlight. Who's going to shine for Dan? 019, take 29 to be above by 2. Shannon, 24 and above by 4. 29th out margin of victory goes to Deshaun. Couple of Bradenton Motorsports Parks regulars, Taylor Bouldry and Travis Logan. Bouldry wheeling the Bob Walsh Mustang right-hand side, 593 dial-in, 603 the dial-in for Travis Logan in the Camaro left side. Bouldry turns at 14 thousandths red, Logan 28 green, and legs it out to be showing 72 thou under. Bouldry is 17 thou under after the red light. Logan will bring that entry back around for round 2. Beretta versus Nova in our next matchup. Rob Teat, who actually wrote how to say his last name on the tech card. I appreciate that, considering his last name is spelled T-I-E-D-T. I never would have gotten Teat out of that one. Tennessee-based 90 model Beretta. Yeah, these used to be front-wheel drive. He converted his to rear-wheel drive and put the big tires in the back. Easy to follow that way. 582 dial-in, 577 for left lane Fred Anjay, the Canadian-based Nova right side. Anjay goes to the sky, and 3,000 separates him on reaction time advantage. Beretta Winlight. Anjay, 16 dead on the 577 with a 3 for a 19 pack. T was given a very small window, 13 green. It takes 18 to be under by 12. He had 6 thousandths to take with a 13 tree as Anjay put together a 19 package. Just did not go his way. Robert Ledbetter and Brandon Williams up next. Williams in the Turnbird left side, 694 dial-in, 594 for Ledbetter. 6,000 separate them on reaction time. Advantage left side, Winlight left side. Dead on the 694 dial-in with a 2 as Brandon Williams puts 23 total together. Ledbetter, 027 and dead on the dial-in with a 2 for 29 total. He'll go and visit crew chief Bobby Balsack and tell him to dial in better for the re-entry round. Kevin McNichol comes up next right-hand side. The Northport Florida 69 X-Stalker Firebird, 590 dial-in, 614 on the left side for the Scorpion Performance-backed Chevrolet Vega. McNichol turns it for a foul, red. Left side, 20 green. One above the dial with a 0. 30 total on the window. That'll get the win light for the Vega as McNichol. 004 red and 3 above the dial. We'll see Kevin back for the re-entry round. Our next two-wheeler versus door car matchup. The pull truck left-hand side, Nick Ferraro. Ferraro, no stranger to Bradenton Motorsports Park. The pickup truck dialing at 602-520, the dial-in for the Hayabusa of Jeremy England. England making his way down here from Ohio, and he'll give chase. Ferraro in control by 300s on the reaction time. Win light's going to come on for England as Ferraro. 607 on the 602 dial-in. Misses the dial-in, had the reaction time, but England had the dial-in 520 on the 520 on the two-wheeler at 128 miles an hour, get a win light. That'll bring up a Camaro versus Mustang matchup next. Will Ios and Darwin Garcia. Darwin double entered in the Mustang. This is his first entry, has the buy run on the second entry. Dials the 88-notch Mustang in at 588. Will get the slight head start from Slick Willie Highhouse. Behind the wheel of the family Camaro for the first time, normally a dragster driver, dials 584 left side. And Slick Willie will get a win light as Darwin turns at 20 red. If he didn't do it, Will was going to do it for him. Will 582 on the 584 as Darwin dead on the dial-in with a 0 after turning it red. Slick Willie will move that entry into round number 2. My final call for box store cars. Final call for box store cars for round number 1. Remember, I will call doubles separately. Final call for box store cars. Final call for box store cars. Round number 1. Remember, I will call doubles separately. DJ Coventry and Samuel Parrish up next. Two-wheeler versus four-wheeler. 4,000 separates an advantage. Two-wheeler win light, but it's going to come on for Coventry. 026 then on the 636 with the 4. Put together 30 total. Parrish 22, take 19. To be under by 11, only had 8 foul to take and took 19 instead. Another good matchup for round number 1. Joe Scala. Scalamander Nova right-hand side, 610 dial-in, 592 for Kenny Underwood. Skinny Kenny will get to give chase, and Joe Scala will go first. 11 foul separates some advantage. Scala win light. Gonna come on for the green Nova 009, dead on the dial-in with a 6 for 15 total. Skinny Kenny mathematically ineligible with a 20 tree. Puts it dead on the dial-in with a 2 for 22 total and comes up short to the 15 pack of Joe Scala. Probably the leader in the clubhouse for best losing package so far. By the way, best losing packages from round number 1 will get an automatic buyback / re-entry money courtesy of our friends at Easy Life Motorsports. We'll have that announcement coming up for you here in just a little bit after we complete each round of competition. J.D. Anderson and Alfredo Collin coming up next. Collin in the third-gen Camaro, about 610. 633 for J.D. Anderson in the Tesla. Better reaction time to the Camaro. Win light to the Camaro. 35, dead on the dial-in with a 5. Puts a 40 total on the window. J.D. Anderson is 41. Take 0001 to be under by a foul. That is driving the finish line about as good as you can, but was mathematically locked out by a 1,000th. Watch it on the replay on the Motor Mania stream, and it is almost identical. They crossed almost at the same time. Margin was 0-0-0-1. That's how close it was. 570 to dial in for the Vega in our next matchup. Right-hand side, Pete Miller and the Blazer dialed in. 676 left side. Advantage Miller and the Blazer on reaction time. Winline Miller, 19, take 41 to be 1 above the dial in. Right-hand side is 3 off the dial in. No good. Pete Miller will get the win. Scott Sanders and Manuel Soler coming up next. The La Troopa Mustang, dialed 649, 723 for Scott Sanders in the wheel-standing Nova Stalker. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I will take Dragsters. Dragsters to the tower side staging lanes, please. Dragsters. Dragsters, I will take you to tower side staging lanes, please. Dragsters. Dragsters, I will take you to tower side staging lanes, please. Advantage Solar, win light Solar, 21, take enough to be above by 5. Sanders slows to a 10th off the dial-in. Once again, Dragsters and door cars, I will call doubles separately. So doubles, you do not need to hurry back around. I will call doubles separately. We have called door cars, now Dragsters. Dragsters, I will take you now, please, and then we will call doubles. Red light, left-hand side for Andy Miller, so Tony Johnson will get the win in the Monte Carlo. He's 024 green, legs it out to be 400. It's under the dial-in. Ladies and gentlemen, I was waiting for this text. Thankfully, Matt Milano was preemptive to do so. The T-shirt trailer is open. If you would like to grab yourself a 10th anniversary collectible New Year National merchandise, it is available. The T-shirt trailer on the west side of the racetrack. Make sure you go over and visit them so you can get the color and size you want. Thanks to our friends at Goolsby Racing Enterprises and Treasure Coast Embroidery. Go over and grab yourself some New Year National merchandise. Jesus Alberto and John Siegel, wheelie wagon coming back around right-hand side. Dials 558, 676 left side for Jesus Alberto. And Siegel will get an easy win as Jesus turns it way red. Siegel 009 and under by 21 thousandths left side. Jesus over 100 red and 1 above the dial-in. Well, he left yesterday. The wheelie wagon was starting to hang the wheelie out there for a good distance. Siegel might tone it back just a tick. Mark Teskowski coming up next. The 89 Camaro out of Pennsylvania left side. 589 dial-in. 6 flat for Eric Metal. The two-wheeler. 24,000 separate him advantage. Door car, win light. Door car. 008, 1 above the dial-in with an 8. Put a 26 package together. Eric is 32 on the tree and mathematically ineligible. Mark, 008, take 001. Good stripe job, and he will get the win light and go to round number 2. Steve Collins and Steve Breakstone next. It's an all-Steve starting line. Both of them from Florida. Collins on the 27 T-Roadster, or not T-Roadster, that's a street roadster, my apologies. Left side, 541 dial-in, 586 for the two-wheeler. Steve Breakstone right side. 4,000 separate him on this one. Advantage Roadster, win light, will swing to the motorcycle. Breakstone 037 and 4 above the dial, and Collins is a 10th off in the Ford Roadster. Steve Thurman, a beautiful looking 1969 model Mustang, making its way out here out of Tennessee. We'll stage up next right side, 596 dial-in, 633 dial-in for Michael Sullivan in the 1987 S10 pick-em-up truck. Fifth out separates them on this one. Advantage Thurman. Winlight will swing to Sullivan. 14, take 8 to be dead on the dial in with a 5. Put a 19 package together. Thurman 10 and above by 17 thousandths. Comes up just a little bit short on that one, and left side with a 19 pack will get the win. Bruce Thomas and Rob Burschneider comes up next. Burschneider out of Pennsylvania, the Monte Carlo right side, 604 dial-in, 520 the dial-in for Bruce Thomas in the Pro Stock style S10 pickup truck. Pickup truck turns at 2,000 red, so Rob will get the automatic victory. He's got his foot out of the gas already, and he will coast to the victory. He was on his second entry already. Saves the wear and tear parts and pieces, and he'll come back with his second entry intact. Renee Meyerhoff out of Switzerland comes up next. Yeah, I would say the long toe, but I don't think the toe includes the ocean. 563 left-hand side for Meyerhofer. Bruce Ferrito coming up out of New York in the Beretta. Clean-looking hot rod right-hand side dials in 550. Separates him on this one. Who has the dial-in figured out? It'll go left-hand side as Renee Meyerhofer. 032, get behind to go 2 above is Bruce. 34, take 25 to be under by 3,000. Seem to take 22 or less. Winlight comes on for Renee Meyerhofer. John Beecher Jr. and Mike Moore Jr. in our next two-wheeler versus four-wheeler matchup. Beecher in the wheel-standing Vega station wagon, 614 dial-in. 550 for the two-wheeler, Mike Moore Jr., right-hand side. Separates them, and both of them are 00. Winlight wagon 008, dead on the 614 with a 6. Puts a 14 back together, taking 6 out straight. More 003 and 1 above 7. 20 total, comes up 6 thou short. And that's the new leader in the clubhouse for best losing package on the box eliminator side. Winlight, and this one's going to go right-hand side as Paige Sosa left side, a little bit late under the dial-in. Right-hand side 016 and 3 above the 578 dial-in for driver not on file. We'll move on to the next round. Another driver not on file right-hand side. I believe that is Wyatt Palmatier. At least that's the Palmatier pickup truck. I know that. 608 dial-in right side, Joseph Leonard. In the Malibu left side, Dawson 601. That is actually Maverick Palmatier. And Maverick took aim and cut a 008 tree, and he'll get the Winlight. 008 take 30 to be 1 above 8. 26 total for Maverick Palmatier. Leonard 021 had 5 now to get there, and instead is 300ths above the dial. Maverick does a good job on the flyby, and it'll go to round number 2. Dean Moore and David Lawrence coming up next. Lawrence in the pickup truck left side. 639 dial-in, 556 the dial-in for Dean Moore in the two-wheeler. Better reaction time to Lawrence. Win light to the pickup truck. 11 total. 002. Dead on the 639 with a 9 on the brakes. More. 055 and above by 5. And Lawrence almost ate his breakfast early on that one, as took a lot of stripe but was on the brake pedal to go dead on 9. Angel Lopez coming up next on the two-wheeler right-hand side. The Hayabusa dials in 560. Phil Billy Combs and his new Nova. Beautiful hot rod left-hand side out of Kentucky dials in 621. Once again, I need dragsters. Dragsters for round number 1, please. Dragsters. Dragsters for round number 1. I need you. Phil Bailey in the air until about the 200-foot mark. He's behind by 11 foul, but is going to get out of the jam anyway. 016 dead on the 621 with an 8. Puts on the 24 pack. Angel 005, take 31. To be under by 12 foul. Need to take 13 or less. Win light, Phil Bailey. Braden Davis and Bill Angel coming up next. Davis right side, 550 to the island on the two-wheeler. Gets to go first as Bill Angel. The Pro Mod style, Olds Cutlass out of North Carolina with the picnic table wing. 491, dialing left side. And Angel will turn it red, so Davis gets the win, 22 green. And under the dial-in by 7 thousandths, Angel 2 above the dial-in after turning it red. Scott Kincaid out of Tennessee in the clean-looking Malibu station wagon comes up next right-hand side, 675 dial-in, 621 the dial-in for A. Aaron Reynolds left side.
Here we go, just so you know.
Aaron has got this one well in hand. And he'll pick up the win light, 006, take enough to be above by 13 hundredths as Scott is late and 7 over the dial-in, and 267 total will not get you a win light in round number 1, just so you're aware. Our next pair, how about this? A little Ford Pinto. Don't see too many of those right side. 549 the dial-in. Mark Brewer left-hand side of the 78 Mustang 2. 2,000 separates these two. Win light coming off of the Pinto. 10 on the tree. Dead on the dial-in with an 8. Put an 18 total together. Brewer 008 and under by 6 thousandths. Took 16, needed to take 10 or less. Win light comes on right side. The Marty and Michael Carpenter Vega coming up for their second entry. Marty, the father behind the wheel here. 75 Vega station wagon, 603 dial-in, 580 dial-in for Randy Yoakley. We already saw the female Yoakley coming up in the first entry. Now the 69 Camaro coming back around for the second entry. 580 dial-in. Carpenter with 300s in his pocket on the better reaction time, left side, win light. Comes on for Carpenter, 30, take 30 to be under by 9 thousandths. Yoakley under by 9 thousandths right behind him. Follows him through to be 9 thou under as well. All he had to do was look at the brake pedal, and that would have been a win light. Once again, my double enter box door cars. Please stay in the pits. We will call you separately. Once again, double enter box door cars. Please stay in the pits. We will call you separately. We will call you after our first session of Dragsters as we move into the Dragsters. David Brown and Lauren Sandry. Sandry right side, 493, dialing 513 for David Brown left side. Neither one of them have a great reaction time, but David is in control, and David with the win. 2 above the 513 dial, and Lauren 5 above her 493 dial in. Sean Corman and Art Reed, our next pair of dragsters. Corman left side out of Kentucky, dials in 472, 489 for Reed in the Indiana-based M&M chassis dragster right side. Separates them on this one. Advantage left side, win light left side. 18, take 6. To be dead on the dial with a 7, 25 total for Corman Reed. 20 and 1 above 1. To come up 65 thou, 10 thou short, Corman gets the win. We mentioned left lane Fred Anjay. This is Frank Anjay. The Canadian right-hand side, 471 dialing for the Diamond chassis, Rick Needham Jr. The E&E Trucking and D2 Racing Ohio-based dragster, 479 dialing for the copper-colored dragster left side. Thou red for Needham, 10 green for Anjay, and under by 17. Thou gets the win. Needham legs it out to go dead on the 479 with a 9, but turn loose of the switch. 2 thou too soon. Can visit the reentry window. Once again, if you do not get a win light in round number 1, you can visit the racer pit gate. That's the gate you came through when you entered the property, and pick up a reentry round. We will do a reentry round between rounds 1 and 2, so go and visit the pit gate to pick up a reentry round ticket to try and get back in the action for $10,000 to win here. Blake Holmes and Tim Butler next. Butler in the 2012 American Chassis Dragster left side, $496, $462 for Blake Holmes in the Tennessee-based American Chassis right side. $15,000 separates him. Advantage Butler, win light. Gonna come on for Tim Butler, 12, dead on the 496 with a 719 total. Blake, mathematically ineligible with a 27 tree, takes 8 thou, but breaks out by 16 thou. Had no room to operate. Win light, Tim Butler. Ron Logan and Scott Douglas next. Douglas left side, dial 476, 470 for Ron Logan. red for Logan, fourth out, green for Douglas, and dead on the 476 with a 5. Douglas, nasty, puts together 9 total, and Logan legs it out to be 5 above. His goose was most likely cooked despite the red light as Douglas lays down 9-pack. Aaron Williams and Chris Roby next. Roby left side of the undercover chassis, 510 dialing. 489 for Aaron Williams in the Tampa, Florida-based Race Tech chassis. Red light for Williams. Roby will get the win, 037 green and 1 above the 510 dial-in. As right-hand side was a little early. Michael Combs comes up next, right-hand side, 475 dial-in, 485 for Michael Carpenter, left side in the Nanner. Carpenter in control. Carpenter with the win, double 04, dead on the dial-in with a 9, puts together 13 total. Combs dead on the dial-in with a 6, with 32 on the tree, leaves him 25,000 short. Carpenter, 13-pack, will get the win light and moves on to round number 2 in both the wagon and his dragster. Paul Skinger and Jeremy Wilson next. Wilson right side, dials in 463 for Skinger in the New York-based dragster left side. Advantage Skinger, win light Skinger, 18, dead 1, puts 19 total on the window, taking 4th out. Stripe Wilson, 32 and under by 9 thou. Win light, Paul Skinger. Colton Aragon coming up next, right-hand side. The Shorty Race Tech chassis, 474 dial-in, 565 the dial-in for Stanley Albritton Jr. Stanley, who pretty much will drive anything with a wheel, and does quite well with a lot of them, will get to go first. So Stanley rolls through the beams. And Carlton will get the automatic win, 475 on the 474. Actually, that is Stanley Albritton III. I thought it was Stanley Albritton Jr. as the one I'm usually used to seeing out here, but that is actually his son. And unfortunately, it looks like the trans brake did not hold. David Schluto coming up next, the two-time national champ, dials 483. 465 for Randy Phillips in the Just Fast Enough Tennessee-based dragster left side. Better reaction time to David. Win light Schluto, 30, take 2 to be 2 above the dial, and Phillips, 39 and above the dial in by 19 thousandths. Just did not get there. 29, 10 thou of stripe. David will move on. Frank Bellinger and Jeremy West next. Bellinger left side's going to get the win as West turns it red. Bellinger 35 green and legs it out to be 3 above the dial-in. Jeremy 1 above the dial-in, but let go way early. Either put the dial-in in wrong or got twitchy with the trans brake switch. Win light goes left side. Gerald Hamlick, a regular here at Bradenton, the New York to Florida transplant, 482 dial-in. Michelle Van Sika calls in 451, and the Romaniac racing team supercharged dragster left side. And Michelle turns it red. Gerald get the win, 018 green. And lays it out to be dead on the 482 with a 0. He had it dialed in correctly, 18 total for Gerald Hamlick. Michelle, red and 3 above the dial-in. She can visit the pit gate for the re-entry window. Ricky Whiting and Tibby Larson. Larson dials 502 left side, 480 for Ricky Whiting right-hand side. Whiting with the better reaction time, and Whiting with the win on the double breakout, under by 12 thousandths left side. Larson under by 24 thousandths. 12 thou margin of victory on the double breakout swings Whiting's way. Mike Harbaugh and Jason Preston coming up next as a couple of our Northerners racing each other here in warmer climates. Harbaugh, a beautiful dragster left-hand side out of Maryland. The Miller chassis dials 466, 482 for the S&W chassis. Also a very nicely painted and put together dragster for Preston out of Michigan. Better reaction time to Preston, but takes too much and breaks out. 24, takes 64 to be under by 18 thousandths. Harbaugh, 27 and stops to be 4 above the dial-in at 127 miles an hour. That'll get the win. Chad McClellan coming up next, the American chassis right-hand side. 470 an island, J.B. Schuster Coming up left-hand side, the Dragster left-hand side is a two-time winner here at the New Year Nationals. Once with Mike Matty Jr. and once with Tyler Bohannon behind the wheel. 460 to Island for Schuster. Schuster's got a good shot here as he's got the better reaction time by nearly 400ths. Winlight Schuster, 009, take 007 to be above by 4 as Chad misses it, puts it dead on the dial with an 8 and comes up 77, 10,000 short. JP Schuster will move that entry on. I believe left-hand side is Tyler Bohannon. At least that's the car I normally see him driving. 3,000 separates him and Walter Brown. Winlight comes on for Tebow. 10 get behind 49 to be above by 3 on the anchor drop. Brown 007 takes all of the drop and breaks out by 9 foul. Take 49 and need to take 40 or less. And if that was Tyler behind the wheel, he helped him immensely on the drop. Just did not like the way it looked and said goodbye. Winlight shines left side. Brian Miller comes up next left-hand side. The Flamin' Dragster now 487, 506 for the other Flamin' Dragster on driver not on file right side. Foul red light left-hand side, so right side will get the win 0-11 and under by 12 foul. Once again, we will call the doubles separately for door cars and dragsters. We do have some people that just automatically come back around and some will mix in with the dragsters. I believe left-hand side is out of the Romaniac Racing team, but I'm not sure. Driver information is not on file, but the supercharged pickup truck dialing in 460. It's a stout door car, probably the quickest one on the property. Brooks McMath will come up right-hand side. The Virginia-based Racetech chassis dragster, 436 the dial in for Brooks. Left side in full control on reaction time. Winlight pickup truck just threw a 9-pack on the window. 002 dead on the 460 with a 7. Gets the Winlight. Brooks late and above by 3. Left side take 82 thousandths of stripe to be dead on 7. It worked though. Our next pair of dragsters, right side not on file. The green and red dragster down in 511, 492 for Randy Banger in the recently revamped dragster left-hand side. Randy will give chase, right side goes first. Randy Banger in full control on this one. Winlight Randy, 019 and above the dial by 5. Right side late and 2/10 above the dial in. Andrew Kaiser coming up next left-hand side. Supercharged Dragster right-hand side. Kaiser on front. Supercharged Dragster giving chase. Right side will get the win 0-15. And 2 above the 423 dial. And Kaiser a little bit late. Dead on the dialer with an 8. Comes up 10. Foul short. Driver not on file gets the win. Couple of dragsters we're used to seeing here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. Haley Hawkins and Brett Sloat. Sloat right-hand side in the red and black dragster. A Parish floor to the Mullis chassis dial 455. 448 for Haley Hawkins. In the colorful Race Tech chassis had a Cocoa floor to left side. So Sloat will get to go first by 0.07 of a second. This one is nasty. Double O's on both sides. Win like Sloat. 007 and 6 above the dial as Hawkins slows drastically. Must have had something happen as both of them were 00 on the tree. 005 for Hawkins, 007 for Sloat, and Hawkins slows to a 473 on the 448 dial. And watching it on the replay here, as it looks like the dragster was slow the whole way down. I didn't see it fall off at any particular point, but she only went 137 miles an hour, so something obviously not right on that run. Hopefully Hawkins can get it fixed, and Sloat will come back for round number 2. Justin Harrington coming up next, right-hand side, the Indiana-based Racecraft chassis, 501 dialing, 470 for not on file, left side. We did have a lot of drivers that came out this morning / last night, so we have not gotten their tech cards entered yet. Our apologies on that. We will get that up after, most likely round number 1. We will have all the blanks filled in. Law can only do so much, although she does more than most single people in the tower do. Harrington with the better reaction time right side. Harrington pick up the win, 007, dead on the dialer with an 8, 115 back together, cuts left side's reaction time in half. Left side mathematically ineligible, under by 28 thousandths, and still does not have a chance. Attention in the bits, I will take box, door car, double entries. Box, door car, double entries to the lanes, please. Box, double door cars. Box, double door cars to the lanes, please. Box, double door cars. Box, double door cars back for round 1, please. Fred Vanaco out of Port Charlotte coming up next left side. 478 dialing on the Worthy chassis. Glenn Crane out of Lake Worth in the Miller chassis right side dials 448. 0.3 of a second. Left side gets to go first. Better reaction time goes to Crane. Win light to Crane. Vanaco just flat out misses it, puts it dead on the dial-in, but had no chance. Crane 27 and 1 above his 448 dial-in gets the win light. Wade Stewart and Allison Holdaway coming up next. Holdaway, right-hand side. The dragster dials in 516. 562 for Wayne Stewart in the T-Bucket Roadster. Yep, they're still out there. The buggy gets to go first. Stewart in control on this one. But the win will go to Allison Holdaway, 55 on the tree and 1 above as Stewart slows to 8 off the dial after being 006 on the tree. Comes up 23 thou short at the finish line. Katie Sloat, and I believe right-hand side. No, actually, I take that back. It looks like somebody else's car new, so do not have any driver information on right side. $471, $446 for Katie Sloat. The Cupcakes and More by Katie back Dragster. Corey Ream in the Notorious Dragster from Pennsylvania, $471 dial-in. With the better reaction time, and Sloan will get the win. She'll join her dad in round number 2, 007, 1 above the 446 dial and 17 total. Right side, 28 dead, 1 to come up 12 thou short for Corey Ream. Win light, Katie Sloat. She'll join Beth Sloat in round number 2. Once again, box, door car, double entries. Box, door car, double entries for round 1 on each and now, please. Box, door car, double entries. Box, door car, double entries on each and now, please. James Bunner Jr. and Craig Sarah next. Junior Bunner left side, the undercover chassis for up 502 dial-in, 461 for Craig Sarah in the worthy chassis right side. Sarah with the better reaction time. Sarah with the win, 027, take 40 to be 1 above the 461 dial-in. Bunner a little bit late and above the dial-in by 2. Win light comes on for Craig Sarah. That'll bring up Todd Osting next. Osting out of Odessa, Florida, 479 dial-in for the Osting family dragster right side against Trey Bunner. James Bunner III left side in the Lakeland, Florida-based Mullis chassis, 41 dial-in for him. $5,000 separates him here. Advantage Osting. Win light. Osting. 006 dead on the 479 with a 410 total. Bunner 11 and 1 above 0. 21 total comes up 11 thou short as Osting puts a 10 back on the window and goes to round number 2. James Kavanaugh comes up next left-hand side, 465 dial-in, 447 dial-in right-hand side. For driver not on file, I believe this might be one of the Anjay rides out of Canada. $1,000 separates him on reaction time. Win light Anjay, 028, dead on the 447 with a 6, 34 total. Kavanaugh 029 and throws the anchor to be 3 above the dial-in. Once again, I need box double door cars. Box double door cars to the lanes, please. Box double door cars. Box double inner door cars in each to the lanes, please. Box double door cars. Box double door cars in each now. Alan Glatt, Mallory Logan. Logan right side in the Virginia-based Dragster, 453, 442 for Glatt's supercharged Dragster out of Maryland left side. Better action time to Logan. Win light comes on for Logan, 10, take 20 to be one above 8 for 28 total. That locks out Alan Glatt's 032 reaction time. That'll bring up Miss Danielle Mockney next. Mockney jumping behind the wheel of the Dragster. I believe last year was the first time she got behind the wheel, and she is taking a liking to it, has already made several finals, and the former door car driver now behind the wheel of the Dragster dials in 481 left side. Dean Moore, 560 dial in right-hand side on the two-wheeler. Actually, this could be Roy Hagedorn left-hand side. I believe Roy was double-entered in the Mockney Mustang, might be doubling up on the Dragster too. I'm not sure. We'll have to verify that. Right side turns it red. 014 green. And one above with an 8 on the Dragster side as Dean Moore red lights away his chances in the motor scooter. Mark Seigan and Michael Scott coming up next. The right trailer's entry left side. The Miller chassis dials 462. 462 also for Mark Seigan on the right side of the racetrack. Red light for Seigan, win light for Scott. 013 green, dead on the dial with a 6, puts a 19 pack together. Seigan takes his foot out of it and goes 15 hundredths above the dial-in. Eric Rawlings coming up next, left-hand side. The Race Tech chassis. The shorty dials 455, 453, right side for driver not on file. Reaction time is not available here, so both 10 on the tree, win light. Rawlings, 10, 3 above the dial-in. Right side, 10, 3 above the dial-in. 25, 10 foul, margin of victory will shine for Eric Rawlings. Once again, box double inner door cars. Box double inner door cars. I need you now, please. Box double inner door cars. Box double inner door cars. I need you now, please. It looks like most of you are here. Attention in the bits, attention in the bit side. We'll take double inner dragsters to the lanes, please. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters. I will take you now, please. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters. I will take you now, please. Reaction time goes right-hand side. Driving on 5 with the win. 003 dead on 6. Puts 9 total on the window left side. 013 and mathematically ineligible. Cameron Hawkins and Tony Morris next. We saw Haley Hawkins just a little while ago. Now sister Cameron. Left-hand side of the racetrack. 468 dial-in for her dragster. 448 for Tony Morris. The DMC carburetor and JW performance backed ride. He does 448 right-hand side. Time goes to Hawkins. The win light's going to shine for Hawkins. 018, take 8. To be above by 3, Tony. A little bit late and 2 above the dial-in. Comes up 81, 10 thou short. Win light shines for Cameron Hawkins. So Cameron gets that entry through. That'll bring up our last single enter dragster for the first side, and then our first double enter door car. Joe Collins in the dragster out of Bradenton, 460 dial in left side. Robert Ledbetter led in the 69 Pontiac powered Firebird, dials in 594. I have been told that Led went back and consulted with his crew chief by making the necessary changes here for the double entry. Hopefully got everything squared away. We'll find out whether everything works or not. He gets to go first. 6 thou separates him on reaction time advantage. Dragster, win light. Gonna come on for Robert Ledbetter. 015, dead on the 594 with a 4. Puts a 19 pack together. Bobby Balsack, his crew chief, put together the winning package, and Robert Ledbetter will take that entry to round number 2. Collins, 009 and under by 25 thousandths, will not get the win light. Angel and Shannon Joseph next. Joseph right side in the Nova dials 536, 544 for Bill Angel in the Chevelle. Separates him advantage. Joseph, Winlight Joseph, trip, zip, perfect. 6 above the dial-in on the Nova. Bill Angel, dead on the dial-in with a 4, and obviously late on the tree. And Shannon, trip, zip, take 4 foul to be 6 above the dial-in. Almost gave that one back. I've heard of cutting it close, but had 70 to take and takes 4. Couple drivers not on file. Left-hand side, 590 dial-in. Right-hand side, Dan Langtot. Langtot in the Nova. 11 dot better on the tree. And will not get the win light as he drops to be 3 above the dial-in left side, 022. Dead on the dial-in with a 2 for 24 total. Langtot comes up 17 thou shy and will tot his way to the racer gate to re-enter. Garrett Browning and Missy Goodman next. Goodman on her second entry right side. The North Carolina-based Mustang dialing in 604. 603 for Garrett Browning. And Browning turns it red, so Missy will get the automatic win on this one. 048 green and legs it out to be one above the dial, and Browning will probably get his ticket on that one and be a little upset as he had some room to get there. Once again, my final call for door cars. Final call for door cars. I need you now, please. Final call for door cars. Final call for door cars. I need you now, please. Final call, box store cars, round number 1. Final call, box store cars, round number 1. Also, final call for double entered dragsters. Double entered dragsters. I need you now, please. Double entered dragsters. Double entered dragsters. I will take you now, please. Matt Daddis comes up next right-hand side on his second entry, 594 dialing. Jason Alvarez in the S10 dial 614. Alvarez in control left side on this one. Win light comes on for Alvarez, 002, take 30 to be under by 9 thousandths. Daddis follows him through to be 9 thou under as well. Win light comes on for Jason Alvarez. So Daddis will visit the pit gate on tower side of the racetrack and purchase the re-entry. Once again, if you did not get a win light in round number 1, you can get back into the re-entry round, or you can purchase your way into the re-entry round, go to the pit gate, and you can pick up a re-entry there. Nick Ferraro in control in this all S10 matchup. Left side win light. Ferraro 005 and 5 above. Right side misses it. Puts it 6 thou under and still does not get there first. Nick Ferraro with the win. Alfredo Colon comes up next right-hand side, 610 dialing on the Camaro. Beautiful 55 Bel Air station wagon of Ryan Henry out of Pennsylvania, left side, 717 the dial. It is plumb nasty. 3 thou separates them, both of them. 00 on the tree, win light. Comes on for Alfredo, 001, 1 above 0. 11 total. Henry 004 and 1 above, 2 above 8. 32 total. Comes up short by 21 thousandths of a second. Once again, double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters. I will take you now, please. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters. I will take you now, please. That'll bring up Maverick Palmatier right-hand side. 598 dialing. 604 the dialing for the Malibu left side.
What's her name? Go about it with
14 thou separates them, and one of them is 14. Winlight Maverick puts a 3-pack on the window. Trip, zip, perfect. 598 with a 3 on the 598 dialing for Maverick Palmatier. Left side is 014 on the tree and wasting fuel. Winlight Maverick Palmatier. Then I'll bring up Mike Crook and Manuel Solar. The DJ Coventry Camaro. The white trash Camaro coming up left-hand side, 638 dialing, 650 dialing for Manuel Solar in the La Trupa Mustang. Fourth thou separates him. Advantage Solar, win light. Going to shine for Manuel Solar, 013, dead on the dial with a 0. How about this one? 650 with a 0 and a 650 with an 013 tree. Crook, 017, dead on the 638 with a 0. 13 pack right side, 17 pack left hand side. Crook now in the lead for best losing package. A 17 total gets you an L. Skinny Kenny Underwood and Frank Anjay. Anjay right side. Skinny Kenny left side, win light. It's going to come on for Anjay's ride. 004 and under by 6 thousandths. Left hand side, Kenny Underwood 015. Get behind 5 thou and still under by 12 thou. Win light goes to the Anjay ride. Actually, I believe that might have been Dank Langtot. I believe that might have been Dan Langtot. I'm not sure. Little Chevy Chevette comes up next for the second entry. 605 dialing left side. Francis Vignola coming up next right hand side in the 85 Camaro. 625 dialing. 6 thou separate them on this one. Advantage Camaro, win light. Comes on for the Chevette. 2 thou under left side, 12 thou under right side. On the double breakout, the least offensive gets the win light, so win light comes on left side. John Beecher Jr. coming up in his second entry in the Vega station wagon. 615 dialing. 647 the dialing for the Chevy S10 pickup truck on the right-hand side. Gets to go first right side. My final call for box round number 1. Final call for box round number 1. If you are not here, you're about to be late. Final call box round number 1. Beecher with the better reaction time. Vega with the win. 007 dead on the 615 with a 2. Put a 9 back on the window right-hand side. 039 and under by 28 thousandths. No good. John Beecher Jr. will take that entry on. Jesus Alberto coming up in his second entry in the S10 pickup truck left side. 677 dialing. 489 the dialing for the Dragster right side. Better action down to the Dragster. Win light to the Dragster. 18, one above the 489 with a 1. Put a 29 total together. Jesus misses it. Puts it one above 6. Next pair of Dragsters on the starting line as we get into the Dragster doubles. 476 dialing right side. Sean Corman left side dials 472. Once again, my apologies as some of these double entries, actually a lot of them, have no information on the tech card. So as drivers move through eliminations, we will find out more information on them and relay it to you. 14 thou separates the mirror. Advantage left side, win light. We're going to come on right-hand side. 17 dead 7 for 24 total. Corman 003, take 32. To be under by 11, needed to take 21 or less. Win light comes on right-hand side.
193 for dragsters, or with door carts added together?
One line on that one coming up for Robbie Troop, right-hand side, 036 on the tree, dead on the dial in 7. Left-hand side, Skinger, 039, dead on the 463 with an 8. 4th out margin of victory going to Robbie Troop. Good drag race. That'll bring Frank Anjay up next. The Diamond Chassis right-hand side for the Canadian, 470 the dial and 494 for Tim Butler. And the American Chassis that he won being the iCherry World Champion. Left-hand side of the racetrack. Separates him on this one. Advantage Butler. Win light. Gonna come on for Anjay. Anjay 30 dead on the dial-in with a 4. Put a 34 back together. Left side Butler 20 and 2 above the dial-in with a 4 to come up 100 short. Win light. Frank Anjay. Once again, my absolute last and final call for round number 1 of Box Eliminator. We are down to about 3 pairs left. Last and final call for Box Eliminator round number 1. We are down to our last 4 or 5 pairs of dragsters. So once again, my final call for door carts or dragsters round number 1. On the tree, who's got the island figured out. Right-hand side's going to get it. 461 on the 460 left side. Take 22 and break out by 7 for Katie Sloat. Need to take 15 or less as both of them had the same reaction time. Win light comes on right-hand side. Scott Douglas and Justin Harrington next. Harrington right side. The Racecraft chassis. 501 down for the Racecraft chassis. 476 for Scott Douglas. The white dragster with red accents making the trip from New Hampshire. He'll give chase. Justin Harrington gets to go first right side. Time to Justin Harrington right side, and Harrington gets the win. 013, one above the 501 dial with a 1. 24 total. Douglas a little bit behind on the reaction time, breaks out by 6 thousandths and still doesn't get there first. Justin Harrington gets the win. Next pair on the racetrack, Cameron Hawkins on the second entry left side. Cameron dialing in 471, 470 for Chad McLevin, right-hand side. Chad turns it red by a foul, so Cameron will move both their entries to round number 2. Under by a foul on the scoreboard. Chad 001 red and under by 44 thousandths. Cameron Hawkins will move both entries into round number 2. Another round, Tyler Bohannon, I believe this is the JP Schuster ride. I'm not sure who is driving the second entry. I know JP was driving the first one. 455 dial in left side first, 79 dial in right hand side. Time goes left side to Schuster's ride, red light. Schuster, 0-15, dead on the 455 and the 9, put his 24 back together, right hand side, late and one above the dial and no good. Schuster gets the win by 37, foul. All right, attention in the pits. I will take junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 for round 1 to lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2, please. Juniors, age group 6 to 9 to age group 6 to 9 age group to lanes 1 and 2 for round 1. Time goes left side to Tyler Bohannon's ride. Win light left side. 007, one above 5. 22 total. Patrick McMath right side is 40 on the tree and one above to come up 29,000 short. Win light. Come on for the Tyler Bohannon ride. Michael Scott and Joe Peters next. Peterson, the supercharged entry right side. 428 dial in. Michael Scott, the right trailer's entry left side. 462 dial. Turns at 7th thou red. Michael Scott 028 green and 15th thou under will get him the win light. Peters turns it red, legs it out to be 45 thousandths under the dial in. Brett Slope coming back around on his second entry right hand side. 457 dial in, 456 dial in on the left hand side for driver not on file. Christmas tree win light will shine right-hand side for Brett Sloan on the double breakout 11. Get behind 2 to be under 7 thousandths left side. Takes 2, breaks out 2 thousandths more. Win light shines right-hand side. Troy Williams Jr. coming up in the FTI Performance and FTI Onsite Special. No time runs and throw a dial in on it. 461 left side, 477 dial in right side. Might actually be Brandon Williams, not sure, but this is the Troy Williams Jr. ride. Turns at 6 dial red, right-hand side 14 green, and 3 above the dial-in. Left-hand side legs it out to go 457 on the 461. Corey Ream and Trey Bunner. Our next pair, Bunner left side, 481 dial-in, 471 for Corey Ream, right-hand side. Once again, junior dragsters on the age group 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2, please. Juniors, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2, please. I need age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior dragsters, age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4, please. 16 down separates them on reaction time advantage. Bunner win light will come on for Corey Ream, 19.8 above, as Trey Bunner has problems and is 1300ths above the dial-in. Once again, I have called junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4. And juniors, age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6. Win light on that one going to Craig Sarah. Trip, zip, perfect. We'll get the win light. As we're getting down to our final dragster entries. Next pair of dragsters on the starting line, 478 dial in left side, 465 dial in right side. Win light going left side after getting around the 006 to 024 hole shot. Then I'll bring up our next pair. Tony Morris, right-hand side, 450 dial-in, 453 dial-in for left side for driver not on file. Once again, I've called all 3 junior dragster classes. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4. Age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6, please. All 3 junior age groups. 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2. 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4. And age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6. Better reaction time left side. Win light left side, 003, 2 above the dial-in with a 4. 27 total, walks out. Tony Morris says 031 reaction time. Joe Hamlet coming up next on the right-hand side, 482 dialing, 457 for the shorty dragster left side. Better action time goes left side by 7 thousandths. Wind light will shine for Gerald Hamlin. 0.23 dead on the 482 with an 8.31 total left side. 0.16 take 21. To be under by 6, needed to take 15 thou or less. Wind light shines right side. Todd Osting right side, 478 dialing, 448 for driver not on file left side. Osting turns at 6 thou red, left side 27 green. Works it out to be dead on 5, 32 total. Osting under by 8 thou after turning on the red light. That'll bring on your legal buy run. This is Darwin Garcia. Darwin, who had the best reaction time from the time run yesterday, sitting on the wait-and-see buy for round number 1, and will take it here. And officially put a cap on round number 1 of box door cars and dragsters. So Garcia will get an easy shot at that 588 dial, and then he ran dead on with a 0 on his other entry, but turned it 4 thou red. So we'll see if he covered up the 4 thou red light and how he does right here. He covered it. And the car picks up 3 thousandths. 587 with a 7 on the buy run for Darwin. He will take that entry to round 2 and visit the re-entry window at the pit gate to get into the re-entry round on his second one. So that'll wrap up the box side of things. Junior dragsters getting set in the lanes now. Once again, juniors, I have called all 3 age groups. Age group 6 to 9, the lanes 1 and 2.
For nearly 2 decades, our customers have told us time and again, the most important thing when shopping for a new trailer is quality. That's why we take it upon ourselves to visit our manufacturing facilities regularly To find out about new innovations, provide direct customer feedback, and of course, check quality. It's not something that we have to do. We do it because our customers have asked for it, and frankly, it's the right trailer's way.
Weldon, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
So Junior Dragsters coming up next. Our wait and see buy-run will be car number 627X. I believe that's a Tyler Wyatt. So we're on hold here for just a few minutes.
I think that's worth it.
The lane's full of juniors as we getting the juniors here is again today the first 33 will have the aging out ceremony. There's a lot of juniors come to the New Year Nationals as this is the last event that they are eligible for before they either make the move into the big cars or they decide they want to have a savings account and actually do something else.
It really is worth it.
right, so the 6 to 9-year-old juniors getting started here. 1190 islands on both sides of the racetrack. Trey Collins left-hand side, no driver information on right-hand side. Wind light's going to go left-hand side. 12:18 on the 1190 right-hand side. Breaks it out by a little bit. So wind light goes to Trey Collins. Burnley Holdaway coming up next right-hand side, 1190 dial-in. Joanna Tillman coming up left-hand side, 12:04 the dial-in. Nearly identical on the Christmas tree for Bruna and Joanna. Wind light's going to come on for Tillman. 12:06 on the 12:04. Holdaway under the dial-in by just a little bit on the right-hand side. Attention in the staging lanes. Attention in the staging lanes. I need golf carts moved out of lane number 1, please. Golf carts, I need moved out of lane number 1. We have cars still coming up. Golf carts, I need you moved out of lane number 1. That is not a parking location. Golf carts need to be moved out of lane number 1. Landon Siegel coming up next left-hand side. Siegel dialing in 12:06. Michaela Maru coming up right side of the Mike Boss chassis. 1190 dial-in for Michaela. Better reaction time goes to Siegel. And Siegel will get the win light 005 and above the dial-in by 5 as Michaela about 26 hundredths above the 1190 dial-in. Landon Siegel gets the win. Ian Nunez and Carter DeWeese. DeWeese with the better reaction time. DeWeese with the lead left-hand side, 12:20 on the 12:15. Ian goes 12:78 on the 12:72, a little bit more off the dial-in, and DeWeese has a slightly better reaction time. Win light comes on for Carter. Olivia Butler and Cash. Sam coming up next. Sam dialed 1190 right side. Butler dials 1190 left side. Butler will get the win on Cash's red light. 12:05 on the 1190. Right-hand side goes 12:22 on the 1190. All right, Junior Dragster parents, listen up, please. Junior Dragster parents, listen up, please. We have a bunch of cars here. We need all golf carts out of the staging lanes. I've already made the announcement once. We need all 6 lanes available. Do not park your golf carts in a lane. If it is, we will move it for you. Staging officials have tried. RT promotion staff has tried. We need all golf carts moved from the staging lanes. If you do not move them, we will move them for you. Please make sure you do not park your golf carts in any staging lanes while you are here. Doesn't matter what round it is, as we need all 6 lanes because that is where we run everybody out of. Please do not park your golf carts in the lanes. Thank you. Logan Anjay, left-hand side, will get the win light on this one as right side turns it red. 886 on the 890. As we make the move to the age group 10 to 12 on juniors, Carson Wead coming up right-hand side. This is actually Carson, not the Carson from last night. That was, who was it, Jordan Denny, I believe, the winner? Yeah, they both have car number 116X. That's why it was coming up that way. Carson dials in 905 right side. Katie McLean left hand side dials in 895. McLean turns it red, so Carson will get the win. 028 green and under the dial in by 400ths. Win light goes Carson right side. Ben Short and Peyton Duffett. Duffett right-hand side, Short left-hand side, just 5 thou. Separates a couple of great reaction times. Win light, Duffett 013, one above the dial in with a 2. Puts a 25 back together. Short double 08, take 18 to be a thou under. Oh, need to take 17 or less. Good drag race right there. Mila Figueroa coming up next out of Puerto Rico in the Mike Boss chassis left side, 890 dial in, 896 the dial in right side for Lucas Ramsey in the Michigan-based half scale. Better action time to Lucas. And the win light will shine on Lucas's side. 901 on the 896. Neela closer to the dial, and Lucas better on the reaction time. 37 thousandths margin of victory. Going to the Team 1 Dragster. Mateo Slower coming up next in the white with orange stripe junior dragster left side. 890 dial in. Everly Siegel, second of the Siegel family operation in juniors. Yeah, they have some influence based on the mom and pop also being racers, so not a surprise to see the Siegel children racing juniors. Everly also dials 890. Winlight comes on for Solar, better reaction time, and 3 above the dial, and Everly is above by 1/10 of a second. Winlight goes to Solar. Michael Groves Jr. and Jaden England coming up next. England in the pink dragster right side out of Ohio. The Spitzer chassis dialed 890. Michael Groves Jr. out of Maryland on the Mike Boss chassis left side, 890 dial in as well. Better reaction time to Groves left side by a couple hundredths. Win light. is going to come on the opposite side as England gets around the hole shot. 892 on the 890, 200s above. Groves is 700s above the 890 dial-in. Win by 27 thousandths of a second goes to England. All right, so we have a little bit of mist going on the starting line, so we're shutting them down for safety.
skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna be myself, I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna be myself, I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. Try not to hold me down, feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars, I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Try not to hold me down, feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars, I wanna take a trip to Mars. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me.
All right, racers, while we wait out this slight weather delay, I'm going to let you know that we are working hard upstairs, and by we, I mean Law and Christy, not me. I'm just the guy that holds the mic. We do have best losing packages for round number 1. No box. An 11-pack did not get a win light for car number 3223. I believe that was Phil Combs Jr. So, Phil, you get, I believe, enough money to get into the re-entry round thanks to our friends at Easy Life Motorsports. You can come to the top floor of the tower and pick that up. Again, if you did not get a win light in round number 1, you will visit the pit gate that you came in to the facility, and that is where re-entries can be purchased, not at racer registration. I was misinformed earlier this morning. So the correct information is tech cards are turned into racer registration, and payout also will happen at racer registration. So that is where you would need to go. If you have not turned in your tech card, Law would really appreciate it if you did, as we have had several people go down that are not on file, and we've had some tech cards trickling upstairs, but there is still a large number of them, and we would like to get them all taken care of. So if you have not turned your tech card in yet, please do so to racer registration. Again, it is located tower side of the racetrack, about halfway between the tower and the fuel station next to lane number 1. So once again, on my no box side, best losing package of round number 1 was 11 total for car number 3223. I believe that is Phil Combs Jr. You can come pick up your Easy Life Motorsports Best Losing Package Award on top floor of the tower. And Christy is working on Best Losing Package on the box side of things. I don't believe it was 11 total, but I believe it was sub 20. All right, drivers, load back up, please. Juniors, load back up, please. We are all clear. Went and check the racetrack. The drizzle has stopped. We're ready to get things back underway. Juniors, load back up, please. Austin Harold and Briella Browning. 2,000 separates the two of them as they head towards the finish line advantage. Harold, win light. Going to come on for Briella Browning. 899 on the 896 above by 3. Harold slows to 7 off the dial in. Next pair, Grayson Edelman and Ryder Horst. Horst right side dialed 897, 890 for Grayson Edelman left side. Grayson Edelman, 005 and 892 on the 890. 200s above, puts together 28 total for the win. Ryder Horst, 017 on the tree, but the car slows to 1200s above. Both drivers good on the reaction time. Win light goes left side. Aubrey Garner coming up next, left-hand side. The Tennessee-based junior dragster, 895 dialing, 890 right-hand side. Kylie Mockley and Skylar Carpenter separated by 8 foul. Win light goes to Skylar, 072 and 2 above the dial-in. Mockley a little bit better on the reaction time, gets there first and breaks out by 8 foul. Had 30 to take and took 38. Good drag race there. Skylar Carpenter gets the win. Molly Banger and Colton Lindquist coming up next. Better reaction time goes to Colton, but the win light will go to Molly Banger. 890 with a 4 on the 890, matching the dial, and Colton slightly better on the tree, but 400's off the dial and 24th out margin of victory going to Molly Banger. Good race right there. Madison Butler will come up next, left-hand side. And Bryce Troop, right-hand side, a pair of Florida-based junior dragsters, 895 dial-ins on both of them. Best losing package for Box Eliminator is car number 202C, Mike Crook. 17 total, didn't get you a win light despite you trying, but you will get a complimentary re-entry covered thanks to our friends at Easy Life Motorsports. Madison and Bryce coming to play. 012 and 016 on the tree. Win light will come on for Bryce. 016, a tenth above the dial-in. Madison, 012. And unfortunately, 17 above the dial-in as both drivers either pedaling it or slowing from what they should have run, and Bryce gets the win. Derek Jones coming up next. Zoe Keller coming up right-hand side out of Ohio in the half-scale valve 890. The El Jefe Junior Dragster with the dual chutes and the wheelie bar. Dialed 9 flat left side. Jace Santiago. And Zoe will turn on the red light. So Santiago will get the win left-hand side. Looking for 9 flat and goes 903. Autumn Shipley and Mason Summers up next. Summers right-hand side in the American-themed dragster. Out of Kentucky, 890 dial-in 9 flat for the Tennessee-based Mike Boss chassis left side. Autumn gets to go first by a tenth of a second. Shipley will get the double breakout win 016 and under the dial-in by 2,000s. Mason breaks out by a little bit more. Win light goes left side. So unfortunately, it looks like we might have some drizzle again, so we're going to put them on hold momentarily here. Unfortunately, there is nothing on the radar to see, basically, so this is just one of those pop-ups. We're down here for just a minute. Once again, my best losing package is car number 3223 in no box. That is Phil Combs Jr. And best losing package in box, car number 202 Charlie. That is Mike Crook. 17 total. You can pick up your Easy Life Motorsports best losing packages. It'll get you a re-entry into the re-entry round. Compliments of Easy Life Motorsports. You can pick them up on top floor of the tower. Once again, drivers, if you do not get a win light in round number 1, you will visit the pit gate where you first came into the facility. And once you complete that tech card, it will be turned into racer registration where you turned in your regular tech card before you started racing. Or in Law's case, you hopefully turned in your tech card before you started racing. All right, back underway. Sedona Gossis coming up in the Corvette Roadster. Yeah, pretty cool to see the full body on it. Ryder Kellogg left-hand side. Better reaction time to Kellogg. And Kellogg will turn on the win light, 907 on the 906. Gossis going under by almost 4/10. Just a little bit. I want to call the beach and tell them they need their sand back. Reese Rawling and Zio Colin, I believe. Zexio Colin left side, $890. $97 dialing for Reese Rawling. I'm mixing them up. Reese Rawling. $897 dialing right side. Only 6 thou separates them on reaction time. Colin left side, Rawling right side. Wind light will shine for Colin. 9 above the dial, and Reese slows to 34 hundredths above the dial-in. Something going wrong there for the North Carolina-based Hot Rod, so they'll go back to the pits and see if they can get the fix done for the re-entry round. Ismary's Farrier coming up next, left-hand side, 890 dial-in. Mallory Stewart, the first of our 790 cars coming up right side, 803 dial-in for the West Virginia-based American chassis. Fair out in front, left side, Stewart giving chase, right side, Winlight, Stewart. 804 on the 803 is Farrier. 5 above the 890, Dial and Winlight, Stewart. Parker DeWeese and Easton Hodge. Hodge left side and DeWeese right side. Better reaction time to DeWeese and gets the better of the double breakout. DeWeese 22 and under by 23 thou. Hodge a little bit late and a little bit more under. Took 34 thou a stripe. That's a good driving job at the top end. Just did not have the numbers on his favor. Winlight goes to DeWeese. Hunter Dowling from the GRE, Tim Goolsby Racing Enterprise, right-hand side, 790 dial in, 826 to dial in for Haley Anjay out of Quebec, Canada, left side. Anjay turns it red, so Dowling will get the win right side. 785 on the 790. Anjay also into the dial in, 819 on the 826. So it looks like we have a junior at the top end that is pulled over just past the turnoff, so we are going to go down and fetch them.
Weldon, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
Eric Andre, red lighting left-hand side. So Gavin Pine, right side out of California, will get the win. 806 on the 801. I heard we had somebody come from California. I knew we saw somebody from Arizona already. So a couple of people making a long haul. Depending on where in California, that is probably a solid 24 to 2,700 miles. Better reaction time left side. Winlet's going to go right side. 055, dead on the 806 with a 2. Left side, better reaction time, but 4 above the 790 dial-in. 23 thousandths margin of victory goes right side. Sims coming up left-hand side out of South Carolina, 790 dial-in. Olivia Sukost. Bo Sims, sorry. Sukost right side out of Ohio, dot 798. I believe both of these dragsters were in the aging out ceremony. Olivia, but the better reaction time. Olivia with the win, 799 on the 798 with an 033. Tree gets the win light. Bo, a little bit behind on the reaction time and under the dial-in by 8 thou. Leah Smith and Emily Stalba next. Stalba out of New Jersey in the half scale right side, 796 dial-in, 790 the dial-in for Leah Smith out of Tennessee left side. Better reaction time to Stalba, win light to Stalba, 798 on the 796 with the better reaction time. Leah above the dial-in by 300, win light goes to Stalba. Justin Kendall coming up next left side. Mike Boss Chassis out of Ohio, 795 dial-in, 817 right-hand side for driver not on file. Right-hand side, 008 red. Kendall will get the win, goes 792 on the 795. Nick Kaysen coming up next, left side. The Michigan-based American Chassis Dragster, 790 Island. Tanner Mockney, right-hand side. From the Mockley family race team. The older of the two siblings dials in the right trailer's back dragster at 799. Mockney turning it a little bit red. Kaysen will get the win. That legs it through to go 789 with a 1 on the 790, under by 9 thousandths. Mockney under by 4 thousandths on the time run. Carson Murphy and Haley Pumphrey next. Carson, left-hand side, dials in 793, 790 for Haley. Double breakout, and the win light will come on for Haley Pumphrey. 789 on the 790, under by 9 thousandths. Murphy under by 27 thousandths. Pumphrey had the better reaction time, and Pumphrey will get the double breakout win. Evan Mulcher and Megan Kaysen coming up next. We already saw the first case, and now here comes the second one. Michigan-based American Chassis, 790 dial-in for the Detroit Performance Center and Marshall Family Chiropractic-based Dragster. Hey, it's a long tow from Michigan. Sponsors are welcome. Evan Mulcher also from Michigan. Yeah, they both towed down here from the Great White North to race each other in round number 1. Well, it's one way of knowing a Michigander will go to the next round. Evan dials in 801. Better reaction time goes to Mulcher. Win light will come on for Megan as Mulcher slows to almost 25 hundredths above the dial, and Megan Kaysen 791 on the 790 will get the win, as Evan has problems and slows to an 825 on an 801, and it looks like he has actually pulled over to the side and shut it off. So we appreciate Mulcher doing that. Drivers, as we've already seen a few times, if you have problems, pull them right over to the side and shut them down. That way, if there are fluids or parts coming out, it helps us keep the racetrack contained to a small area, and it allows us to get them cleaned up and back underway quicker. So once again, we appreciate Evan pulling right over there after having problems. So hopefully no fluid or parts and pieces, and we'll be back underway here in just a little bit. Egon Conturier coming up next, left-hand side, 790 Island. Lindsey Preston, right side, 790 Island. Another pair of Michigan-based junior dragsters coming down here in Florida to race each other. 20 thou separates them on reaction time. Advantage Preston. Win light will come on for Preston, 791, one above the island. Conturier goes 804 on the 790. Braxton Sukos left side and Deegan Kellogg right side. Kellogg with the better reaction time, and Kellogg will pick up the win 8:10 on the 8:06 as Sukos gets there first and breaks out. Another 790 heads-up matchup in our next pair. Chase Renault coming up left side out of Arizona. Chase has a better reaction time, and Chase will pick up the win, 795 on the 790. Right-hand side a little bit behind on the reaction time, and 791, 7 thou. Margin of victory. Left side turns on the win light. Once again, if you did not get a win light in round number 1, the reentry round is open. You can go to the pit gate that you first came in and pick up a reentry there. Carter Poplowski turns it red, so Ian Gutenhart gets the win. Ian is 045 and under the dial-in by 31 thousandths. Carter puts it one above the dial-in but turn it a little bit red, so the Texan will visit the re-entry round. And Ian Gutenhart will move his Michigan-based McElvain chassis, or McElvain chassis, on the next round. Ava Taberski and Paul Stalba next cut. 12,000 separate them on reaction time advantage. Stalba, but win light will come on for Ava. Ava dead on the 790 island with a 9. Gets around the whole shot of Paul Stalba, who breaks out by 14 thousandths. Good race there. Win light comes on left-hand side. That'll bring up Bobby Starr and Blake Combs next. Combs in the family racing operation out of Tennessee. 790 Island right side, 790 Island left side for Bobby Starr out of Palm Coast, Florida. Mike Boss chassis on both sides of the racetrack. Once again, if you did not get a win light in round number 1, the re-entry window is open. You can go to the pit gate and buy your way into the re-entry round, and your tech card will be turned in to racer registration. Better reaction time goes to Blake Combs by 18 thousandths right side. Win light will shine for Combs. 791 on the 790, puts 38 total on the window. Bobby Starr, a good run, dead on the dial-in with a 7, comes up 13 thousandths short. Good drag race there. Blake Combs gets the win. Savannah Highhouse and Maddie Poplowski coming up next. The Texas-based junior dragster left side for Maddie dials in 798, 790 for Savannah Highhouse in the Highhouse Racing Operation American themed junior dragster.
Her dad came up here and
2,000 separates him here. Advantage Poplowski, win light. Going to come on for Savannah Highhouse. 035, dead on the dial-in with a 5, put a 40 pack together. Poplowski is 200ths above the dial-in. 18 thou separates him at the finish line. Madison Douglas and Claire Russell, 56,000 separate them, and one of them is 56. Wow. Madison Douglas, trip, zip, perfect, dead on the 790 with a 6 to put a 6-pack together. Maddie Douglas, great run there. Claire Russell, under the dial-in by about 500ths and unfortunately had no chance. Left-hand side, 6 total for Maddie Douglas. Yadiel Molina is coming up next, left-hand side, 815 dial-in, 790 the dial-in, right-hand side. Better reaction time goes to Melendez left-hand side. And Melendez will pick up the victory. 015 on the tree, right-hand side has problems and slows to over a 10th over the dial-in, and Melendez takes advantage and gets the win light. Once again, drivers, if you did not get a round one victory, the re-entry window is open. We will run the re-entry round following round number 1. You can buy your re-entry round tech card at the main gate that you came in when you first visited the facility. Once that tech card has been filled out and signed, you will turn it in to racer registration, please. Jackson Simmers, right-hand side, 792 dialing, 780 dialing, left side for not on file, better reaction time left side, wind light left side, 794 on the 794 above. Jackson, 797 on the 792, 5 above, left side gets the win. Ryan Roberts and Leah Verner, better reaction time to Roberts. Win light goes to Verner in the double breakout. The Michigan-based junior will get the win. 789 with a 9. A thou under Ryan Roberts is under by 2 thou. Take 52 thou and needed to take 51. That is heartbreaking. Hopefully Roberts will find the re-entry window. Once again, final call as we get down to our last pair of lanes for juniors for round number 1. Josh Roby, left-hand side out of Indiana, 790 dial-in. Stanton McAllister out of South Carolina, 794 dial-in right side. Reaction time goes to Josh Roby, left side. Win light will come on for Josh Roby. 009, take 14 to be 4 above the dial-in. Stanton dead on the dial-in. 794 on a 794, but Josh with better reaction time will get the win light on that one. Renault coming up next, right-hand side. Actually, that's probably, it's either Cade on this one or we might have had a number wrong on the previous one because I've already seen the name, but right-hand side dialed 792. Haley Shook, the Toxic Burst, Florida-based junior dragster, 797 dial-in. The much better reaction time has Haley on the ropes on this one. Win light going to come on for Cade. 802 on the 792 with a 004 tree. Haley misses it just a little bit and goes 3 above the dial-in. Lily Kersnason and Jaylee Sowery coming up next. Sowery making the trip from Maine in the FTI Farm Team Mike Boss chassis left side. Lily Kersnason right-hand side. Better reaction time goes left side. Win light left side. Jaylee 808 on the 790. Right-hand side, also 808 on the 790. Better reaction time left side, wind light left side. Next pair of juniors, 8 flat dialing for not on file left-hand side. Matthew Peterson out of Punta Gorda, Florida, right-hand side, 796 dialing. In the orange accent of Dragster. KJ Turner out of Virginia, left side. KJ with the better reaction time. KJ with the win, 804 on the 8 flat, above by 4. Matthew is above by 2. Take the difference of the reaction time, and it's 8 thousandths at the stripe. KJ Turner gets the win. Cardin Groves next out of Maryland, left side. 790 Island, 825 for the right trailers entry, right-hand side. Wind light comes on for Groves. Better reaction time and 4 above the dial, right side, 5 above the dial. Groves gets the wind light. Will Willard and Alondra Manzano. Manzano right side, 791 dialing, 832 left side for Willard. Will with the better reaction time left side. And Will will pick up the win, 837 on the 832, 5 above. Alondra is 1 above. Will has better reaction time, gets the win light by 46 thou. And he'll move to round number 2 in the Virginia-based junior. Curtis Peak and Allison Reynolds next. Reynolds right side. The Melbourne, Florida-based Space Coast Speed and Custom Ride. $790 dial-in. Curtis Peak at Equipment, Georgia. Also $790 on the dial-in. These two no strangers to each other. And they could have very easily run each other at any given bracket race, but they're going to run each other here. And both of them on their final event of their junior dragster career. Granted, this is only the first race, but I'm sure they want to get every win light they possibly can. Curtis with the better reaction time. And Curtis with the win, dead on the dial-in with a 119 total for Curtis Peak. Allison breaks out by 7 thousandths. Cruz Shaver coming up next. The Michigan-based Mike Boss, chassis left side, 790 dial-in. Driver not on file, right side also 790 on the dial-in. Better reaction time goes right side. Win light, right side, 790 on the 790 with a 1. Left side, 791, 100th above. Good drag race there, but the win light will come on right side. Francis Vignola, the Gangster Grin. Remember this car from last year? Francis did pretty solid in Junior Dragsters last year here at the New Year National. 795 dial-in for the New Jersey-based Dragster. 790, the dial-in on the right-hand side. Matching reaction times. Who's got the dial-ins figured out? Win light comes on for Francis. Dead on the dial-in with a 5, gets the win light. Right-hand side gets there first and breaks out by 45 thousandths. When you have matching dial-ins, you can't get there more by what the difference on the dial-in is. Right-hand side had 5 out of take and instead took 55. Win light comes on for Francis. Dewey Parks out of Mecca City, Florida comes up next left-hand side. 805 dial-in right side. Right-hand side with the better reaction time. Right side with the win, 812 on the 805. Left-hand side breaks out. Connor Florida and James Paler up next. Paler out of Maryland. Left-hand side, dials in the half scale at 790. 792 for Florida out of Georgia, also driving a half scale in the green and silver ride on the right side. Connor Floyd, better reaction time. Connor with the win, 4 above the dial-in. Paler, 4 above the dial-in. Connor gets the win by 36 thousandths of stripe. Landon Shipley and Braxton Scott coming up next. Braxton in the right trailer's backed entry. Dials in 790, 8 flat for Landon Shipley, the Blountesville, Tennessee-based half scale on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Just 6,000 separate these two in reaction times. At the finish line, win light's going to come on for Braxton Scott. 791 on the 790. Gets around the whole shot of Landon Shipley. 802 on the 8 flat by 17/10,000ths of a second. Great drag race there. Win light goes left side. And once again, we are on hold as we have a little bit of drizzle as we are getting close to the end of round number 1. As it looks like we have probably about 6 pairs of juniors left. All right, drivers. As mentioned, we are going to be on hold here for just a minute. It looks like top end is getting it a little bit worse than we are on the starting line. So again, we're going to be on hold until everything gets cleared. Oh yeah, don't forget about that. The refreshment center, the Towerside concession stand is open. You didn't get yourself any breakfast, go over and grab yourself something good to eat or drink. They always have good stuff available every single time, and then they usually do some one-off stuff as well. We'll wait and we'll hear if they have anything special coming. If you are not driving, they have a good selection of adult beverages available. All right, so it looks like we're going to start getting it a little heavier up here on the front end. So drivers and crews, you may want to cover your vehicles. All right, juniors, you can take your vehicles back to your pit area since we're starting to get it pretty solid here. Juniors, if you would like to take them back to your pit area, you can do so. We will call you as we are ready to go once again. Juniors, you can take them back to your pit area if you would like to do so.
Routine maintenance is important for trailer safety and longevity. We encourage you to keep your trailer in shape. Wright Trailer's in-house service department not only specialize in trailer service-related needs, it hosts an in-house fabrications department engineering any trailer-related ideas and bringing your ideas to life. If you are in need of trailer maintenance or have a modification that needs to be engineered, don't hesitate to call 833-31-WRIGHT. Routine maintenance is important for trailer safety and longevity. We encourage you to keep your trailer in shape. Wright Trailer's in-house service department not only specialize in trailer service-related needs, it hosts an in-house fabrications department engineering any trailer-related ideas and bringing your ideas to life. If you are in need of trailer maintenance or have a modification that needs to be engineered, don't hesitate to call 833-31-WRIGHT.
For nearly 2 decades, our customers have told us time and again, the most important thing when shopping for a new trailer is quality. That's why we take it upon ourselves to visit our manufacturing facilities regularly to find out about new innovations, provide direct customer feedback, and of course, check quality. It's not something that we have to do. We do it because our customers have asked for it, and frankly, it's the Wright Trailers way.
Weldon, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as the track drying commences, now would be a great time to go over and visit the Goolsby Racing Enterprises and Treasure Coast Embroidery T-shirt trailer. Go over and grab yourself something great from the 10th anniversary of the New Year Nationals. They have shirts and hats and all kinds of great things over there on the west side of the racetrack, so go grab that while they still have your size and color in stock. You can also visit the Towerside concession stand, get yourself something good to eat or drink. I do believe that we do have a couple other manufacturers that are on the west side of the racetrack that are selling merchandise. Modern Outlaw is also next to the white tent. They are selling merchandise. So you can go over and visit them on the west side of the racetrack.
for you.
get to it first, I got you mad. I guess that when I get to it last. Get it, then I'm never going back. Get it, then I'm never going back. I get to it first, I got you mad. I guess that when I get to it last. Get it, then I'm never going back. Get it, then I'm never going back. Going up, going up, going up, going up, going up, going up. Get it, then I'm never going up, going up, going up, going up, going up, going up, going up. Get it, then I'm never going. I get to it out the runway. Different incomes, not one way. Living life on a one way. I knew this would happen someday. You can ask my day one day. Cloudy days turn to sun rays. Only way to way up way. Know my way, know my feng shui. I get to it first, I got you mad. I guess that when I get to it last. Get it, then I'm never going back. Get it, then I'm never going back. I get to it first, I got you mad. I guess that when I get to it last. Get it, then I'm never going back. Get it, then I'm never going back. Going up, going up, going up, going up, going up, going up. Get it, then I'm never going up, going up, going up, going up, going up, going up, going up. Get it, then I'm never going. Different summer, different car keys. I'm the life of the party. Might buy a bike like a Harley. Totally do so gnarly. God got me, can't harm me. I got armor and an army. Battle scars, battle smartly. Just forever like a Sharpie. I get to it first, I got you mad. I guess that when I get to it last. Get it, that I'm never going back. Get it, that I'm never going back. I get to it first, I got you mad. I guess that when I get to it last. Get it, that I'm never going back. Get it, that I'm never going back. Going up, going up, going up, going up, going up, going up. Get it, that I'm never going up, going up, going up, going up, going up, going up, going up. Get it, that I'm never going.
Attention in the bits, attention in the bits. I need Natalie Summers. Natalie Summers, please report to the pit gate, please. Natalie Summers. Natalie Summers, I need you to the pit gate, please. All right, attention in the bits, attention in the bits. My junior dragster still in competition in round number 1. I need you to come back, please. Juniors, I believe there are about 6 pairs of you. I need you back if you did not complete round number 1. Back to the lanes, please. Juniors, I need you back.
Catch up, see you in my river trying to catch up. Run and see you running trying to catch up. I see you gasping, leave you breathless, breathless. Catch up, see you in my river trying to catch up. Run and see you running trying to catch up. I see you gasping, leave you breathless, breathless. You can't be me, and I'm not you. I've been taught to, and I'm not too. Feeling like bliss, I feel like I chew. Wake up, I stretch, then I eat my food. My food, that's you, you should know that. My boo from the bottom where the flow at. Came from studio apartments, no room in it. Now it's a house with a little welcome doormat. I wanna go on a ride, you wanna ride. Always be on my side, and that's for life. Compliment on my flaws, like that's alright. They all want what we have, and that's fine. Catch up, see you in my river trying to catch up. Run and see you running trying to catch up. I see you gasping, leave you breathless, breathless. Catch up, see you in my river trying to catch up. Run and see you running trying to catch up. I see you gasping, leave you breathless, breathless. Kiss my baby, I need all of the love. You're number one and there's no runner-up. I tell my babies I need all of the hugs. The blessings hit, I got more than enough. I kiss my baby, all the love that I need. And I'm loving on you, I know you loving on me. I try to give you what you need and that's all I need. And I give you 100, you got 4 of my C's. Catch up, See you in my river trying to catch up. Run and see you running, trying to catch up. I see you, I see you. Catch up. See you in my river trying to catch up. Run and see you running, trying to catch up. I see you, gas me, leave you breathless. Catch up. See you in my river trying to catch up. Run and see you running, trying to catch up. I see you, gas me, leave you breathless. Catch up. See you in my river trying to catch up. Run and see you running, trying to catch up. I see you, gas me, leave you breathless.
like an airplane far away. As soon as I drop the beat down low, everybody knock, knock, give me some more. Let me just improvise a couple lines, break it down, symbolize a couple times. And when the whole room starts to cheer, that'll be the reason why I'm here. They got me like, uh-oh, uh-oh. 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 You better believe I'm on the train. I'll be the ratings, they change the game. I make this my start, state of the art. I'll be a rocket, the rocket. I'll be
All right, it looks like I believe we should have just about everybody back, but we will make a final call for Junior Dragsters round number 1. I'm about to pick up where we left off. Once again, juniors, we're about to go back on the racetrack. Once again, we appreciate everybody's patience as we will get things back underway here shortly.
Speed on a ball that is rolling faster, faster, moving faster. Goals and emotions are wrapped into one disaster, disaster. Handle the problems instead of a lousy lie. What I'll give up just to see all that big blue sky. What we're up against, we just gotta speak louder. I'll try to make amends.
All right, juniors, racetrack is ready. Still start suiting up, please. Juniors, go ahead and start suiting up, please. Juniors, load up, please.
this for way too long. This can't keep going on. With every lie, they keep on hurting you, getting away with everything they do. This can't keep going on. No, we're gonna find them, and I'm gonna fight for you. They better start hiding. We'll be running with the lions, lions. We'll be running with the lions, lions. They can't run, they can't hide. We won't stop until they're down. We'll be running with the lions, lions. I'll go through fire, I'll climb the mountains for you. Tell me, 'cause I'm looking out for you. This can't keep going on, no, 'cause you're not alone in this. We'll do this together. No, you're not alone in this. No, we're gonna find them, and I'm gonna fight for you. They better start hiding. We'll be running with the lions, lions. We'll be running with the lions, lions. They can't run, they can't.
How about this one for a Titanic first-round matchup as we get back underway? Cameron Rich versus Wyatt Palmatier. Rich left side, Palmatier right side. And Cameron Rich just misses it. That is not something we are accustomed to saying, but the race is not over yet. But Wyatt will get the win light. 21, take 30 to be above by 1700ths. Cameron just misses it, and that does not happen very often. Yeah, from what looked like up here, it might have stumbled, but can't tell for sure. Attention in the bits, attention in the bits. At this time, I will take foot brake, re-entry round, foot brake, re-entry round to the lanes, please. Foot brake, re-entry round, foot brake, re-entry round to the lanes, please. Fade Rawlings and Colt Som Winlight going to come on for Rawlings. 028, one above the dial, and Colt under by 24 thousandths. Once again, I need re-entry round, foot brake, re-entry round, foot brake. Once again, we will call doubles at the end. Just like before, we will call doubles at the end of each class. So we will call foot brake, then no box, then double for both foot brake and no box. And this is the re-entry round. So if you won round number 1, you're going to get a little bit of a break here, so we're going to do the re-entry round. So once again, re-entry round, foot brake, re-entry round, foot brake. I need you now, please. Re-entry round, foot brake. Re-entry round, foot brake. I need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Bud Trammell second, and Danner Jr. Trammell right side, better reaction time on the 8 flat dial-in win light. Bud 041, 3 above the dial-in. Left-hand side, 4 above the dial-in. Bud will get the win light. Isaiah Ferrer come up next left-hand side, and Jason Stewart right-hand side. Ferrer dials in 794, 812 for Jason Stewart right side. Both of them away on green light reaction time. Stewart with a better reaction time right side. And Stewart will get the win light here. Ferrier takes 1.13 seconds of stripe to break out 1,000th. Jason Stewart 039 and above the dial-in by over a full second as they have problems, but left side didn't catch it in time, and right side will get the win light despite having problems. Wow, left-hand side unfortunately just missed at the top end and took a little bit too much stripe, so right side will get the win. We'll be down for just a minute while we fetch right-hand side. Once again, foot brake, re-entry round, foot brake, re-entry round, lanes 1 and 2, please. Foot brake, re-entry round, foot brake only. Re-entry round, I have not called no box and I have not called doubles. This is foot brake only. Edwin Manzano and CJ Short coming up next. Short right side out of London, Kentucky, A10 dialing. 792 for the Florida-based dragster of Edwin Manzano, left side. He'll give chase left side. Right side goes first. 5 thou separates them on reaction time. This is a good one. Who's got the dialing figured out? Winlight will shine left side for Edwin. 049, take 25 to be above by 2. CJ above by 4. 25 thou margin of victory and a good race goes to Edwin. That'll bring up Dylan McNichol. The 21 McIlvain chassis out of Northport, Florida. 790 to dial in for Kevin, Alyssa, and Dylan McNichol. Owen Blair out of Garland, Texas, left-hand side. The Mike Boss chassis, 808 dial in. Dylan with the better reaction time, right-hand side. McNichol with the win, 027, one above, 2 puts together 39 total. Blair dead on the dial-in with a 9, a little bit behind on the reaction time. 20 thousandths margin of victory comes on for Dylan McNichol. John Butler and Ava Ward coming up next. Ava and Matt Ward out of South Carolina. Mike Boss chassis left-hand side, 790 dial-in, 805 for John Butler out of Florida. Staging up in the gray dragster with a little bit of red influence, right-hand side. Once again, foot brake, re-entry round, foot brake, re-entry round. I need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Foot brake, re-entry round, foot brake, re-entry round. I need you to lanes 1 and 2. Twenty-fourth thou separates them on reaction time advantage. Ava Ward left side. Winlight's going to come on right-hand side in a double breakout. Ava under by 57 thousandths. Right-hand side under by 45 thousandths. Good drag race. 12 thousandths margin of victory goes to John in a double breakout. Jordan Denny and Tyler White coming up next. Tyler, who was on the wait-and-see buy run, and his reward, he gets last night's winner in the age-out shootout. Jordan Denny left-hand side. 1,796, 804 for Tyler. The wait-and-see buy run. Good drag race here. 4th thou separates them on reaction time. Winlight is going to shine for Jordan Denny, just like last night. 798 on the 796. Tyler gets there first by 35 thousandths and breaks out by 19 thousandths. Had 16th thou to take, and Jordan Denny keeps the win lights coming from last night. He'll go to round number 2, and we'll pick a new buy run. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I will take all of no box to the lanes, please. All of no box. I will take you to the lanes, please. For re-entry round. All of no box. Tony Gambardella and Jake Milstead get a start. Gambardella with the better action time. And Gambardella's going to get the win on the drop. 0-11, take 43 to be 2 above the dial, and he'll get his entry back in right there. Milstead, 37 and mathematically ineligible. That brings up Jason Parker and Seth Phillips next. Parker out of Maryland, left side in the Mustang, 646 dialing, 608 for Seth Phillips in the Virginia-based Barracuda. Left side goes first. Once again, I need no box for the re-entry round. No box for re-entry round. I need you now, please. No box. Re-entry round. I need you for the re-entry round now. I need you the lanes, please. No box. No box. I need you now. Seven thou separates him on this one. Advantage left side. Win light goes to Phillips. 034. Dead on the dial in with a 7. 41 total gave Jason Barker 17th out to get there with. Instead, he gets behind by 27 on the drop. 650 at 97 miles an hour. Gives up the win light. Right side will get the victory and move back into competition for round number 2. William Bucros comes up out of Lighthouse Point, Florida, right-hand side, the Dodge Durango. 658 dial-in, 655 for Tim Howes in the 83 big tire Camaro left side. William turns at 15th out red. Tim 037 and 1 above the 655. Dial-in will get the win. William breaks out by 600ths after the red light. That'll bring up Austin Logan next. 86 model wheel standing Camaro left-hand side. 593 dial-in. He'll give the big head start to CJ McCaffrey. McCafferty out of East Norton, Pennsylvania, 73 Chevy Nova. Look at the dial-in difference here, 818 right-hand side. CJ gets to go first by 2.25 seconds of handicap over one full Christmas tree. Did Austin Logan leave on time? Did he wait too long? Can he catch the Nova? He will get the job done. 038 and 3 above the dial-in. CJ a little bit late, under by 14 thousandths. Took 16, only had 2 thou to get there, and Austin Logan will get the win light. Couple drivers you don't expect to see on the re-entry round side. Brandon Michaels and Bob Walsh. One of them going to get an entry back right here. Michael's left side, the 2000 model LS-powered Camaro, 718 dial and 595 for the Walsh family Mustang. Brandon Michaels in control on this one, win light. Michaels, 9, takes 67 to be 2 above the dial, and Bob puts it 3 above. Thomas Palmer and Michael Noble's up next. Noble's left side, the 84 Omni Charger, 655 dial-in. 725 the dial-in for Thomas Palmer in the T-Bird right side. Attention in the bits, attention in the bits. My final call for no box. Final call, no box for the re-entry round. Final call, no box re-entry round. I need you now, please. Thomas Palmer turns it red, so Michael Nobles will get the win. One above the 655 dial-in. He's ready for round number 2. Thomas also puts it one above the dial-in after the red light. Don Horta and Blake Carnell coming up next. Carnell in a Warner Robins Georgia in the S10 pickup truck. Dial 671. $5.99 for the two-wheeler left side for Don Horta out of Bradenton. Blake Carnell with the better reaction time, but the win light's going to come on for Don and the bike. Blake 005 and get behind. And the bike goes 6 flat with a 5.99 dial-in. Will get the win light. As look like the S10 slows to a 10th over the dial-in. Something happening there. So I believe Carnell got his other entry through, so we will see him back in round 2. Rob Burschmeider in the Monte Carlo next. 607 dial-in right side. 638 for David Carnes in the S10 pickup truck. Carnes turns it red, so Rob with the Monte Carlo will get the win. 603 on the 607 dial-in. Jeff Grafton and Nikki Pierce up next. A couple of regulars here at BMP. Advantage Pierce, win light, Nikki Pierce. Under by 14 thousandths. Right side, Jeff Grafton under by 22 thousandths. 8th margin of victory going to Mickey Pierce. And the Camaro driver will come back for round number 2. Another couple of drivers you don't expect in the re-entry round. Jen Vignola and Zach the Animal Combs. Combs on the wheel, standing Oldsmobile left side, 625 dial-in, 608 for Jan in the Camaro. This one is all Zach the Animal, 005 and 7 above the dial-in, Jen. A little bit late and 4 above the dial, and Zach had plenty of room, so the Animal will get that entry back in. We'll see him back in round number 2. Jacob Webo and Paige Short coming up next. Short left side in the S10 pickup truck, 708 dial-in, 767 for Jacob Webo. 79 model Mercury Capri. Yeah, that's a Mercury. Not a Ford Mustang. This is the classier version of the Mustang. It means it has more wood grain in it. Advantage goes to Short, win light to Short. As both drivers slow significantly, Jacob over a quarter of a second off the index, and Paige Short 0.2 of a second off the index. So Paige will get back in the action. That clean-looking F100 pickup truck comes back right-hand side. No driver information on that one. 880 the dial-in will line up with Mike Mockney. Mike driving Danielle's four-eyed Mustang, left-hand side out of Venice, Florida. 627 dial-in for the crew chief of the Mockney family. Thou separates him. Advantage Mockney. Win light. Going to come on for Mike Mockney. Colin Nash and John Tillman coming up next. Tillman in the Dodge Dart, 646 dial-in. 559 the dial-in for Colin Nash, left side in the two-wheeler. And Tillman will turn it around, and Colin Nash will get the win. 560 on the 559. All right, ladies and gentlemen. $536 entries for round number one. And Michael True turns it red in the Mustang, so the Dodge pickup truck will get the win light here. So once again, thank you to all the entries that made their way here to the 10th annual New Year Nationals. We appreciate each and every one of you. 536 entries total for round number one. We are in the re-entry round. CU gets to play in round number two. The Bad Apple Vega comes up next, right-hand side. 630 dial-in, drop-top Falcon of Rick Carker out of Wisconsin. 629 dial-in, left side. Rick Carker in control in the Falcon on this one based on reaction time win light. Falcon 634 on the 629. Kirk is 3 off his dial-in but missed the reaction time. And Carker will come back for round number two. Paul Allen and A.J. Perry coming up next. Perry in the big tire S10 pickup truck, 692 dial-in. Paul Allen says, I like that dial-in. I'll match that in his Two Girls Garage 72 Maverick out of Middleburg. We'll leave together. $29,000 separate the two drivers on reaction time advantage. Paul Allen, win light. Paul Allen throws down a 14-pack, 005, dead on the 692 with a 9. And that locks out A.J. Perry's 034 tree. Paul Allen, 14 total, moves back into the game in round number two. Major Clark and Dustin Carroll next. Carroll right side, the 66 Nova out of South Carolina, 622 dial-in. 689 for the Clean S10 pickup truck out of Ohio. Major Clark gets to go first by a little over one light bulb on the Christmas tree. $15,000 red for Carroll, 16 green for Clark, and he legs it out to go 686 on the 689. Dustin legs it out and goes dead on the 622 with a 5 for his efforts after being 15 red on the Christmas tree. Andy Chavis and Wesley Lee coming up next, both of them with 696 dial-ins. Chavis in the 68 Camaro right side, Wesley Lee in the S10 pickup truck left side. Wesley Lee in control on this one, left-hand side, win light. Going to come on for Wesley. 039, get there first by a tenth of a second to be a tenth above the dial-in. Andy is over 12 off the dial-in as the Camaro slows. That'll bring up Rick Smith and Michael Duff next up in the 2011 model Mustang out of Michigan with the Cobra Jet Livery left side, 629 dialing. He gives a big head start to Rick Smith out of Middleburg, 94 model 4th gen Pontiac Trans Am, 888 dialing. Michael Duff has this one in hand, and he'll take the win light. 021 and 6 above the dial, and Rick 2 off the dial, but missed the reaction time. Michael Duff will get the win. Mike Gaffney and Mike Tell, a couple of drivers that are double entered and got one entry through. Now they're looking to get their second entry back in the ball game. Gaffney left side in the 77 Gremlin dialed 695, 697 for Michael Tell in the 2012 Camaro. Attention in the bits, I will take no box doubles for the reentry round. No box doubles for the reentry round. The lanes, please. No box doubles for the reentry round. I will take you now. Mike Tell with the better reaction time. 3 above the dialing. Gaffney 1 above the dialing. 004. Margin of victory, 4 thousandths of a second, and Mike Tell gets his second entry back in the game. Mike Gaffney will come around for round number 2 with a single entry left on his docket. Logan Westmoreland and Turnit Ellison next. Ellison in the Mercury Capri on the right-hand side, 650 dial-in. 709 the dial-in for Logan Westmoreland in the South Carolina-based S10 pickup truck. Ellison turns on the red light, so Logan Westmoreland will get the automatic victory in the S10. Legs are through to go 4 above his dial-in. Turn at about 29 hundredths above the dial-in. .743 dial-in. He gets a head start from A. Aaron Reynolds. The Space Coast Speed and Custom backed S10 pickup truck left side, 621 the dial. Aaron's got this one well under control. Win light. Comes on for Aaron. 27, take 52 to be 1 above Robert. Reaction time started with a 1, and that is going to eliminate him from chances as Aaron will get that entry back in. I believe he got his Super Pro entry through, so he's back on the double. Little Chevy versus Ford action next. Mike Sweeney and Chris Duffett, a couple of Florida-based hot rods. Sweeney left side, 678 down on the Mustang, 649 for the Nova right side. And the Nova's going to get the automatic win as Sweeney turns the red light on. Duffett, 20 green. And we'll leg it out to go 9 thou under the dial-in. Sweeney, 100th above the dial-in after turning it red. Once again, no box doubles for the reentry round. No box doubles. For the reentry round, I will take you now, please. No box doubles. For the reentry round, no box doubles. For the reentry round, I need you back. I need you back, please. Eric Obo and Cannon Bobo. Cannon Bobo in the 27 Ford Roadster will get the automatic win as Eric turns it red in the Mustang. 560 on the 563. Eric legs it out to go dead on 609. But let go of the switch 13,000 to the second too early. Charlie Denny and John Vienna. John in the Camaro, Charlie in the Aston Blazer. Charlie with the better reaction time. Charlie's going to get the win and get a second entry back in. 699 on a 696. John, 3 above the dial-in as well. Better reaction time left side, win light left side. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need box door car for the re-entry round. Box door cars for the re-entry round. I need you now, please. Jake Milstead, perfect trip, zip reaction time. Kyle Fawcett turns it 9,000 red on the right-hand side. Milstead had 2 entries out of competition, bought both of them back. I think he lost the first one. I know, so now he has at least 1 going into round number 2. William Kraft and Matt Ward, pretty good entry on the starting line here for re-entry. Matt Ward left side, the Camaro dialed 628, 625 for William Kraft on the right side. Once again, re-entry on box door cars, re-entry on box door cars. I will take you down the lanes, please. Re-entry on box door cars. Re-entry on box door cars. I will take you now, please. Red light for William Kraft by 10,000, so Matt Ward will get the win. He's 3,000 under the dial-in. All right, attention in the bits, attention in the bits. My best losing package for round number 1 of juniors is car number 2646, Landon Shipley. Landon, you may not have gotten a win light, but Easy Life Motorsports wants to give you a complimentary re-entry to get back in the ball game. You can come to the top floor of the tower and pick that up and then proceed to the pit gate and buy yourself a re-entry on the house thanks to Easy Life Motorsports. Joe Dietrich and Dan Fuzzy Dice Warren up next. Fuzzy Dice left side, 640 Island, 575 with the wheel standing Chevelle out of Pennsylvania right side. Fuzzy gets to go first. Foul separates them. They both left on time. Advantage Warren. Win light comes on for the opposite side as Fuzzy. 006 take 11 is not good enough. He breaks out by 11 thousandths. Dietrich 10 under by 4 thou. 7 thou margin of victory on the double breakout. That's a tough loss. Warren 006 take 11 and no win light on the bottom. Steve Welsh and Matt Daddis next. Daddis in the Olds Calais out of Ohio right side. 594 dial-in, 682 for Steve Welsh in the Duster out of Ocala, Florida. He gets to go first, left-hand side. Once again, box door cars for the re-entry round. Box door cars. For the re-entry round, I need you to tower side staging lanes, please. Box door cars. For the re-entry round, box door cars. For the re-entry round, I need you to the lanes, please. My final call for no box re-entry round. Final call, no box re-entry round. I need you now. Daddis in control on reaction time on this one. And Daddis will do the pedal job at the top end and get the win. 2 take 39 to be above by 7. Welsh a little bit behind on the reaction time and 6 over the dial-in. Matt Daddis gets the win. They'll bring up Brian Thompson, the 23 model Dodge Demon Challenger. Did not make very many of these. 625 the dial in. He'll get a 1/100 of a second head start from Macy Stewart. Stewart, who put down a 7-pack on her first entry, got that one through, but lost the second one, so she's trying to get it back into the ball game. The Big Tire Olds Cutlass left side out of West Virginia, 624 dial in. William Bucro is coming back in his second entry in the Durango left side, 652 dial in. Tim House on his second entry, 656 dial in on the Camaro right side. Tim with the better reaction time on the Camaro. And Tim will pick up the win. 664 on the 656. William, after being red on his first entry, missed it a little bit and goes a tenth above the dial-in. Andy Chavis and Paul Allen coming back around on their second entries. Allen left side 692, the dial in 706 for Andy Chavis on the Camaro right side. Rob Reynolds, I need you to the top floor of the tower, please. Rob Reynolds, I need you to the top floor of the tower, please. William Kraft back around on his second entry, and Mike Tell, who I thought actually got his first entry through, but did not, so he had to buy back both entries. He's got one back in. William Kraft red lighted on his first one, so he is trying to get this one through. He's got the better reaction time in this matchup. Tell at the disadvantage. Win light. Going to come on for William Kraft, so both drivers will take one entry back into the ball game for round two. 023 and 4 above the dial and Tell. Dead on the dial and but missed the reaction time. 14,000th margin of victory goes to William Kraft, and here comes your legal buy run. This is Phil Combs Jr. He was 11 total with a 008 tree in round number 1 on the bottom and got no love. He did get best losing package, and with an odd number of vehicles, he will get the re-entry buy run here, so he'll go back into round number 2 action. He was 008 first round, 007 here. And gets out of the gas early to go 2 above the dial and put 28 total on the window. Jesus Alberto and Robert Ledbetter next. Ledbetter, right-hand side of the Pontiac Firebird, 594 dial-in, 675 the dial-in for Jesus Alberto in the S10 pickup truck. Ledbetter. The better reaction time right side wind light. Got to come on for Ledbetter. 599 on the 594 with a double away tree taking 13,000. Alberto misses it a little bit, puts it 2 above, then comes up 13,000 short. Ledbetter coming back for round number 2 in that entry. Win light on that one going to Dan Delming, left-hand side in the IROC 042 and 3 above the dial, and Eric Ellsworth, right side, turns it a foul red. Bill Angel coming up in the picnic table wing-equipped Olds Cutlass. Yeah, this is a old-school Pro-Mod style Cutlass, 492 dial-in left side, 728 for Chris Osborne in the Vega right side. He gets the big head start by over 2 1/4 full seconds of handicap. Once again, I have called box door cars for the ranch round. Box door cars for the ranch round. I need you back, please. Box door cars for the ranch round. I need you back, please. Chris Osborne is 5 thou red. Bill Angel 32 green and 3 thou under for the victory. Lucas Bell and Casey Sims next. Sims in the multicolored Camaro left side out of South Carolina, 544 dial-in, 609 for Lucas Bell's Malibu. He gets to go first by a little over 1 light bulb on the Christmas tree. $24,000 separate them, and one of them is 24. Win light comes on for Casey Sims, trips it, perfect, take 10. To be above by 27,000's Bell, 24, one above 3, and comes up 10 thou shy. Win light shines left side. Tony Gambardella and Darwin Garcia next. Garcia, who got the byline on his second entry, trying to get the first entry through. 588 the dial-in on the Mustang. He ran it with a 0 in first round. He will face Tony Gambardella. The transmission line cooler tester, left-hand side, 637 dial-in on the wagon. $18,000 separates him. Here comes the drop from Gambardella. And actually didn't, well, he did it, but later than expected. Darwin gets to win 14 and 5 thou under. Gambardella tried to get out of it, but just waited a little too long and breaks out by 15 thousandths more. Good drag race there, but Gambardella will take one entry to the next round, and Garcia gets his second entry back in. Garrett Browning comes up next left-hand side. Squirrel dial 602, 537 for Shannon Joseph in the first-generation Chevy 2 Nova. Shannon Joseph 006, dead on 3, 9 total. Garrett Browning, 12 on the tree, and should pull over and say he's broke. Puts together 22 total and comes up 13,000 short. That could be your best losing package right there. 22 total for Garrett Browning and no win light. 17 bounce separates them, and one of them is 18 win light. Pete DeNovo, 8 total after a 9 total. 001 dead 7. Bruce Thomas is 22 total and in the way. A 9 total, then an 8 total, and in both cases, 22 total gets no win light. Bruce Thomas gets the short end of the stick, and DeNovo gets the win. $33,000 separates them, and one of them is 33. Win light. Skinny Kenny Underwood, trip zip, perfect take 5 to be one above 515 total. Taylor Boldry, 33, get 3,000 behind and be 13,000s under. Chris Scott and Missy Goodman win light. Comes on for Missy Goodman, 087 and a tenth above the dial in as Scott spun the tires hard off the starting line and is 3/10 above the dial in. That will not work. Scott Kincaid and Shelby Thurman next, a Tennessee-based S10 pickup truck left side, 691 dial in, 675 for the Tennessee-based Malibu wagon. Probably have Rob Reynolds over there looking at it before the weekend is over. Shelby Thurman, 002 red, and is going to need a puke bucket. Scott Kincaid is 162 total for the victory on the top. And we just had back-to-back 22 packs that got no win lights. If somebody tells you it's not about parking in the staging lanes, ladies and gentlemen, they are a liar. Hook them up to a lie detector test. Steve Collins and Samuel Parrish up next to the two-wheeler out of Green Cove Springs, right side, 562 dialing, 542 dialing, 2/10 quicker for the straight roadster. Steve Collins gives chase. Parrish goes first. 400 separate them, two-wheeler with the advantage. And the bike's going to get the win, 022 and 6 above the dial in. Collins, 4 above the dial in. Parrish picks up the win. Final call for re-entry round box door cars. Keep in mind, we will call doubles separately. Re-entry round box door cars. Re-entry round box door cars. Final call to the lanes. Remember, we will call doubles separately. J.D. Anderson, Rick Triana, advantage. Anderson, win light. Anderson, 037, take 031 to be 1 above. Triana above by 4 in the Vega. Falls behind by 31 thou at the stripe. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I will take re-entry round dragsters. Re-entry round dragsters to the lanes, please. Re-entry round dragsters. Re-entry round dragsters to the lanes, please. Route 10 and the Beretta getting the win here. If he didn't, Cotton short red lighted first, and Tico's red right behind him. 003 red dead on the dial with a 4. Cotton is short by 10 thousandths. Brad Butler get the win here. Scott Sanders turns it red, and the Nova Stalker 014 green, and one above the dial in right-hand side. Sanders lights it up 8 thou under after turning on the red light. We'll bring up Paige Sosa and Jamie Summers next. Summers in the unique Ranchero wagon left side. 580 dial in, 598 for Paige Sosa in the black with pink influence S10 pickup truck. Once again, final call for box door car for the re-entry round. Final call, box door car, re-entry round. Remember, we will call doubles separately. 11 thou separates some advantage. Sosa, win light Sosa, 36 dead on the dial with a 0. Jamie Summers is mathematically locked out. Breaks out by 6 thousandths and still doesn't get there first. Paige Sosa gets the entry back in. We'll bring up a first and a third gen Camaro next. Katie Yoakley out of Kentucky. 69 model Chevy Camaro on the right side, 579 dial-in. 630 the dial-in for Andy Miller in the clean third generation Camaro left side. He gets to go first. $15 thou red for Katie Oakley. Miller is green and lights it up 15 thou over. Once again, I need re-entry round dragsters. Re-entry round dragsters to the lanes, please. Re-entry round dragsters. Re-entry round dragsters on each to the lanes, please. Red light for Jonathan Edwards, left side by 4 thousandths. Jeremy Hicks on the two-wheeler will get the win. 526 on the 524 with a 30 tree. He'll get the win light. Mike Moore on the two-wheeler out of Bradenton. He's dialed in at 552. 718 for the clean double nickel 55 Chevy wagon of Ryan Henry out of Pennsylvania. He gets to go first by a little over one full Christmas tree. 1.66 seconds of handicap. $11,000 separate them. Both of them good on the reaction time advantage. Two-wheeler, win light. Going to come on for the two-wheeler, 005, take 005 to be 5 above the dial-in. Henry, 016 and 4 above the dial-in. Once again, dragster re-entry round, dragsters. For the re-entry round, I need you now, please. Dragsters. For the re-entry round, dragsters. For the re-entry round, I need you now, please. Mike Crook and Eric Meadow coming up next. Eric in the two-wheeler. On an 011 trio, 20 for Mike Crook in the Camaro, trying to get his entry back in and will not do it. Eric, 11, dead on the dial with a 0, 11 total. Crook, 20, dead on 7 for 27 total. Comes up 16 thou short. Kurt Harrington coming up in the Chevy Chevette left-hand side, 605 dial-in, 555 the dial-in for Angel Lopez in the Hayabusa two-wheeler right side. Thou separates this pair on the reaction time. Advantage door car, win light. Door car, 2, 1 above 8, 20 total for Kurt Harrington. Angel is 23 and 1 above 6 to be 19 thou behind at the finish line. Chevette gets an entry back in. Seth Albin and Rick Ryan next. Ryan in the clean third-gen Nova right-hand side, 601 dial-in, 647 the dial-in for Seth Albin in the Sebring, Florida-based Mustang hatchback. Once again, Dragsters for the ranch around. Dragsters for the ranch around. I need you now, please. Dragsters for the ranch around. Dragsters. Ranch around. I need you now. Keep in mind, door cars I will call doubles separately. Rick Ryan gets an entry back in on the Nova. He's 20 green. Seth is 13 red and legs of Deg on 8. 602 on the 601 for Rick Ryan. That'll tune him up for round number 2. Win light on that pair coming on for Scott Travers, 009 and 5 above the dial, and Jesus Alberto misses it and puts it 300s under. Win light, Scott Travers. Robert Kupsik comes up next, left-hand side. The clean second-generation Camaro 559 dial-in, 555 the dial-in for Dean Moore in the two-wheeler. Good number of motorcycles representing out here at the New York Nationals. And this one will go on with a 002 tree as the Camaro turns it red. And goes down on the dial-in with a 9. Dean Moore puts a nice little 17-pack together. 556 on the 555. Skinny Kenny Underwood and Steve Thurman, and Underwood turns it 3 red, loses an entry there. Thurman was ready 10 green and lights it up dead on 6, 16 total for Steve Thurman. And Skinny Kenny would have made it interesting if he would have kept that one green. Matt Daddis breaking in a new set of Mickey Thompsons. Yeah, he normally does burnouts across the starting line anyway, but Good matchup right here for the re-entry round. Not what I would expect to see here. I would expect to see this in the late rounds. Nick Ferraro and Matt Daddis. I believe both of them have 2 entries when they started round 1, and I'm guessing that both of them have at least 1 entry through. Ferraro left-hand side, the pool truck out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 605. 597 for Matt Daddis in the Ohio-based Grand Am. .005 red for Nick Ferraro, so he will lose that entry. Daddis, 21 green. And 23 thou under Ferraro, 38 thou under. Both of them holding about what I would expect. Daddis gets his entry back in. Ferraro is down to 1. Phil Combs Jr., who got best losing package in round number 1 of no boxing, got the entry back in. He's trying to get his entry for box back in. I'll tell you what, it must have been hard for the Kentucky native. 619 dialing for the muffler, quick pickup truck right side. Mark Brewer in a clean 78 Mustang 2. That's why I don't normally say Mustang 2. It's a very clean example of one out of Pennsylvania. 638 dialing. Brewer is 13 green and gets out of it to go 13 hundredths above as Phil is way red. Chevelle left-hand side down, 544, 645 for Chris Scott in the pickup truck. Better reaction time to the Chevelle. Win light to the Chevelle, 20, take 19 to be 6 above as Scott missed it. Put it 1 above for a clean 100. And when I say 100, I don't mean trip zip perfect. As we roll into our first pair of dragsters. Patrick McMath and Kyle Cotrera, the main 2. I want to say he lives in North or South Carolina now. I got told about that at the Mini Million. So he doesn't have to make quite as long of a drive down here to Florida. $455 left side for Cotrera. McMath dials $439 on the Virginia-based Race Tech chassis. $12,000 separates some advantage. Kyle, win light. Cotrera just nasty. 14 dead. 4 puts 18 total on the window. McMath is 26 on the tree and mathematically ineligible. Kyle Cotrera gets that entry back in. Mark Seigan coming up next to the Florida-based dragster right side, 460 Island. Jake Hodge. You know, Jake from State Farm, who jumped in a door car and in a dragster. So this is not Troy Williams Jr., but Jake Hodge will do some stupid stuff from time to time, too, like race. He does pretty good borrowing other people's cars. He won a 10-grander earlier this year behind the wheel of Tyler Crossnose dragster. 459 on the FTI borrowed ride. Jake Hodge makes the delivery from State Farm, 022 and 1300ths above the dial mark. Misses it and goes 5 above. Chad McLevin and Haley Hawkins. Win light comes on for Chad. 006, 2 above, taking 33. Haley 031, and the converter swapped worked. She's 200ths over her 448, but unfortunately misses on the reaction time. We'll see her back for her second entry shortly. Art Reed and Doug Foley Jr. next. Two-seater left side, forward the island, 488 for Art Reed in the Indiana-based Dragster. 12th now separates some advantage. Reed right side, win light. Going to come on for Reed. 004, dead on the dialer with a 9, puts together 13 total. Foley is 22 total. That is the third 22 pack of the re-entry round, and no win light for any of them. I guess the rule is don't be 22 total. You won't win. All right, attention to the bits. Attention to the bits. I will take box double door cars for the ranch round. Box door cars for the ranch round. Box double door cars for the ranch round. I'll take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Box double door cars for the re-entry round. Box double door cars for the re-entry round. Again, not round 2, the re-entry round. We are still in the re-entry round, and I need double box door cars for the re-entry round, lanes 1 and 2. Ron Logan and Randy Phillips, it's nasty. 3 foul separates the 0-0 reaction times. Win light, going to come on for Logan. 004, dead 4, puts 8 total in the window. Randy Phillips is 007, has a foul to get there, and gets 14 down behind, and another 22 pack. That is the 5th 22 pack of the re-entry round, and it keeps the record going. 0-5. Don't be 22 total. You will not get a win light. And Paul Skinger win light. Skinger 19 dead 0. Paul Skinger hits the win light. Todd Osting 29 and 1 above 1 for 40 total. So apparently something other than 22 package will lose. Tony Jeremy Morris and Scott Douglas next. Scott Douglas, left-hand side out of New Hampshire, 474 dialing on the white dragster. Morris in the TMC carburetor dragster. He's got some work to do. He's 29th out behind on the tree. He's not going to get it done. Scott Douglas, 001, take 006 to be one above 819 total. Morris, 35 thou under and still doesn't get there first. Scott Douglas will get the win. Andrew Kaiser and Jason Preston. Kaiser turns it 002 red, Preston 13 green, and a foul under. He was ready to party. Kaiser 002 red and 200ths above. Would have been a tough row to hoe as Preston is 13 green and a foul under. He was ready to put together sub 20 pack. Bill Cock and Tim Larson. Larson turns it trip, zip, perfect. And lays down a 5-0-0 to put together 10 total. Bill pulls the trigger 36 thousandths early. And Cock loses an entry right there. And Jeremy Wilson up next. Wilson right inside the Palomar Florida race deck chassis, 458 dialing, 481 for Trey Bunner in the Lakeland Florida base Mullis chassis. He gets to go first. Knocked out separated in the reaction time. Trey Bunner once again has problems, and Jeremy Wilson is 2 thou away from a puke bucket. 458 on the 458 with a 1, taking almost 30 of stripe, as in 30 hundredths, and gets away with one there. They say if you're not breaking out, you don't have to take your foot out of it. Blake Holmes going to get the win here. The Tennessee Dragster moving on as Michelle Van Sico turns it red. Blake 023 and under by 29 thousandths. So the Tennessee Dragster will come back for round number 2. Katie Slip from Cupcakes and More by Katie, left side, 455 dial, and Michael Combs, 476 dial, and right side. Combs, 18 thousandths better on the reaction time. And Combs going to pick up the victory. 0-13, take 14 to be one above 8. 31 total right side. So it is 31 on the tree. Had to go dead on 0 and up the little numbers work out. Instead, she's 14 thousandths over to be 14 thousandths behind. Winlight comes on for Combs right side. James Bunner Jr., Junior Bunner left-hand side comes up next, 502 dialing in the undercover chassis. Lawrence Sandry out of Parrish, Florida, the M&M chassis supercharged dragster, 496 dialing right side. Final call for box door cars for the ranch round. Final call for box door cars for the ranch round. I need you now, please. Final call, box door cars for the ranch round. I need you now, please. Better reaction time, Bunner. Winlight, Bunner. 24, take 44 to be above by 4. Lauren misses it, puts it one above, no good. Final call for box door cars for the ranch round. Final call, box door cars for the ranch round. I need you now. I will also take double entered dragsters for ranch round. Double entered dragsters for the ranch round. I need you now, please. Double entered dragsters for the ranch round. Double entered dragsters for the ranch round. I will take you now. Rick Needham and Jimmy Cavanaugh. Cavanaugh 9th out better on the reaction time. But the Winlight's going to swing to Rick Needham. 17, take 33 to be dead on the dial-in with a 4. Puts 21 total on the window. Cavanaugh, not a bad run for straight off the trailer. 008, but 4 off the dial-in. As it looks like he didn't like the finish line and he dropped. 469 at 132 on the drop. Brian Miller comes up next on the Flamin' Dragster left-hand side, 487 dial-in, 489 dial-in for Aaron Williams in the Race Tech chassis. Six out separates him, advantage Williams. Winlight going to shine for Williams. 041 dead on the dial-in with a 3. Locks out left-hand side. Miller, 1 above the dial-in. Jeremy West and Brooks McMath up next. West out of Northport, Florida in the undercover right-hand side, 473 dial-in, 467 for McMath out of Virginia in the Race Tech. That's the white car left side. He'll give chase. West goes first. Once again, final call for box door cars for the ranch round. Box door cars. Doubles and singles. If you have not made the ranch round yet, this is your final call. Box door cars for the ranch round. Box door cars for the ranch round. Singles and doubles. If you have not made it back yet, this is your final call. I will also take double enter dragsters for the ranch round. Double enter dragsters for the ranch round. 18 dial separated. Brooks McMath with the better action time left side. But the Winlight's going to shine for Jeremy West. West 021, 3 above the dial and scoots around by 29 thousandths. McMath. Brooks is 003, but can only go 8 above the dial-in to get behind by 29 thousandths. Attention in the bits, attention in the bits. I need novice, junior dragster, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2 for the reentry round, please. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 for the reentry round, lanes 1 and 2. Alan Glatt and downtown Walter Brown. Brown, 4 for the 8 dialing right side, 444 dialing for Glatt left side. Fourth bow separates these two in reaction times. Advantage Glatt, win like Glatt. 27, take 10 to be 1 above the dial-in. Brown, 2 above the dial-in. Win light goes to Alan Glatt. Once again, my final call for box for re-entry round. Final call for box. Dragsters and door cars for the re-entry round. Final call for box for the re-entry round. Door cars and dragsters for the re-entry round. I need you now. Adam Russell and Eric Rawlings. Rawlings left side in the shorty, 457 dragster. 428 for Adam Russell, one of the quickest dragsters on the property. Getting a chase, holding a 15 thousandths. Better reaction time right side, win light. Going to come on for Russell. 12, get behind 18 on the drop to go 2 above the dial in Rawlings. 27, take 18 to be 100th under. To take 8 foul, but took 100th too much. Win light, Russell. That'll bring up Tim Butler and Corey Ream. Both of these drivers already have an entry through in round number 2. This is the chance to get their second entry through. Ream right-hand side in the gray dragster, dials in 472, 496 for the former IHRA world champ left side. Butler gets to go first. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we finish up the box category for re-entry round, on the tower side, the concession stand is now offering pulled pork sandwiches, and they have empanadas. If you have not tried either one of them, you need to do so. Corey Ream turns it red. Tim Butler is ready 0-14 and dead on the 496 on the 9 to put 23 package together. Again, if he was 22 total, he would have lost, but he was 23, so that's why he won. Corey Ream was 28 red, and that doesn't work. So it looks like we are just about done with the box re-entry. As we get into our double entry box door cars here, all Camaro starting line, 3rd gen versus 1st gen. 1st gen is Randy Oakley out of Kentucky, right-hand side. 578 down and 625 for Francis Vignola. They actually ran each other already one time this round. They're trying to get the second entry through. 8 foul separates them on reaction time, advantage right side. Win light comes on for the right-hand side. 37, take 8 to be 2 above the dial-in. Vignola, 2 above the dial-in left side. The difference is 8 thousandths of the finish line. The difference in the reaction time is 8 thousandths. Dean Moore and Leanne Morgan. Morgan with the better action time in the pickup truck, but breaks out by 5,000, so the win light swings to the scooter. Dean Moore, 022. Dead on the 557 with a 2. Put on a 24 pack. That gave Leanne Moore 20 thou to take. She took 25. Break out by 5 thousandths. Attention in the bits, attention in the bits. Junior Dragster re-entry round for 10 to 12. I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior Dragsters, age group 10 to 12 for the re-entry round. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Again, Junior Dragster re-entry round. Lanes 3 and 4. Chad McLevin and Kyle Cotrera. This is the second entry for both. Kyle had to buy back both of them. He got the first one through early in the session, now trying to get the second one through. The main transplant dialed in 455, left side 469 for Chad McLevin, the Mississippi-based American chassis, the blue dragster. On the right-hand side. Thou separates them. This one's good. Win light. You're going to come on the left-hand side as Kyle gets both entries back in. 14 drops to be 5 thou behind, and Chad had 3 thou to take, takes 5 and breaks out by 24 thousandths. Kyle under by 22 thousandths. 23 10,000ths margin of victory goes to Kyle Cotrera, and he gets both entries back into the game in round number 2. I believe we have 2 more dragsters, and then we get into juniors. So again, junior dragsters re-entry round. I've called age group 6 to 9 and 10 to 12. Junior dragsters re-entry round. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4. Patrick McMath and Jimmy Cavanaugh, and Cavanaugh's going to get the win here as McMath turns it way red. Cavanaugh 10 green and under by 28 thousandths to get that entry back into the ball game. and McMath. Red and under by 6 thousandths. Neither one of those are any good. And Jimmy Cavanaugh will get that entry back into the game. Once again, drivers, crew, spectators, those of you that are out here at Brington Motorsports Park, if you haven't had anything good to eat or drink yet today, go and visit the Towerside concession stand. They have all of their regular menu items, including 8 different beer varieties on hand, as well as they usually make specials every day. Today they have pulled pork sandwiches that they just started serving at 4 o'clock, so you can go over and grab one of those. They also have small batches of empanadas. You can go over and grab one of those as well. All right, junior dragsters for the rancher round. I have called age group 6 to 9, age group 10 to 12. I will now take age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6, please. So junior dragsters for the rancher round. I've called all 3 age groups, age group 6 to 9 to 1 and 2, age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4, and age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6. Haley Hawkins left side, 449 dial-in. 450 dial-in for Tony Morris. Morris in control on reaction time. And Morris with the win. 14, take 32 to be 2 above the dial, and Haley Hawkins 3 above the dial. Sean Corman getting the opponent single as having the best losing reaction time of round number 1. The Kentucky native goes 485 on the 471, so the tune-up pass helping him to get to round number 2, and that will officially wrap up the re-entry round.
For nearly 2 decades, our customers have told us time and again, the most important thing when shopping for a new trailer is quality. That's why we take it upon ourselves to visit our manufacturing facilities regularly to find out about new innovations, provide direct customer feedback, and of course, check quality. It's not something that we have to do. We do it because our customers have asked for it, and frankly, it's the right trailer's way.
Ian Nunez and Cash Som coming up first pair in the 6 to 9-year-olds. Florida representing right-hand side, 1271 dialing, 1217 dialing for the Oklahoma-based junior left side. And Cash turns it red, so Ian will get back into the program. Looking for a 1271 dialing. And goes 1282, about a tenth above the dialing. Cash is above by 4 after the red light. Gavin Dennis and Nikayla Maru next. Gavin down 12-14 right side, 12-14 for Maru left-hand side. Better reaction time goes to Gavin. Win light will go to Gavin as Nikayla going dead on the 12-14. Gavin going 9 above the dial-in. Zahid Mamie coming up out of Puerto Rico, left-hand side. The El Canito Racing Special, 1280 the dial in left-hand side, 1190 for the right-hand side. Red light for Zaid, so right side will get the win. 12-16 on the 1190 dialing. Mila Fregoria out of Puerto Rico in the Mike Boss chassis left-hand side. 892 dialing gives a big head start to Burnley Holdaway out of Inverness, Florida, the Holdaway family racing operation. They brought 2 juniors and a full-size 1190 dragster on the right-hand side. Mila gives chase. Burnley breaks out by 7,000, so Mila gets the win. 893 on the 892. Michael Groves Jr. and Everly Siegel next. Siegel in the bright green and white Dragster right side. 893 dial-in, 897 dial-in for Groves out of Maryland in the Boss chassis left side. Double breakout on Everly Siegel getting the win. Under by 17 thousandths right side, left side under by 24 thousandths. Good drag race. Everly Siegel gets the win. Our next winner, Caden McLean, coming up left side, 899 dial-in. Ryder Horst also on the 899 dial-in. Ryder turns it red, so Caden will move on to round number 2. Goes 896 on the 899 dial-in, under by 28 thousandths. Zoe Keller and Colton Lindquist next. Colton right side dials 894 out of Lakeland. Zoe out of Ohio dials a half scale in at 890. Colton trip, zip perfect, and 4 above the dial-in. Zoe just 2 thou red. Would have been a good drag race right there. Both of them going for a perfect light. One of them gets it, and the other one just misses by 2 thousandths. Colton gets back in the game. Kylie Mockney comes up next. Moneybags dials in 890, 932 for Reese Rawling in the North Carolina-based chassis right side. Reese with the better reaction time. But the win light's going to swing to Kylie Mockney. Right-hand side takes a little bit of margin to go under, and Kylie slows and gets the win light. Mason Summers and Austin Harold coming up next. Harold left-hand side, dials 903, 890 for Mason Summers, and the Kentucky-based American Chassis Jr. on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Summers turns it red. Austin Harold in the Tennessee-based junior will get the win. He goes 897 on the 903, but that's okay. The breakout is allowed when your opponent turns it red. Mason going dead on the 890 dial-in. Just let go a little too soon. And Austin Harold will come back for round two. Sedona got this in the very unique C7 Corvette-bodied Junior Roadster. 890 dial-in right side. Aubrey Gardner, 896 in the traditional Junior left-hand side. Only 2,000 separate them on reaction time. It's going to be a good one. Who has the dial-ins figured out? And it's going to be right-hand side as Aubrey breaks out by 400s. Sedona will get the win light. Madison Butler and is Mary's Ferrier coming up next. Ferrier out of Oviedo, Florida, right-hand side. The white with, looks like purple accent dragster. 893 dial-in, 890 the dial-in for Butler in the white with pink influence dragster on the left-hand side. Butler turns the red light on, so is Mary's will get the automatic win. 042 on the tree and 895 on an 893. Good run there for Ferrier. And Ferrier will move on to round number two. Maddie Poplowski comes up next. The Texas-based junior left side, 803 dial-in, 796 for Matthew Peterson in the half scale out of Punta Gorda, Florida, right-hand side. Separate these two. Advantage Peterson, win light Peterson 20, one above 3, puts together 33 total. Poplowski not a bad run either, 25 and one above 0. 33 total right side, 35 total left hand side. 2,000 margin of victory. That's a good race right there to open the 13 to 17 group. Haley Shook and Tyler Wee coming up next. Haley, one of our aging out juniors left side, $7.99 dial-in on the Northport Florida-based Dragster. The Wisconsin-based half skiff for Tyler Wee comes up right-hand side, $7.99 dial-in. Tyler turns it red, so Haley Shook will get the entry back in. 27 green and one above the dial-in. Haley's ready for round two. Colt Salm out of Oklahoma comes up next right side, $7.95 dial-in. Juliana Edelman out of Land O'Lakes, Florida, left-hand side. The Upper Rivet Fabrication frame exposed dragster, $7.96 dial-in. Whole lot of pedal work going on down there on the top end. Winlight, Colt. As Edelman slows to an 838 on the 796, and Colt will get there first by a couple tenths and gets the Winlight. Owen Blair and Joseph DeJesus comes up next. Joseph right-hand side out of Puerto Rico, 806 dial-in, 809 dial-in for Owen Blair out of the Texas-based Mike Boss chassis. That's the yellow and black dragster left side. Better action time right side, Winlight right side. Joseph goes 811 on the 806, 5 over the dial-in. Owen, 2 over the dial-in. 2-thou margin of victory. Will swing right-hand side to Joseph DeJesus, and he'll come back for round number 2. Cruz Schaefer and Bo Sims coming up next. Bo out of South Carolina, left side, $7.90 dial-in. Cruz out of Michigan, right side, $7.90 dial-in. Winlight goes to Sims. 6 above the dial-in, Cruz. 3 above the dial-in. Sims with the better reaction time, and Sims will pocket the win. Tanner Mockney and Oss Danner Jr. Danner out of North Carolina, the Mike Boss chassis left-hand side. Skeets Record Service and Danner Transport getting him here to Florida. 823 dial-in, $7.99 for Tanner Mockney in the right trailers entry on the right-hand side of the racetrack. As we continue to move through the competition here at the 10th Annual New Year Nationals, brought to us by Gaspar Body and Paint here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. The crew from RT Promotions once again putting on another great New Year Nationals as we moved over 530 cars through the beams in round number 1. 536 was the exact count. Down to our final class in the re-entry round. Drivers looking to get back into round number 2 of action. They got to win here in order to be able to have a chance in round 2. And Tanner will get back in the game. Tanner turns it 9 thousandths red. Tanner Mockney will lay it to go 801 of the island, so Tanner will come back for round 2. That'll bring up Dewey Parks and Landon Shipley. Shipley, who had the best losing package of round number 1 in the Tennessee-based half-scale right side, dials 803. 791 for Dewey Parks in the Macca City, Florida-based half-scale on the American-themed Dragster left side. Red light for Dewey Parks, so Landon Shipley gets back into the ball game. 803 with a 3 on the 803. Landon's got the dial figured out. Landon will be back for the next round of competition. Bobby Starr and Allison Reynolds. Starr left-hand side out of Palm Coast, Florida. The blue Dragster dials in 790. Allison Reynolds out of Space Coast Speed and Custom right side. Maroon Dragster also dialing 790. 20 fouls separates them. Advantage Reynolds right side. Win light is going to come on for Bobby Starr. Reynolds 20, take 50 to be under by 15,000. Starr 40 and 1 above on a little bit of a drop there at the top end, and Allison just taking a little bit too much stripe. Did a good job, just took a little too much, and Starr will get the win and go back into round number 2. Jackson Summers and Haley Anjay. Anjay out of Canada left side. Jackson Summers out of Kentucky right side. Win light. Going to come on for Summers. 799 on 794. 500's above. Anjay is above by 7. Ryan Roberts and Cameron Rich on their way down the racetrack. Advantage Roberts. Winlight Roberts 11, 1 above 5, 26 total for Ryan Roberts, and he'll get the Ohio-based half-scale dragster back in the game. Rich is under by 41 thousandths, and unfortunately, Cameron Rich going out of competition earlier than expected. Attention in the bets. Attention in the bets. At this time, I will take round 2 of foot brake. Again, as I announced earlier, each round we will call doubles at the very end. So please pay attention. We will call doubles at the very end of the round. for each category. So I'm going to call foot brake, then no box, then doubles. So I need foot brake for round number 2. Foot brake, round number 2, lanes 1 and 2. Foot brake, round number 2, lanes 1 and 2. Foot brake, round number 2, lanes 1 and 2. Foot brake only. I will call no box separately. 11 down separates Maverick Anjay, and right-hand side, and Winlight will go right-hand side. 818 on the 818 gets the W. Maverick Anjay breaks out by 23 thousandths. Paul Stauber and Braxton Sukost. Stauber with the better reaction time. Stauber with the win. 29, take 23 to be above by 7. Sukost, 4 above the dial-in. Paul Stauber out of New Jersey gets the win and goes back into round number 2. CJ Short and Carson Murphy. Murphy right side, CJ left side. Better action time left side. Winlight left side. 22 take 9 to be 3 above. Carson dead on the dial-in with a 9. Almost gets around the whole shot, but CJ doesn't come up short. Wins by 9 thousandths. Mason Felizar comes up next out of Las Vegas. 803 dial-in left-hand side. Matty Clark out of Ohio. 790 dial-in on the right-hand side. Separates him on reaction time advantage. Clark, Winlight, is going to come on for Clark. 37 dead on the dial-in with a 1. Puts together 38 total. Left-hand side is 5 above the dial-in. Following that battle, and Matty Clark will go back into round number 2 of competition. Once again, I need foot brake. Round 2. Foot brake. Round 2 to lanes 1 and 2. Foot brake. Round 2. Foot brake. Round 2 to lanes 1 and 2, please. Foot brake. Round 2 to lanes 1 and 2. Foot brake. Round 2, lanes 1 and 2. Once again, foot brake only. I will call no box separately. I need foot brake only. I will call no box separately. Keegan Conturier comes up next, right-hand side. Out of Paw Paw, Michigan, 798 dial-in, 804 for Evan Mulcher, also out of Michigan. This is like the 3rd or 4th time I've called this where we've had Michigan-based junior dragsters. They travel all the way down here to pair up with each other. Evan on the left side with the better reaction time. Winlight will go left-hand side as Keegan slows to an 8:14 on the side. Takes 33 thousandths and plays the stripe correctly to get the Winlight. Mulcher will get back into competition in round number 2. Next pair up, 790 the dial-in for Leah Smith out of Tennessee, left-hand side. Right-hand side, Ronald McDonald dials in 790. Separates him on reaction time. Advantage right side, win light. Going to come on for Ronald McDonald, 794 on the 790. 796 on the 790 for Leah Smith, comes up 26 thousandths short. And the Golden Arches will come back for round two. Stanton McAllister and Claire Russell. The next pair down the racetrack, Stanton 002. That'll get the win light. 798 on the 796, puts together 31 total. Claire a little bit behind on the reaction time and breaks it out. The win light goes left side. All right, ladies and gentlemen, about a little over 2 hours remaining for the concession stand on tower side of the racetrack. Did I tell you they have empanadas and pulled pork sandwiches right now? You need to go get one. They will sell out of it. Go over and grab yourself something good to eat or drink on tower side concession stands. If you are not wheeling a race car or a street car, or probably an electric scooter would not be preferable, but they do have 8 different beers available. So go grab yourself something good to eat or drink at tower side concession stands. Once again, I have called foot brake for round 2, foot brake for round 2. I will call no box separately. I have called foot brake for round 2, foot brake round 2. I will call no box separately. Alondra Manzano and Ava Ward next. Ward left side, 791 dialing, 791 dialing for Alondra right side. Nearly a heads-up start here. Ava, the better reaction time left-hand side, win light. Gonna come on for Ava Ward, 019 tree, 793 on the 790. Alondra, under by 11 thousandths, win light, Ava Ward. Riley Scott and Carter Poplowski next. Riley Scott on the right trailer's entry. We'll stage up right-hand side, 829 dialing, 808 dialing for Carter out of Texas. We'll stage up the red and black dragster left side. Once again, my final call for foot brake. Final call for foot brake, round number 2. Remember, I will call doubles separately. Final call for foot brake. Final call for foot brake. I will take you to lanes 1 and 2. All right, attention to the bets, attention to the bets. I will take no box to the lanes, please. No box. No box. I will take you to the lanes, please. No box. No box. I will take you to the lanes, please. Win light comes on for Riley Scott. 830 on the 829, 1 off the dial-in. Poplowski, 2 off the dial-in. 1 foul. Margin of victory 0-0-1-3. Margin of victory goes to Scott right side. That'll bring up Lily Kirstnason next, right-hand side. The red and black Dragster dials 808. 791 dial in for Charlie Daniels, left-hand side. Actually, that is Yanir Vasquez, left-hand side out of Melbourne, Florida. 791 dial-in. 12 foul separates them on reaction time. Win light will come on for Vasquez. 792 on the 791. Lilly breaks out by 19 thousandths. Ossuary Farrier coming up next, left side, 793 dial-in. Easton Hodge, right side, 802 dial-in. Easton with the better reaction time, right-hand side. And Easton's going to get the win on this one. 802 with a 6 on the 802. Farrier breaks out, going 788 on the 793. Easton Hodge will get back into the ball game in round number 2. That'll bring up Ben Short. This is your legal buy run for the Rancher round. He had the best reaction time that did not get a win light in round number 1, so Short will get back into the game on an opponent single in round number 2. Once again, I have called foot brake and now no box. Foot brake and no box. I will take you now, please. Foot brake and no box. Foot brake and no box. I will take you. Foot brake and no box. Foot brake and no box. Again, remember, I will call doubles separately. So if you are double entered in either foot brake or no box, I will call you separately. You do not need...
For nearly 2 decades, our customers have told us time and again, the most important thing when shopping for a new trailer is quality. That's why we take it upon ourselves to visit our manufacturing facilities regularly to find out about new innovations, provide direct customer feedback, and of course, check quality. It's not something that we have to do. We do it because our customers have asked for it, and frankly, it's the right trailer's way.
Catch up, see you in my river trying to catch up. Run and see you running trying to catch up. I see you gasping, leave you breathless, breathless. Catch up, see you in my river trying to catch up. Run and see you running trying to catch up. I see you gasping, leave you breathless, breathless. You can't be me, and I'm not you. I've been talked to, and I'm not too. Feeling like bliss, I feel like I chew. Wake up, I stretch, then I eat my food. My food, that's you, you should know that. My boo from the bottom where the flow at. Came from studio apartments, no room in it. Now it's a house with a little welcome doormat. I wanna go on a ride, you wanna ride. Always be on my side, and that's for life. Compliment on my flaws, like that's alright. They all want what we have, and that's fine. Catch up, see you in my river trying to catch up. Run and see you running trying to catch up. I see you gasping, leave you breathless, breathless. Catch up, see you in my river trying to catch up. Run and see you running trying to catch up. I see you gasping, leave you breathless, breathless. Kiss my baby, I need all of the love. You're number one and there's no runner-up. I tell my babies I need all of the hugs. The blessings hit, I got more than enough. I kiss my baby, all the love that I need. And I'm loving on you, I know you loving on me. I try to give you what you need and that's all I need. And I give you 100, you got 4 of my seeds. Catch up, see you in my river trying to catch up.
All right, drivers, so while we have a minute, I'm going to let you know who the wait-and-see buy runs are for round number 2. In the no-box class, car number 621M is your wait-and-see buy run. In the box class, 36X is your wait-and-see buy run. And on the junior dragster side, car number 1812 is your wait-and-see buy run. So those are your buy runs. 621M on no box, 36X on the box side, and 1812 on the junior side. Those are your wait-and-see buy runs for round number 2. For all of you that are still watching on Motor Mania, over 1,000 of you, thank you so much for joining us here for day number 1. This is Right Trailers Saturday of the 10th Annual New Year Nationals, brought to us by Gaspar Body and Paint here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. $10,000 to win on the box side, $10,000 to win on the no box side, and then $2,000 to win on the junior dragster side. As we continue to roll through the cars, 536 cars went down in round number 1. Looked like almost a 100% re-entry rate. I'll have exact numbers for you on how many remain after we get through round number 2.
change, give you the genesis of my range. And when the whole world starts to fall, I'll be the one rising up, standing tall. They got me like uh-oh, uh-oh. 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 You better believe I'll run the train. I'll be the rain in Spain, change the game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go in round number 2. As I mentioned, 2 come down, 1 come back. As we're going to go back to the complete live feed on Motor Mania. Tony Gambardella and Chris Duffett on the starting line. Gambardella on the wagon left side, $637 down, $728 for the Camaro right-hand side. 35,000 separate him on the reaction time advantage. Gambardella win light. Tony Gambardella 21, take 11 to get the win light. Duffett a little bit behind on the reaction time and 4 above the dial, and Tony Gambardella once again will keep the wagon rolling, and he will go to the next round of competition. I have called foot brake and no box, foot brake and no box. Again, I will call doubles separately. Once again, foot brake and no box, foot brake and no box. I will call doubles separately. Cody Lowell and John Siegel next. Lowell right-hand side, Virginia-based Mustang, dials in 630, 565 for the wheelie wagon. The Malibu station wagon of Siegel, left side. He'll get chase. Cody gets to go first. It is plumb nasty. 3,000 separates him advantage. Siegel win light. John Siegel throws 2 total on the window. 001, 565 with a 1. Cody Lowell is 004 and has no chance. Wow. 004 off the foot brake in round number 2 and park it. John Siegel 2 total moves to round 3. Jeremy England on the two-wheeler comes up next, right side, 578 dial-in, 605 the dial-in for Rob Burschmeider, the Pennsylvania-based Monte Carlo. Rob Burschmeider turns it red. If he did, Jeremy England was going to do it for him. Scooter will survive. 583 on the 578. Rob breaks it out by 11 thousandths after turning on the red light. Don, watching the live stream, my apologies. I am naturally loud. I could probably do this with no microphone, and they would still hear me over the live stream. Left-hand side, Don Scrabble and James Fowler. Fowler in the Nova turns it red. So left side will get the automatic win. 022 and 3 above the dial-in. Yes, 10 will move on. We've tried a couple different microphones. This is the clearest one. Unfortunately, it is also the loudest one. Kirk and the Bad Apple comes up next, right-hand side. Vega dials in 631, 627 for Zach Combs in the wheel standing Olds Starfire. Yeah, that's not a Vega. It's not a Monza. That is a Starfire. Pretty odd to see the Buick, Pontiac, or Oldsmobile version. And Zach will move on. Kirk turns it a painful 2,000ths red. The Animal 013 and holding 39 thou in reserve, so we'll see Zach Combs back for round 3. Don Horda and Kevin Mendenhall coming up next. As I mentioned, we have a pretty good contingent of two-wheelers out here between no box and box. Good to see him here. The Suzuki right side dials 597 will give Chase Mendenhall out of Pennsylvania, and the square body S10 pickup truck dial 631. Kevin gets to go first. $11,000 separates them on reaction time advantage. Scooter, win light. Going to come on for the pickup truck. 031, take 37 to be above by 2. Don slows to 6 off the dial-in. Here's a good one on the starting line for round number 2. Lucas Walker and Chase Green. The Green Family Racing 66 Chevy 2 out of Shelbyville, 631 dial in, 555 for Lucas Walker, the hired gun in the Cool Whip Dan Baldry Camaro. And Chase turns it 5 thou red, 7 thou green for Lucas Walker. Walker's holding a little bit, just a little bit. Walker, who never sat in the car before this morning, was 11 on his first let-go foot swap and his 007 green on that one. Lucas moves his first entry to the next round. His green is 5 thou red. It would have been nasty. As expected, both of them went for the Christmas tree. Tim Housen, Morgan Carroll next. Morgan out of South Carolina in the 1968 model Chevy Camaro, right-hand side, 619 dial-in, 655 for Tim Housen, the Florida-based third-gen Camaro. Morgan turns it red, so Tim will get the automatic victory. 025 green. It'll leg it out to be 24 thousandths under. He'll get the win light as Morgan turns it 22 red. Here comes your next pair, Steve Welsh and Tyler Scott. Scott out of Butler, Kentucky, the 1978 colorful Vega left side. 634 dial, and he'll swing the head start by almost one full light bulb on the Christmas tree to Steve Welsh. The Duster out of Ocala, Florida, 682 dial in. Welsh turns it red, so Scott gets the automatic victory. Runs dead on the dial in 634 with a 0 for Tyler Scott. He's dialed in and ready for round number 3. Blake Carnell and Gage Birch next. Birch left-hand side out of Palmetto, Florida. The ex-BJ Bianchi Mustang. Says thanks to FTI Performance and FTI Onsite, Mickey Thompson, AFR Cylinder Heads, Mosier Engineering, and Jags, as well as TDM Brakes, amongst others. 607 dial and 671 for Blake Carnell in the 82 S10 pickup truck. And he turns it red by 27 thousandths. Gage will move on. 033 green and is holding 500ths in reserve. Blake goes dead on the dial-in with a 6, but turned it red, so Gage Birch will move his first entry into the next round. That'll bring up an all X-Body starting line. When I say X-Body, I mean Nova, Apollo, Omega, and Ventura. That is the GM X-Body platform. Chris Stevenson and Phil Billy Combs. Combs driving his clean, new to him, third-gen Nova left side, 623 dial-in for the wheel stander out of Kentucky. Stevenson, the ex-stalker, 74 Buick Apollo, right-hand side out of Alabama, 623 dial-in. Get your cameras ready. This will be a wheels-up starting line. 22 thousandths on the tree for Stevenson. 28 thou in his pocket. Win light. Stevenson 22, take 18. To be one above 4 puts 42 total on the window. Phil Billy misses it. Uncharacteristic for him and puts it dead on the dial, and with a 4 but comes up 18,000 short. Chris Stevenson moves that entry on to the next round. Austin Logan and Dustin Carroll up next. Logan left side, the 86 Camaro, dials in 597, 622 for Dustin Carroll in the Nova. Had 2 entries, had to buy 1 back. Could not get that one through, so down to his last entry on the right-hand side for the South Carolina native. Austin Logan will try to defend home turf for the Port Charlotte, Florida-based Camaro. And he'll get it done as Dustin turns it 19 red. Logan 25 green and is under by 58 thousandths. Carroll legs it out to go 3 above the dial-in. Little Camaro versus Mustang action next on the starting line. Phil Green and Eric Obil. Obil out of Loxahatchee, Florida, 1979 Fox Mustang. The first year they built the Fox Mustang, not the first year for the Fox platform, mind you. That was the 1978 Fairmont. Mustang dials in 607, gets 100th head start over Phil Green, the Reverend out of Ocala, Florida, his high school car. 606 dialing for the 68 Camaro. 2 foul separates him as both of them are teen on the Christmas tree. Advantage Phil Green, win light. Eric Obel. Eric, 17, take 10 to be 1 above of the 1. Phil, 608 on the 606, 2 above. Attention in the bits, I will take foot brake and no box doubles. Foot brake and no box doubles to the lanes, please, for round number 2. Foot brake and no box doubles. Foot brake and no box doubles. I'll take you to the lanes, please. Foot brake and no box doubles. Logan Westmoreland and Brandon Michaels next. Michaels left side in the Camaro. Westmoreland right side in the pickup truck. Advantage goes to the Camaro. Win light goes to the Camaro. 10 on the dial at 718 with a 4 on a 718. Westmoreland breaks it out by 37 thousandths. Michaels, better reaction time. Michaels with the win. Once again, no box and foot brake doubles. No box and foot brake doubles. I'll take you now, please. Foot brake and no box doubles. Foot brake and no box doubles to the lanes, please. J.D. Anderson and Colin Nash next. Nash on the two-wheeler out of Orlando, right side, 559 dial at 633 for J.D. Anderson in the Tesla. Tesla out first, motorcycle giving chase, win light. Going to come on for the Tesla on the brakes. Dead on the dial-ins on both sides of the racetrack. 633 with a 1 on a 633. Nash, 559 with a 1 on a 559. Forward thou separates them on the reaction time. Forward thou separates them at the finish line. Win light, Anderson by 0-0-4-4. 44 ten-thousandths of a second margin of victory. We saw Austin Logan just a minute ago. Now Travis Logan. Travis, left-hand side. The 87 Camaro 604 dial in 626 the dial in for Jeff Stewart. Stewart of the 64 Chevelle. The first year they built him the big tire car dials in 626, and he gets to go first. Better reaction time goes to Travis Logan, win light. Travis Logan, 14 take 35 to be 1 above Stewart. Late and under by a thou and still doesn't get there first. Win light. Travis Logan, and he'll join his brother Austin in round number 3 on the no box side. TJ Cook and Robert Kemp next to the pair of pickup trucks. TJ Cook left side, the Chevy S10 dials in 709. 742 for Robert Kemp's GMC. Kemp with the better action time, right-hand side. But the win will go to T.J. Cook. Kemp, better on the tree by almost 400ths, but can only go 700ths above the dial-in. T.J. Cook slides in by 15 thousandths. 711 on the 709 gets the win. Another little Mustang versus Camaro matchup right here. Jason Parker and Mike Tell. Tell on the 5th-gen Camaro, right-hand side. 698 dial-in, 649 the dial-in for Jason Parker in the Maryland-based 87 Mustang. Once again, no box and foot brake doubles. No box and foot brake doubles. I will take you now, please. No box and foot brake doubles. No box and foot brake doubles. I will take you now, please. 43,000 separate these two on the reaction times, and one of them is 43, and the win light comes on for the 43. Mike Tell, 43, dead on the dial-in with a 5. Parker was trip, zip, perfect, and gives the finish line back by 9 thousandths of a second. 5 above the dial-in, and they gave Mike Tell just enough room to get inside. Couple of Firebirds on the starting line next, and this is a good matchup. Daniel Young and Brandon Williams. Williams on the third bird. Right-hand side of the racetrack, 696 dial-in for him, 641 for Daniel Young. Right side gets to go first. Young gives chase left side. And Williams turns it 3 thousandths red. Young, 10 green. It makes it out to be 3 thousandths under. Williams is holding 38 thousandths in reserve. Just 0.03 of a second away from perfect, and Daniel Young gets the win. John Vianna and Seth Phillips come up next. Phillips left-hand side, the Virginia-based Plymouth. 608 dialing, 654 dialing for John Vianna and the big tire third-gen Camaro. Driver, stay with your cars, please. Driver, stay with your cars, please. As we continue to move cars through the lanes, we need you to stay with your vehicles. We have some drivers that are missing. Please stay with your vehicles. As we're trying to move the program along, we need your help, drivers. Please stay with your vehicles. Red light for John Vianna. If he didn't do it, Seth Phillips was going to do it right after him. Phillips, 604 on a 608 will get the win light as Vianna turns it 7th thou red and gets out of gas early. Let him bring up Matt Daddis and Mickey Pierce. Pierce left-hand side, the 82 Camaro based out of Lakeland, Florida, former sportsman track champion here at Bradenton Motorsports Park, 695 dialing. He'll get the head start by a little over 1 full second from Matt Daddis. If you want to know anything about ex-superstockers, especially F.J. Smith cars, go talk to this man. He's got a few of them. He's got 2 on the property here this weekend. 1990 Olds Calais. This is a front-wheel drive to rear-wheel drive conversion car. 594 dialing for Matt Daddis right side. Pierce gets to go first by 2 light bulbs on the Christmas tree. Daddis gives chase with a 300th better reaction time. Can Pierce hold him off? No, he will not do it as Daddis gives it a couple of throttle kicks. 006, take 12 to be 3 above the dial, and Pierce 2 above the dial, and Matt Daddis will get that entry through to round number 3. Chris Osborne and Taylor Profile coming up next. Profile on the wheel standing pickup truck left side, 613 dialing, 726 the dialing for the Cortez, Florida-based Chevy Vega. Chris gets to go first. Chris turns on the red light and the pickup truck goes wheels up on a 12 reaction time with the wind light already flashing. And Taylor under by a little bit, 610 on the 613, but no problem as Osborne turned it red. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so unfortunately it looks like we've got a little bit of sprinkle action coming our way. So we're going to put everything on hold here for just a minute. So everything is going to go on hold just for a minute while we wait and see what this does. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we are down for a few minutes, keep in mind, Trackside Concession Stand is open for about another hour and a half. So if you would like to grab yourself something good to eat or drink, Towerside Concession Stand is open. It is between the 2 sections of Grandstand on Tower side of the racetrack. They do have pulled pork sandwiches. They did have empanadas about an hour and a half ago when we requested some. I'm not sure if they still have them. They only make small batches of the specialty items. Still a lot of good stuff off their regular menu, including 8 different kinds of adult beverages. So go over and grab yourself something good to eat or drink. Again, they will be open until 7 o'clock tonight, but do not wait while we have this delay. Go over and get yourself something good.
Routine maintenance is important for trailer safety and longevity. We encourage you to keep your trailer in shape. Wright Trailer's in-house service department not only specialize in trailer service-related needs, it hosts an in-house fabrications department engineering any trailer-related ideas and bringing your ideas to life. If you are in need of trailer maintenance or have a modification that needs to be engineered, don't hesitate to call 833-31-RIGHT.
Like an airplane, far away. As soon as I drop the beat down low, everybody knock, give me some more. Let me just improvise a couple lines, break it down, symbolize a couple times. And when the whole room starts to cheer, that'll be the reason why I'm here. They got me like, uh-oh, uh-oh. 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 You
dreams that I dream in a world built to run on power. Tough situation to solve, only have a lighter. Toss and I turn with ideas that will make things burn. You came across my intention to rule the world. What we're up against, we just gotta speak louder. I'll try to make amends for the damage control. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. Only together we can rule the world. We can rule the world. Keep up the speed on a ball that is rolling faster. Goals and emotions are wrapped into We've been running with the lions, lions. We've been running with the lions, lions. They can't run, they can't hide. We won't stop until they're down. We've been running with the lions, lions. I'll go through
All right, drivers, looks like we got everything all touched up and ready to go. Load back up, please. Drivers, load back up, please. All right, right back at things. Here we go. Mike Gaffney and Phil Combs Jr. Jr. in the Kentucky-based S10 pickup truck left side, 619 dialing, 697 for Mike Gaffney. The only car that was ever designed on an airplane barf bag, the Gremlin right side, 697 dialing. Gaffney is in trouble as Phil's got him on the reaction time. And on the double rig out, Phil will take the win 16, take 24 to be under by 6 thousandths. Gaffney under by 100th more. That is the win margin. Win light comes on for Combs. Dan Boldry coming up next. The Boldry SRQ Plumbing 68 Camaro 606 dialing 979 for the pickup truck right side. Boldry has to sit there and wait 3 full seconds. Pull the trigger and give chase. Can he get there? Is the pickup going to stay in front? Pickup gets the win light. Dead on the dial-in with a 6. 979 on the 979. Boldry 2 off the dial-in. Pickup truck will get the victory. That brings up Paige Short and Ed Nunez. Nunez in the only Lexus on the racetrack here this weekend. 599 dial-in for the Lexus right-hand side. He'll give chase 710 the dial-in for the S10 pickup truck left side. 2,000 separates them. It's a good race off the starting line. Who has the finish line figured out? Win light's going to come on for Short. 025, 2 above the dial-in. Nunez, 27, take 39 to be under by 19 thousandths. Had 20 thou to take, and instead takes 39. Unfortunately, the win light will not come on. Left side gets the win mark on that one. Jake Milstead and William Kraft next. Kraft in the Melbourne, Florida-based Malibu. 623 dial-in right side, 614 for Milstead. Had to buy both entries back. Got one of them through right here. 614 for the Maryland-based four-eyed Mustang. Once again, I have called no box and foot brake. .300 separates these two. Advantage Milstead left-hand side. Win light going to come on for Milstead in the double breakout. 21, take 15 to be under by 12 thousandths. Kraft under by 28 thousandths. 16 thou margin of victory in the double breakout. Final call for all of no box and foot brake as well as doubles. Each to the lanes, please. Final call for no box and foot brake, including doubles. I need you back to the lanes, please. Dylan McNichol and Michael Nobles next. Nobles left side, 656 dial-in, 734 the dial-in for McNichol. About 15 thou separates him on reaction time. Win light going to come on for Dylan McNichol. Dead on the dial-in, 734 with an 8 on a 734. Gets the win mark. Nobles gets there first by 25 thousandths. Breaks out by 2 thousandths. Had 23 thou to take and takes 25. That'll move Dylan McNichol into the next round. I believe we will see him back on the junior side in round number 2 shortly. Jude Kersnason coming up with Jeremy West, Noisy Business, 2 Nova next right-hand side, 620 dialing. 769 the dialing for Richard Ship, the Ship family operation in the Chevy-powered Mustang left side. He gets to go first on the 769 dialing. Better reaction time to Jude. Win light to Jude on the double breakout. Jude under by 26 thousandths. Ship under by further. 762 on the 769. He's under by 64 thousandths. Win light comes on for Jude Kersnason. Matt Ward and Carly Bryan next. Couple of classic Chevy products on the starting line. Carly Bryan in the Holbrook and Bryant family Nova out of Duet Pools in Palmetto, Florida. 647 dialing, 631 for Matt Ward. The South Carolina Hot Rod Black 69 Camaro right side. Carly with 300ths of a second advantage on the reaction time win light. Give it to Carly. 20, 2 above 1. 41 total walks out Matt Ward. It was a little bit late and under by 16 thousandths. Mike Reiner coming up next. 1970 small tire Chevelle out of Pennsylvania. 574 dialing. 633 for Dewey Harding in the second-gen Camaro right side. He turns the red light on. That'll give Mike Greiner the automatic win light. Looking for 574. And goes 573 with a 3. He's under by 7 thousandths of a second. Dewey Harding turns it red and then 500ths above the dial-in. They'll bring up one of 2 Tri-5 Chevy station wagons here this weekend. This is Matt Vall. Vall out of Trenton, Ohio, 1957 Bel Air 4-door wagon left-hand side, 692 dialing. Get a little bit of a head start from the S10 pickup truck right side, 675 dialing. Wagon turns the red light on, so the S10 will get the automatic victory. Haley Clow and Brian Shook next. Shook in the S10 Blazer. 680 dialing, 695 for Clow, and Clow turns it a thou red in the Nova. Shook is ready, 007 and under by 19 thousandths. Haley legs it out to go 4 above the dial-in. Brady Mason, Mark Brewer next. Brewer right side. Mace left side. Better action time to right side. Winlight will stay right-hand side. Dead on the dial-in with a 7. Mark Brewer had the better action time, and Brady Mace could not make it work. 1 above the dial-in for the Camaro and comes up short. Mike, I'm not a crook out of Oviedo, Florida, and the Tesla left-hand side, 760 dial-in, 625 for Ryan Snipes in the S10 pickup truck. Crook doubling with Jeff Grafton on the Tesla. Got the entry through round number 1. He's looking to keep going here. He's got Ryan Snipes on the opposite side. Tesla goes first. Both of them away on green light. Reaction times win light. Crook 10 takes 75 to be above by 3. Snipes 40 and 8 over the dial-in. 121 total. Usually doesn't get you a win light in round number 2, and Mike Crook made sure that happened. Macy Stewart and Aaron Reynolds. Reynolds in the S10 pickup truck left-hand side out of Space Coast Speed and Custom. 622 dial-in, 624 for Macy Stewart in the clean Oldsmobile Cutlass. Flat hoods for the win for the West Virginia Cutlass. She gets to go first by 200ths. Nearly a heads-up start. Macy 1 foul red. And Aaron shows that he's holding a little. As the OGCG would say, he's got a little heat in the pocket right there. 6:15 on the 622. Aaron ready for round number 3. Chris Duffett coming up next in the Nova. The first generation Chevy 2 on the right-hand side, 649 dial-in, 655 for Curtis Peak. Peak in the extended cab S10 pickup truck, dialed in 655. Red light by 18 foul for Duffett. Peak will get the automatic win, 27 green. Leg it out to be 4 above. He can adjust that dial in for round number 3, and we will see Peak back for junior dragsters for round number 2 here momentarily. Once again, I have called all of no box, foot brake, including doubles. All of no box and foot brake, including doubles. Paul Allen against Morgan Carroll next. Little Ford versus Chevy action. Morgan Carroll right-hand side. The 68 model Chevy Camaro dials in 622, 689 for Paul Allen left side. Foul separates them, and one of them is 13 win light. Comes on for Paul Allen. He threw a 13 pack down earlier. Now trip, zip, take 23 to be 3 above the dial-in. Morgan, 13 and 4 above the dial-in to not get there in time. Allen stays hot, going trip, zip, and he'll go to round 3. He had to buy back both entries in round number 1 and came back with a 13 pack, and apparently has kept the hot hand on side of him. So we'll see him back for round number 3. We'll bring up the Josh Green Nova next, right-hand side. 632 dial-in, 609 for Jeff Gatlin left side. Green with the better reaction time in the wheel-standing Chevy 2 win light. Comes on for Green on the double rig out 15, take 13 to be a foul under. Gatlin is under by 23 thousandths. The Preacher Man will lose an entry right there, and Green moves on to the next round. Rick Harker and Cody Kirk next. Kirk right side in the Mustang. 629 down, 628 for Rick Harker, the opposite side. Both of them away, 4 foul, separates them on the pair of forwards. Advantage Carker, win light. drop top Falcon. 23, take 004 to go. Dead on the dial with a 629 total. That gave Cody Kirk 2 thou to get there with 27 trees. Dead on 6, comes up 46.10 thou short. Charlie Denny and Chris Stevenson win light. Stevenson, he gets both the entries through 037, 2 above for the Buick Apollo. Left-hand side, late under the dial and no good. Win light, Chris Stevenson. Attention in the bits, attention in the bits. I will take no box door cars. Or excuse me, box door cars for round number 2. Box door cars. Box door cars for round number 2, lanes 1 and 2, please. I have called final call for no box and foot brake, including doubles. No box and foot brake, including doubles. This is your final call. I need box door cars, box door cars, lanes 1 and 2. Better reaction time right-hand side, but Michael Duff and the Mustang left side will get the win. Right side, 5, take 63 to be under by 3 thou. Need to take 60 or less. Michael Duff and the Mustang, 628 on the 627, gets the win light. Once again, I have called box door cars, the lanes 1 and 2. For round 2, box door cars, the lanes 1 and 2 for round 2, please. Box door cars for round 2, lanes 1 and 2. Remember, we will call doubles separately. As we did for round 1 and re-entry, we will call double entries separately. We will call box door cars, dragsters, then double box door cars and double dragsters. We will continue to call them like that. Wesley Lee and Major Clark. 3 thou separates them on reaction time advantage. Clark, win light. Going to come on for Clark in the double breakout. 23, get behind 4 to be under by 11 thousandths. Lee, 26, take 4, under by 18 thousandths. He breaks out by 7 thou more, and the win light will swing to Major Clark. Mike Mockney and Mike Zerl next. It's an all Mike starting line. Zerl on the right-hand side, and then Chevy Malibu station wagon. 651 dial in, 627 for Mike Mockney. And Mockney will turn on the red light. Zero gets the win light. Bobo in the 27 Ford, and Zach Combs on the opposite side, and Combs is going to get the automatic win here as Bobo turns it red. Bobo made the boo-boo, and Combs moves on. The animal will bring both entries back for round number 3. Willard and Gage Birch up next. Willard in the S10 pickup truck, 773 the dial, and Ronald McDonald must have given back the wheel. 604 for Gage Birch, left side. Better reaction time to Birch, win light to Birch. 14, take 37 to be dead on 6. 20 total. Will Willard is 33 and mathematically ineligible. Nathan Mendenhall and Jeff Stewart back around on their second entries. Mendenhall left-hand side, the square body S10 pickup truck, 627 dial-in, 625 for Stewart's Chevelle. Just 200 separate them on the dial-ins. It'll be nearly a heads-up start. Once again, drivers, crew, and spectators, we are down to 45 minutes remaining on the concession stand tower side. If you'd like to get yourself something good to eat or drink, please go and visit the tower side concession stand. Again, they will close at 7 o'clock. Nathan Mendenhall in control here. Win light will come on for Nathan. 23, get behind 4 thou on the drop to be 3 above Stewart. 067, and doesn't look like he got out of it much to go under by 13 thousandths, but he was in a reaction time deficit he couldn't get around. Lucas Walker and Trevor Beard. No, that's not Trevor Beard. I apologize. That is Brandon Michaels. Yep. Brandon Michaels in the 2000 model Camaro Dow 718. 543 for the hired gun, Lucas Walker. Walker's got a little bit of work to do and will not get it done on this one. Both drivers 3 above the dial-in, and Lucas Walker misses for the first time tonight. He still keeps the first entry, but right side will move both entries into round number 3. Margin of victory, 15 thousandths of a second. Cody Profile comes up next. The wheel standing S10 pickup truck left-hand side. 610 the dial-in, 742 for Robert Kemp in the GMC right side. Better reaction time by 4 thousandths goes left side. Win light left side. 23, 1 above. Puts together 33 total. Kemp 27, take 22. To be under by 16 thousandths. Only had 6 out to get there. It was that close. Win light goes to the wheel stander. Pothall brings that entry back for round 3. Carly Bryan and Tim Howes coming up on their second entries of the round. Howes in the big tire third gen Camaro 655 dialing. Carly Bryan and the family Nova Dials in 648. Carly Bryan uncharacteristically late, and Tim House is going to make her pay for it. 031 and 3 above the dial-in. Carly got the first entry through, but not on that one. Every now and then someone misses. How about this matchup on the starting line? This is Jeff Gatlin's final entry. He lost the first one. Doesn't necessarily pull an easy one for the second one. Daniel Young, who I believe this is his first entry. Normally he throws the second entry down on the box side. The ex-stock eliminator Firebird with the firefighter at the wheel left side. 641 dial-in, 608 for the preacher man out of St. Augustine in Tom Heath's Mustang. Gatlin gives chase. Young goes first. And Gatlin will turn it red. Came in with 2 entries and leaves with 0. Young was somewhat vulnerable, 031 and 6 thousandths under. Normally Young is close to red every time. Every now and then one slips by. Second entry for Doe Dietrich in the small tire 70 Chevelle out of Pennsylvania, 574 dialing. Matt Ward around on his second entry, 631 for the former division champ out of South Carolina, left side. One foul separates him. Who has the dial and figured out at the top end? Win light's going to come on for Matt Ward. 26 get behind to go 1 above 0. Dietrich, 25, take 20 to be under by 9 foul. Matt Ward threw the anchor out, and Dietrich did not catch all of it. Needed to take 11 or less and took 20. Once again, I need box door cars for round number 2, please. Box door cars, round number 2. I need you now, please. Box door cars, round number 2. I need you now, please. Paul Allen and Ryan Snipes. Paul Allen, who was just triple, back around on his second entry. And still in the ball game. 3 foul separates him and Snipes. Advantage Allen, win light will come on for Ryan Snipes as Allen slows to 694 on the 689, and Snipes slides in there by 18 thousandths to get the win mark. That'll bring up Macy Stewart, who came in with 2 entries in the round number 2, lost the first one, but sitting on the wait and see bye. And the West Virginia-based Cutlass will get the single here in round number 3. Macy on the tune-up run, dead on the 623 with a 2. Tuned up and ready for round number 3. That'll wrap up the no-box side of Wright Trailers Saturday. We will move into the box door car side of things here in a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on hold here for just a minute. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, while we have the downtime, if you have not gotten yourself the New Year National merchandise, that is available on west side of the racetrack. It should be reopened tomorrow. They did dish out quite a bit of stuff today, so just want to make you aware of it. If you did not pick it up today, it will be available again tomorrow. They have T-shirts in 2 different colors as well as hoodies available It is a gray pop-up tent next to a white trailer. It is located right in front of the Wright trailers on west side of the racetrack. Again, they will be reopened for business tomorrow. Go over and grab yourself the 10th anniversary commemorative New Year National merchandise. Our shout out to all the great sponsors that are here this weekend on part of New Year Nationals, brought to us by Gaspar Body and Paint and the crew from RT Promotions here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. Among the great many sponsors, Wright Trailers, as I mentioned, sponsoring today, Saturday. Scorpion Products sponsoring tomorrow, and WL Black & Associates sponsoring our action on Monday. Thanks to our additional sponsors, D2 Racing, Two Girls Garage, Dan Bouldry SRQ Plumbing, May Race Carburetors, Drag Race Solutions, FTI Performance and FTI Onsite, Platinum Products, Snap-on and Ken Grant, Snap-on Tools, Goolsby Racing Enterprises, Easy Life Motorsports, Champs Performance, South Florida Choppers, the Junior X Driving School, Kentucky Gears, Rhett's Family Market, Briggs Auto Sales, Darlington Dragway, and also a shout out to Thornton Motorsports for Sunday Night Racer Appreciation Dinner, and Burning Rose and McMaster Lawn and Pest Control for taking care of our New Year's fireworks as always. We appreciate all those fine folks for once again backing our efforts here at the 10th anniversary of the New Year Nationals. All right, attention in the bits, attention in the bits. I have a racer in need. Actually, I have a racer crew chief in need. Looking for a Yamaha gas golf cart drive belt number 4222. If you have one or know where we can locate one, come to the top floor of the tower and I'll give you the contact information. We have a racer that is looking for a drive belt number 4222 for a Yamaha gas golf cart. If you have one or know where we can get one, please come to the top floor of the tower and I'll give you that racer's contact information. Racers, while we have a down moment, also please keep in mind that the RFC Chapel service will be held tomorrow at 8 a.m. If you would like to join the Reverend Phil Green for the good word, it is at the white tent located on the west side of the racetrack at 8 a.m. Team RFC will be there.
shawty looking at me. She want me to slide for the fling. She want me to show her some things. But right now I'm focused on me doing me. Gotta watch step on the tightrope. I never fall off this light work. Know it's people trying to see me down real bad. Same ones trying to meet me where I'm at now. Same ones trying to figure how I got here. I been serving my pop, bitch, shaking my saucepan, writing these songs. So it's 48 key drop. Tell me when to go. How you think I'm finna stop? I be protecting my inner child. You could keep all of that dissonance. They be hating on me cause they see I'm gifted. It's all finna show you 3D printing. I be doing me like I got a blank check. I be ducking shade for the love and respect. Wanna touch stage, cross seas on me. No drama, more flights. Next year's looking lit. Laid up in somebody grass. I'm burning the gas to my last breath. Life is so fragile, enjoying the roses so high you can't see me, I'm seated. She wanna beat me, I'm trying to do Fiji. I live on the island alone. I'm trying to be one with my aura before I allow your soul.
I don't care what you say, it's really either way. I'ma do it like that. 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 Yeah, I'ma do it like that. I'ma do it like that. I'ma do it like that.
Yeah, I think she want more than a flame. Want me to give her that moonlight. Everything not what it seems. Real one from the jump start. Gotta watch step on a tightrope. I never fall off this light word. Lord knows it's God's word.
Really been going back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Like the neighborhood warriors.
I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I stay with no A1. Tell the
I'm on go, I don't stay long. I've been up now, that's a case one. I've been down too, like the day strong. I got summer toys for the summer boy. I keep drummer boys in the summer boy. I keep making noise, I've been paranoid. This is God body, you can never void. I don't miss, I don't play none. I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I state with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop. These beats are up and beat 'em. These bags you can't believe 'em. I never saw the country but the money comes from Sweden. I meet 'em then I leave 'em. I wake up fight my demons. I never grew my circle. I can't trust you with my freedom. Give me locked down, keep you locked out. Only when it's here, you look pop now. I get drops now, on the top now. In the wintertime, still go top down. I get free. I don't go bust and I go play Jane, watch me ski. Yeah, I see you now, I could tell you watching me. I go ghost, but tell me I'm more like his Lee. Rockstar, baby, turn pop star. I don't miss, I don't play none. I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I state with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop. into the black hole. Sing for my soul. Through the black hole. To make myself whole again.
I work in finance. God bless, no, this not by chance. Don't dab me, you're not my man. Don't at me, you're not my man. Mama said don't buy it if you cannot buy it twice. I cop by the tools and I don't pump fake with the price. Always on the grind, I put in work with all my might. I know that he got me, not by sight. Yeah, 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 yeah. I skirt like bandage, I slide out landish. V12 engine, all black like Batman. Sit 4 days, that's for sure though. Grinding from the grip, no shame, take a photo. Time to take a trip, we head north to the border. Say you feeling up, I'm my favorite type of hoarder. I got kids to feed, I got enemies, I got God's gift, so they envy me. Got some friends out in Memphis like I'm Aubrey. Got some friends fought for orange like some autumn leaves. Yeah, 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 yeah. I skirt like bandage, I slide out landish. V12 engine, all black like Batman. Yeah, 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 yeah. I skirt like vanish, I slide out landish. V12 engine, all black like Batman. All black like Batman. All black like Batman. All black like Batman. All black like Batman.
All right, racers, listen up, please, just so you're aware. Obviously, we've had a little bit of sprinkles. Racetrack officials are just checking everything to make sure we are good to go before we get back underway. We want to make sure with us getting under nightfall that everything is good to go. So once again, safety first. We do appreciate everybody bearing with us. Yep, Wade is on the tractor, making sure everything is good to go before we pull the trigger and send you back out. So once again, we thank you for bearing with us. All right, attention in the staging lanes. Attention in the staging lanes. Drivers, we're going to do one more lap on the tractor, and then we would like you to get loaded up. We're going to put them in the water box. Drivers, go ahead and start suiting back up, please. Drivers, start suiting back up, please. We're going to do one more lap on the tractor, and then we're going to go back into racing action. So please suit back up. We're going to be ready to go back into action here.
I've been feeling so small. Watch the clock ticking off the wall. But tonight I'm letting it go. Spend my coin for sure. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me. No, no, nothing can break me. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna take a trip to Mars. Nothing can break me. No, no, nothing can break me. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Lay my troubles to rest. Blow the smoke through my cigarette. City lights looking fine, and I know this is my time now. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me. No, no, nothing can break me. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna take a trip to Mars. Nothing can break me. No, no, nothing can break me. Look at the beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me. No, no, nothing can break me. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna take a trip to Mars. Nothing can break me. No, no, nothing can break me.
Doubting whether
All right, drivers, we're going to try this again. Load back up, please. Drivers, Wade is going to come off the track on this pass. He is on his way back right side, so load up, please. Drivers, load back up. All right, burnout's completed as we get into our first pair on the box door car side for round number 2. Once again, thanks for everybody bearing with us as we get back underway. First pair, Dan Dumling and Dean Moore. Moore on the two-wheeler right-hand side, 557 Diamond, 575 for the Ohio-based 89 IROC Camaro. Dan gets to go first. Dean Moore will give chase. And one thou red for Dan Delming. If he didn't do it, Dean Moore is going to do it right behind him. 005 red, dead on the dial with a 5. Both of them dead on the dial with a 5. If they would have only kept it green, that one would have been interesting. Both drivers matched their dial-ins after almost an hour of downtime. That says something for the cars and the bike consistency. Unfortunately, just did not work out as both of them turned it a little bit red. Eric Metal and Zach Collins coming up next. Collins in the 77 Vega out of Scorpion Performance in Ocala, Florida. 614 dial-in. Gets a head start from Eric Metal, the Valrico, Florida-based two-wheel motorcycle. 598 dial-in right side. Zach misses it, and Eric takes advantage. Motorcycle 603 on the 598. Zach late and 8 off the dial-in. Not sure if the car didn't come up on the chip or not, but it was lazy, and he missed the reaction time. So, win light for the second pair in a row goes to the two-wheeler. Randy Holbrook and David McCready coming up next. McCready in a clean third-gen Nova right-hand side, 603 dial-in. 554 for Randy Holbrook in the family Lumina left-hand side. 300 of a second separate him. David McCready with the better reaction time right side. But the wind light is going to swing to Randy Holbrook. 47, get there, 3 to go. 3 above the dial, and David only can go 610 on the 603. Might have let that one back around at the top end based on mile an hour. 3 thou margin of victory, left side. Kept the foot down and got the wind light. Bring up a pair of Camaros next. Mark Tazkowski and Billy Ray Land. Billy Ray right side out of Georgia on the 70C28, 572 dial and 589 for the 89 Camaro out of Pennsylvania. That's Tazkowski left side. He will go first. Billy Ray will give chase. Red light for Billy Ray Land. Tazkowski 002 and under by 11 thou. Third gen Camaro will move on, and Billy Ray turns at 7 thou red. They'll bring up Travis Logan next. The 87 small tire Camaro left-hand side. 602 dial and 679 dial for Scott Kincaid, the Tennessee-based Malibu station wagon. Big reaction time difference for Travis Logan. And Logan's going to get the win. 25, take enough to be above by 4. Scott misses it, puts it 2 above, but misses the reaction time, and Travis Logan will get the win. Dan Deshawn and Robert Ledbetter coming up next. Deshawn out of Indiana, 27 Roadster left-hand side, 535 dialing. Robert Ledbetter on the right-hand side of the racetrack, the Pontiac-powered Pontiac Firebird. Getting a little bit of extra help here at the New Year National thanks to Captain Chapton Portageon Racing. He gets to go first and turns on the red light. His crew chief is officially fired. 16 red. Deshawn 12 green and 2 above the dial, and once again Robert Ledbetter matches the dial, and his crew chief is going to be mad at him. Bobby finally got Ledbetter to figure out the dial in, and he ran back-to-back 594s. It looks like Bobby Balsack might be switching into the driver role, and Ledbetter might be heading up the golf cart duties. Shannon Joseph and Austin Logan coming up next. Logan left side, one half of the Logan twin operation. 592 dialing on the blue Camaro. 537 for the 63 Chevy 2 Nova. So Shannon Joseph out of North Carolina, he will give chase. Logan goes first. Thou separates the teen reaction times advantage. Logan win light Joseph. Logan 17, take 31 to be under by 100th. Need to take 21 or less. Joseph 19, above by 19 for 38 total, gets the job done. Brad Butler Jr. comes up next. Very nice looking Chevy Beretta, the copper colored car right side, $549. 613 for Oscar Colon out of Puerto Rico, the S10 pickup truck. He gets to go first. Brad pulls at 007 red. Colon 026 dead on the dial-in with a 5. He was ready to go. Butler was 1 above the dial-in, but let go of the switch 7 thousandths too soon. I've called this the
Pro Mod picnic table wing, but for those of you that are 1990s and 2000s era racers, this is all too familiar. This is what Pro Mods used to have on the back for spoilers. Bill Angel out of North Carolina, 89 model Olds Cutlass, the Pro Stock style Olds Cutlass with the Pro Mod wing on the back. 615 cubic inches of big block Chevy goodness left side, 491 dialing for the door car. Jeremy England right hand side, the Hayabusa with a little bit of nitrous on board, 513 for the two-wheeler. Both of them staging very, very carefully. So carefully, in fact, we have not seen a stage bulb come on yet. And it looks like we might have our first staging duel of the weekend, as neither one of them want to bump in first. Now it looks like Oldsmobile was starting to make a little bit of a move. Motorcycle is going to go in first. England says, I'm ready. Putting all the pressure back on Bill Engel, and he'll go in. And one foul separates them on reaction time. Who's going to get the win line? It's going to swing to the Oldsmobile. 495 on the 491. England slows to a 520 on the 513. He had the better 013 to 014 reaction time, but not good enough. And Bill Angel gets the win. Casey Sims and Pete DeNovo coming up next. Trinity, Florida-based 67 Chevy 2 Nova. The wheel standard dials in 573 on the right side of the racetrack, 543, 0.3 of a second quicker for Casey Sims. South Carolina-based multicolored 79 model Chevy Camaro. He will give chase. DeNovo will go wheels up off the starting line first. Red light for Casey Sims by 13 thousandths. DeNovo 17 green. Under by 11 foul. He'll pick up the win line, moved around number 3. Looking at Paige Sosa and Michael Carpenter next. Carpenter doubled with his father Marty in the 75 Vegas station wagon left-hand side. He picked up a $10,000 win in the wagon earlier this year at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Dials in 604, 598 for Paige Sosa in the S10 pickup truck. Big wheel stand for the Vega. Got 300s in his pocket on reaction time. Win light. Vega. Michael Carpenter just flat out nasty double. 09 dead on the 604 with a 716 total. Paige Sosa had no chance with an 039 reaction time, and Michael Carpenter will move on. Matt Valet and left lane Fred Ange. Ange out of Quebec, Canada, right-hand side. 578 dial-in on the Ange special. 693 for the 57 Chevy wagon. Better reaction time goes to Matt. Win light will swing to Matt. 038 dead on the 693. Ange behind on the tree a little bit, breaks it out by 11 foul. Matt Valet will move on. Kurt Arrington and Jeremy Hicks up next. Hicks right-hand side on the motor scooter, 525 dialing. He'll give chase to the 605, the Chevy Chevette left-hand side. Yeah, no, they didn't originally design these to be race cars or with big tires in the back. It kind of kills the economy car vibe. Kurt Arrington gets to go first by 0.8 of a second. About 1.5 light bulbs on the Christmas tree. Kurt Arrington, better action time left side, win light. Going to come on for Harrington. 0.16, take 53 to be 2 above the dial, and Hicks 3 above the dial. Win light, come on for the Chevette. Bubba Browning and Randy Yoakley coming up next. Browning left-hand side, the Sarasota Florida-based 66 Chevy 2. Just thanks to Shelley Carpets Trailer Ranch and part of CD Racing. 607 dial and gets head start from the 580 of Yoakley out of Kentucky. 69 model Chevy Camaro. Small block on board. He'll give head start over to Browning by 0.27 of a second, about half a light bulb on the Christmas tree. $17,000 separates some advantage. Yoakley right side with light. Going to come on for Bubba Browning. 608 on the 607, the 23 tree, puts a 31 back together. Yoakley gets there first by 49 thousandths and breaks out by 14. He can take 35 thou or less. Win light, Bubba Browning. Harold Bell Jr. coming up next, the bad of the bone Chevy 2 Nova. 531 dial in right side for the checkered Nova. He'll give chase to Rob Teat. Teat out of Cross Plains, Tennessee, 19 model, clean model, the Chevy Beretta. Took the front wheel drive and put it in the rear. He gets to go first on the 579 dial in. Has a better action time by about 400ths of a second. Win light. Will swing over to the right hand side as Teat. 19 takes 77 to be under by 7 thousandths. Need to get there first by 700ths or less. Harold Bell gets away with one there. 61 on the tree and 28 thousandths over for 89 total and gets the win light. For the over 1,000 that are still watching us on Motor Mania TV, thank you so much as we are in Wright Trailer Saturday, still working our way through a lot of cars as we started with 536, and unfortunately, Mother Nature has shown us who is in charge, so we are just dealing with the hands we're dealt. So Renee Meyerhofer coming up next, left-hand side. The Switzerland-based 68 Dodge Dart dials in 563. 507 for the Romaniac Racing Team. The 69 Camaro dials in 507. Better action time to Renee Meyerhofer by 200. Swin light. Come on for Meyerhofer. 19, 4 above the dial in. Right side, 5 above the dial in. 28 thousandths of a second margin of victory. Will swing for Renee Meyerhofer left side. That'll bring up Tony Johnson and Will Highhouse. Tony Johnson out of Palmetto, Florida. 1987 model Monte Carlo Super Sport. Next to the last year they made them. The owner and manager of Will Starter and Repair Service. 612 the diamond for the small block right side. He'll get the head start from Slick Willie Highhouse. Wheeling Dad's first generation Camaro 583 for the Middleburg, Florida resident. $13,000 separates some advantage. Slick Willie, win light. Will come on for Slick Willie. He's 300ths above. Tony, 400ths above. 26 thousandths margin of victory goes to the Slick Willie Higghouse's side, and he will come back for round number 3. That'll bring up Phil Combs Sr. Phil Billy. Left-hand side in his new third-generation clean Nova. Dials in 621, 612 the dial in for Scott Travers in the Palmetto, Florida-based 1971 small block Vega. Just 900 separate them on the dial-ins. Phil Billy will go first in the Nova. $9,000 separate, a couple of good reaction times advantage. Travers, win light. Travers 006, 1 above 5. Put a 21 total on the window. Philbilly is 15, take 19, and does not get a win light. He's under by 13 thousandths. He had 6 thou to get there. Scott Travers comes back for round 3. Brings up John Beecher Jr. and Brandon Williams next to the Fire Turbird. Out of Bradenton, Florida, 693 Dialing, 614 the Dialing for Johnny Beecher's Will Standing Vega Wagon left side. Will Dialing 614. Beecher with the better action time left side by about 400ths. Beecher with the win, 24, take 38 to be one above the dial, and Brandon one above the dial and comes down the reaction time. Beecher on time. Brandon Williams just a little bit late. Then bring up Nick Ferrero and DJ Coventry. Coventry in the white trash 68 model Chevy Camaro left-hand side, 636 dialing. 604 for Nick Ferrero in the pull truck. The Will Standing S10 pickup truck out of Fort Lauderdale. Eight thou separates them on reaction time. DJ Coventry with the better reaction time. And Coventry with the win, 007, take 007. To be one above with a 2, puts a 19 back together. Nick Ferrero, 015 on the tree and one above. He's 26 total and comes up 7 thou short. DJ Coventry moves on. Matthew Ferraro, no relation to Nick. 603 dialing on the S10 pickup truck next on the right-hand side. He will give that start to Andy Miller. Miller with the third-gen Camaro operating on a 628 dialing left side. Better action time this time goes to Ferraro. Ferraro with the win, 17, take 18 to be above by 7 is Miller. 26 and 800ths off the dial-in. Could not run the number, and that gave Ferraro plenty of room to get there. Mike Stout and Luke David next. Down in the little Ford Pinto right-hand side. 1,548, 583 for Luke David in the motor scooter left side. Better action time to the motorcycle. Luke David with the win, 033, dead on a 583 with a 2. Locks out Mike Stout, who is 5 thousandths under. J.D. Anderson and Dan Ferraro next. Mighty Monza right-hand side down 640, 633 for J.D. Anderson in the Tesla left side. Better reaction time to Anderson. Win light to Anderson. Anderson 000 and 4 over the dial in to get the win. Ferraro 36 and mathematically ineligible. Attention in the bets, attention in the bets. I will take Round 2 dragsters. Round 2 dragsters to the lanes, please. Round 2 dragsters. Round 2 dragsters to the lanes, please. Once again, keep in mind that I will call doubles separately. So drivers, once again, I have called box door cars. Now dragsters. Again, I will call doubles separately. Michael Sullivan and Darwin Garcia next. Garcia in the Mustang right side, 587 dial, 632 for the S10 left side. Michael Sullivan gets to go first. $37,000 separate them, and one of them is 38. Win lights, Sullivan. Sullivan double 01, one above the 632 dial-in with a 718 total. Darwin mathematically locked out. He matches his dial-in, but no good. He comes up 26 thou short. Winlight comes on left side. Steve Breakstone up in the next motorcycle right side. 556 dial-in for the Bradenton, Florida-based Ninja. Give the head start to David Carnes. Carnes in the big tire S10 pickup truck left side. 639 dial-in for Carnes. He gets to go first. Once again, I have called dragsters round 2. Dragsters round 2. I will take you now, please. Dragsters round 2. Dragsters round 2. I will take you now. Once again, door car drivers, if you are doubled, I will call doubles after dragsters. Dragsters, if you are doubled, we need you to towards the front. We will call dragster doubles separately. Pull them away, and 9 thou separates them on this one. Advantage pickup truck, win light. Will come on for the scooter. 023 dead on the 556 with a 2, but a 25 back together. David Carnes, 12, take 45, under by 32. Had 13 thou to take and instead takes 45. Couple of red Chevys on the starting line in our next pair. Cameron Seigan and John Wheelie Wagon Siegel. Second left-hand side out of Lakeland, Florida, big block Chevy Nova, 1970 variety, 572 dial, and he'll get the slide head start from the Wheelie Wagon. John Siegel out of Riverview, Florida. This is a Cadillac dealership by trade, 1979 model Malibu station wagon. It's got more mouthforce on it than most of the rest of Super Pro entries. Small block on board, 559 dial-in for the Wheelie Wagon. Siegel with about 21 thousandths in reaction time advantage. Siegel usually doesn't mess those up too often. 28, take 004 to be one above 4, locks out Cameron Seigan, who was late on the tree, breaks out and still doesn't get there first. Win light comes on for Siegel's Wheelie Wagon. Mark Brewer and Joe Scala. Scalamander and my favorite green Nova on the property, 606 dial-in, 638 dial-in for Mark Brewer. Red lights by 002. Joe Scala once again shows he's ready. 004. The 3 above the number. Scalamander will move on. Couple of Florida and Division II's finest. Coming to the starting line right here, Roy Hagedorn and Skinny Kenny Underwood. Underwood, who cut his teeth racing here and at Sunshine Dragway back when the Rattler was a small tire blue second-gen Camaro, made his move up to Ohio and has since come back. 593 the dial-in for the Skinny Kenny Underwood Camaro. Roy Hagedorn wheeling his daughter Danielle Mockney's Mustang. 632 the dial-in for Roy Hagedorn. 8 thou separates them, advantage to Roy Hagedorn. Win light will come on for Roy Hagedorn to the double breakout. Roy, 4 take a thou to be under by 8 thou. Kenny Underwood, 32, under by 13 thou. 007 margin of victory in a good drag race. Roy Hagedorn picks up the win. It brings up Aaron Reynolds. This S10 pickup truck coming up next, left-hand side. 615 dial-in, 553 the dial-in for Mike Moore on his second entry in the two-wheeler. Aaron turns at 9, foul red, more. 35 and 1 above the dial-in. Charlie Denny and John Scott next. The Escape Vega out of Pennsylvania right side, 592 dial-in. 675 the dial-in for Charlie Denny and the S10 Blazer left side. Once again, I need dragsters. Dragsters, round number 2, please. Dragsters. Dragsters, round number 2. I need you now, please. Fourth out, separate this pair off the starting line advantage. Scott, win light. Scott, 13, 1 above 3, puts 26 total on the window, 10, 17, and off the dial-in by 5 on the drop. Scott gets the win. Marty Carpenter coming up next in the Marty and Michael Carpenter Vega Wagon. 601 dial-in. 758 the dial-in for Joshua Shipp in the 84 model big block Chevy powered Mustang. Better reaction time goes to Shipp. Win light will come on for Carpenter. Carpenter 18, 4 above. Shipp 10 on the tree, but can only go 767 on the 758 dial-in. Win light, Marty Carpenter. Alfredo Cullen come up next, right-hand side. The third gen Camaro dialing in 609, 623 for Mike Ledford. The racetrack operator in the S10 pickup truck. He'll get to go first. Once again, dragsters, round 2, dragsters, round 2, I need you now, please. Dragsters, round 2, dragsters, round 2, I need you now. Again, keep in mind, box and door cars and dragsters we will call doubles separately. Dragsters and door cars, keep in mind we will call doubles separately. Mike Ledford in control on this one. Ledford with the win, 009, take 26 to be 2 above. Alfredo 1 above the dial-in, but this is reaction time, and Mike Ledford will pick up the victory. Joe Russo coming up next, right-hand side. The extended nose 4th gen Camaro down in 580, 605 for Rob Burschmeider. Burschmeider out of Pennsylvania, Monte Carlo down in 605. Better action time goes to the Monte Carlo. Win light to the Monte Carlo. 12 take 50 to be 1 above. Puts together 24 total. Russo 035 and 3 above the dial-in, no good. Burschmeider comes back for the next round of competition. Manuel Solar and Maverick Palmatier coming up next. Palmatier in the S10 pickup truck, 596 dial-in, 649 the dial-in. Left-hand side for Manuel Solar. Maverick with the better action time in the pickup truck right side. Maverick with the win. 013 take double. 08 to be 6 above the dial-in. Manuel 4 above the dial-in, but gave up too much on the reaction time. And Maverick will squeeze ahead by 008 at the stripe. Steve Thurman and Samuel Parrish up next. Parrish right side in the two-wheeler, 561. 595 for Thurman in the Mustang. Separated by 5 thou on the reaction time advantage. Two-wheeler win light. Two-wheeler, 13 dead, 2, puts 15 total on the window. Thurman is 18 on the tree and has no chance. Next, we have Brandon Davis coming up in the two-wheeler out of Douglas, Georgia. The Kawasaki dialing in 550. 597 for Matt Daddis. Coming up in the Grand Am, the California Car Duster S. Tony DeFrank Grand Am. He'll go first. Daddis has got some work to do as Brandon is 006 on the tree. And the scooter going to get the job done. 006, get behind 6. To go 2 above with a 9, that's 35 total. Daddis is 32, takes 6. To be under by 3 thousandths, he took 6 and only had 3 to take. Tough job there. Matt Daddis loses an entry, and the scooter will survive. Missy Goodman and Mark Bowman next. Bowman in the clean first-gen Camaro out of Lexington, Kentucky, right side 560 dialing. Goodman in the Mustang, the purple Mustang on her second entry out of North Carolina, 604 dialing left side. $36,000 separates them. Advantage Goodman, win like Goodman, 001, 2 above 3. Puts 24 total on the window. Mark Bowman, mathematically ineligible. Dean Moore and Rick Ryan. The second entry for the orange big tire Nova right side, 602 Island, 558 for Dean Moore in the motor scooter left side. .009 matching reaction times. Win light will go to the scooter side on a double breakout. 009, take 003 for Rick Ryan. Lays down 5 thou under. Dean Moore, 009 and under by 2 thou. With matching reaction times on a double breakout, you want to arrive second, not first. 009, take 003. Get you no win light in round number 2 of Super Pro. Rick Ryan will go down on the second entry, and Dean Moore moves on. So a little bit of additional glue going down before we jump over into the dragster side of things. Door car single entry side has been completed. First pair, David Brown and Fred Anjay. Anjay right side out of Canada, 469 dialing on the Dragster. 513 left-hand side for the Georgia-based Horton chassis. Double 01 red for David Brown. Anjay 006. 2 above the dial and put together 28 total right-hand side. Left-hand side 2 above the dial but a 001 heartbreaker. Tim Butler and Art Reed. Tim Butler left-hand side, the American chassis dialing in 496, 489 for Art Reed in the M&M chassis. .009 red for Art Reed, 006 green for Butler. And Butler lays down a 497 with a 5. He's 15 thousandths over the dial for 21 total. And Art Reed just pours salt in the wound. 489 with a 0 dead on the dial after being 9 red. Again, I see examples of this and I understand why people let out of the gas. It's just like staring bad karma right in the face, especially at a quarter-mile racetrack where you have to look at the scoreboard going down. Cameron Hawkins and Blake Combs coming up next. Holmes on the right-hand side. The American chassis out of Bluff, Tennessee. 459 dialing. 470 for Cameron Hawkins. Hawkins with the Racetech chassis. Separates some advantage. Hawkins with light. Cameron Hawkins just flat, nasty. 003 dead on the dial in 10 pack for Cameron Hawkins. Blake Combs is 018 on the tree and in the way. Lights it up 1 above the dial for 28 total and comes up 18 thou short. Just flat, nasty. Win light coming on for Cameron Hawkins. Michael Combs and Jake Hodge. Jake from State Farm in the Troy Williams Jr. FTI special left side. 460 dialing gives head start to Michael Combs out of Tennessee in the Diamond chassis. We'll dial in 476 right side. Separate this pair advantage. Hodge win light. He gives it back to Michael Combs. Hodge 11 on the drop is 5 above the dial and Combs slides in. 477 on the 476. Both drivers drop. Hodge drops harder and gets behind by 28 thousandths. Ron Logan and Sean Corman next. Corman left-hand side out of Kentucky, 471 dialing, 473 for Logan's Florida-based dragster on the right side. Special shout-out to Dan Bouldry, as well as Taylor for bringing up dinner for Lori. We appreciate you making the trip, Taylor, for bringing it upstairs. Thank you. 15 dial red light for Ron Logan, and might need a puke bucket on this one. Corman is a little bit late, puts it 7 thousandths under. Logan is 1/100th above. Our next pair, Doug Foley Jr. and Justin Harrington. Foley, left-hand side, 453 dialing, 502 for Justin Harrington out of Indiana, and the Racecraft chassis, right side. South separates some advantage, two-seater, win light. Foley, 003, take 12 to be 3 above the dial-in. Harrington dead on the 502 dial-in, but missed the reaction time a little bit, and Foley had plenty of room to get there. 456 at 146, you get the win light, and he'll move to round number 3. Attention in the bits, I will take box, double, enter door cars. Box, double, enter door cars to the lanes, please. Box, double, enter door cars. Box, double, enter door cars, I'll take you now, please. Box, double, enter door cars. Box, double, enter door cars, I'll take you. Scott Douglas and Aaron Williams, better reaction time, Williams right side. And Williams going to get the win. 10, 1 above 7. 27 total for Williams. Douglas, late. Breaks out by 16 thousandths and didn't have any room. Aaron Williams will move on. That'll bring up Randy Banger and Brett Sloat next. Randy Banger and Brett Sloat, better action time. Banger win light. Randy Banger 001, take 009 to be 2 above the dial and 24 total. Brett Sloat, not a bad run. 005 and 2 above 8. 24 total left side. 33 total right side. 9 foul margin of victory goes to Randy Banger. That'll bring up David Schluto. Schluto right-hand side, 485 dialing, 499 dialing for Tib Larson left side in the Florida-based Mullis chassis. Schluto in control here. David turns on the win light, 488 on the 485. Larson 5 flat of the 499, but missed the reaction time a little bit, and David will pick up the victory. We'll see him back for round number 3. The Dirty Diablo Dragster coming up next, left-hand side. That's Frank Bellinger out of New Hampshire. The undercover chassis, 536 dialing. Jeremy Wilson, right-hand side. Having problems on the burnout, we'll go back and try it again. The bottom of a Florida-based racetrack chassis, 457 dial-in for Jeremy Wilson. Red light for Wilson by a whole lot. And he is going to need a puke bucket. Bellinger. He goes down on the dial-in, but that's about the only good thing about that run that he can say, as Jeremy Wilson's a tenth above the dial-in, and that one was just flat out weird. Shorty Dragster comes up next, right-hand side. Scooter Magruder dialed in 474, 444 for Katie Sloat. Sloat left-hand side in the Parrish, Florida-based American chassis. Katie's got some work to do right side, better reaction time. And right side will pick up the victory. 10, take 24 to be 2 above the dial-in. Katie, 1 above the dial-in. This reaction time just a little bit, and right side makes Katie pay for it. Right-hand side, we'll move on to round 3. Robbie Troop and Mike Harbaugh coming up next. Harbaugh out of Maryland in the 2021 Miller chassis. Beautiful hot rod left-hand side. Rob Reynolds told me earlier, he says, I'm not one for brown dragsters, but this one is very nice. Harbaugh down in 467, 486 for Robbie Troop. In the orange and pink influenced Winter Haven Florida-based dragster, he gets to go first. Harbaugh will give chase.